Chapter 148. The calamity of bloodshed as dawn broke, revealing a pale light in the sky. Xuelon and the old herbalist finally emerged from the Wulong Mountain. In that moment, Xuelon reflected on the journey, feeling a wave of emotion wash over him as he noticed that their once thriving caravan had dwindled to just the two of them. Tears brimmed in his eyes, a mix of joy at his newfound life and sorrow for the loss of his subordinates. "Ha ha, Boss Schwellock, I've safely brought you out of Wulong Mountain. Does that mean you will honor your promise to me?" The old herbalist grinned widely, revealing a set of yellowed, gleaming teeth as he cheerfully addressed Xuelon. Casting a sidelong glance at the old man, Xuelon allowed a smile to creep onto his lips, his eyes narrowing as he playfully inquired, "What is your name, me? My surname is Kong, and I am the third child in my family." "Just call me Kong San," the old herbalist replied with a hearty laugh. "Kong San, quite fitting." Xuelon nodded slightly, his tone suddenly turning icy. "You must be aware of the existence of blood ants, right? It cannot be mere coincidence that you emerged unscathed from that treacherous slope on 2 occasions. "Ah, Boss Xue, I indeed know of the venomous blood ants, but how I managed to escape unharmed remains a mystery to me. Perhaps it is simply because I run fast," Kong San stammered, his demeanor shifting to one of panic as he hurried to explain. "Enough, enough." Xuelon waved his hand dismissively, not overly concerned, and calmly stated, "Rest assured, I shall fulfill my promise to you without fail. Is your phone still operational? Please call me." Yes, here." Kong San responded eagerly, stepping forward a hand over his mobile device. Following the tumult of the medical exchange conference, the reputation of Huichun Hall had soared, attracting countless visitors that in the afternoon. Yi Ning gradually awoke from his meditative state, a fleeting golden glimmer flashing in his eyes, his entire being radiating a subtle glow. The previous night he had consumed a refined elixir, and after a full night and several hours of absorption and refinement, he had finally harnessed the full potency of the medicine, breaking through to the innate realm. Just a step away from this level prior to taking the elixir, he had now crossed the threshold. In the secular world, the cultivation realms are categorized into 6 stages: body refinement, chi refinement, mastery, innate, golden core, and ascension. The first 3 stages are collectively known as the post-heaven realm, serving as a pivotal divide in combat prowess. Once one enters the innate stage, a monumental transformation occurs. Upon entering the innate realm, one can connect with the heavens and harness their power. After Yi Ning's breakthrough, the medical legacy within his mind seemed to unveil a new chapter. Intricate runes, scrolls, and incantations manifesting vividly in his consciousness. Simultaneously, as Yi Ning surveyed the world outside, he noticed subtle changes in his surroundings. The plants thrived under the afternoon sun, vibrant green light pulsating upward. When he redirected his gaze to the Wulong mountain range, he could not help but focus intently, for deep within, a golden glimmer indeed flickered. Golden signifies dragon energy. It appears the deep pool beneath the falling phoenix slope is truly extraordinary. Before stepping into the innate realm, Yi Ning had found it insurmountable. Yet now, with his newfound abilities, he could prepare and employ certain strategies to potentially tame the aquatic creature within, claiming the entire paradise as his own. However, this matter could not be rushed. Careful planning was essential. In the afternoon, upon arriving at Huichun Hall, Yi Ning was astonished to find patients queued from the entrance to the end of the street. Seeing this, he casually pulled a chair aside, creating space, and called out to Wang Ying. "Wang Ying, come here. Today you will see patients, and I will be here to guide you." "All right," Wang Ying eagerly replied, rushing over. Following the medical exchange conference and her diligent studies, her medical skills had evidently progressed. Today, she accurately diagnosed 8 out of 10 patients, and with Yi Ning's slight prompts, she swiftly corrected the remaining 2. Yi Ning and Wang Ying busily attended to patients. A sharp voice suddenly pierced through the crowd. Hey, Dr. Yi, what is the meaning of this? We traveled a great distance to Huichun Hall, waited hours in line, only to find you delegating to a young apprentice. Is this how you treat those who came so far and waited so long? Yi Ning furrowed his brow slightly. The speaker was a middle-aged woman with cascading waves of hair, her figure robust yet imposing. She glared at Yi Ning with evident displeasure. As her words echoed, murmurs of discontent rippled through the crowd. In truth, many were dissatisfied with Yi Ning's choice to sit aside while a young girl examined their ailments, though no one dared voice their grievances until now. Wang Ying, sensing the tension, lowered her head and meekly suggested, "Ninggu, perhaps you should take over. I still feel inadequate. Why fear when I am here?" Yi Ning replied, his brow slightly furrowed as he fixed his gaze on the formidable woman, a cold smile gracing his lips. "What do you mean by delegating? I suggest you choose your words carefully. Wang Ying, starting tonight, regardless of my presence, you will sit here daily as long as no one dies. You may exercise your own judgment." This... Wang Ying was taken aback, staring at Yi Ning in shock, unable to comprehend his sudden decision. "You think you're so clever? Do you even know who I am?" The middle-aged woman sneered, stepping out of the queue, slamming her palm onto the table before Yi Ning, a mocking smile plastered across her face. Wang Ying trembled slightly, clearly shaken by the confrontation. Yet Yi Ning merely scoffed derisively. "I run Huichun Hall as a business. Whether you come here for treatment is your prerogative. How we manage our affairs is our freedom. Anyone who wishes to leave is free to do so." As he spoke, he pointed towards the entrance. "Feel free to leave." "You're asking for trouble," the middle-aged woman retorted with a cold laugh, suddenly seizing a nearby glass and hurling it at Yi Ning's head. Taken aback by her immediate aggression, Yi Ning swiftly reached out, grasping her wrist firmly. With a sharp cry, the woman dropped the glass. And as Yi Ning pushed her back, she stumbled, landing heavily on the ground. "Get out immediately. Huichun Hall does not welcome you," Yi Ning declared, unceremoniously waving her off. Chapter 149, A Conspiracy. "You've got some guts," the woman sneered, awkwardly rising from the floor, nodding repeatedly at Yi Ning, her eyes glinting with malice. Just then, a tall, lean man emerged from the crowd, cautiously helping the woman up, murmuring, "Let us just go home." Smack! The woman slapped the man across the face, coldly retorting, "Your wife is being bullied, and you just want to smooth things over? Kid, I warn you, mark my words, I will ensure you close your doors." With that, the woman brazenly dusted herself off and turned to leave. Many in the crowd, witnessing the scene, began to disperse, and Wang Ying, feeling guilty, lowered her head. "I'm sorry, Ninggu, it's all my fault. If it weren't for me..." Enough. Yi Ning interrupted, firmly stating, "You did nothing wrong today. Moreover, I assure you, what I just said was not a joke. Starting tomorrow, you will be the official attending physician of Huichun Hall." Yi Ning turned to Wang Ying, speaking calmly. "As for your salary, I will double it. From now on, you are not merely a nurse, but a fully fledged attending physician." Ninggu, I still feel unworthy, and isn't that salary too high? I can't accept it," Wang Ying protested hurriedly, shaking her head while Yi Ning shook his head in exasperation. "No more arguments. This matter is settled. From tomorrow onwards." With that, Yi Ning decisively concluded the discussion. Wang Ying, feeling conflicted, bit her lip and cast timid glances at Yi Ning, hesitant to speak further. "Fantastic, Ninggu. With you as the attending physician at Huichun Hall, this is surely a tremendous boon." Wang and I chimed in, approaching Yi Ning with an enthusiastic suggestion. "Let us celebrate tonight with a nice meal." "All right, as per usual, it's on me. You choose the venue." Yi Ning agreed with a nod. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that Wang Ni's smile held ulterior motives. Leaving him curious about her true intentions, as night fell, business at Huichun Hall was unusually slow. After the woman left, no more patients arrived, likely due to her interference. Yi Ning, disinterested in the situation, chose to close early. Sure enough, he soon spotted several individuals halting patients who approached Huichun Hall, intimidating them into leaving. Frowning, Yining walked over to investigate. It turned out the woman was named Dong Hong and was the proprietress of the nearby Boss CNT house. The sky had completely darkened, yet the 8 Immortals tea house remained ablaze with light. Numerous patrons were still engaged in card games and mahjong. Dong Hong sat at the entrance, her face alight with smugness. Upon seeing Yi Ning and his companions approach, a triumphant sneer spread across her face. Well, what brings you here? Seeking my favor. If you truly wish to plead with me, perhaps we could negotiate. If you bow and apologize now, considering we are neighbors, I might be inclined to overlook your past transgressions. However, Yi Ning merely chuckled coldly and shook his head at her words. Dong Hong was nothing more than a loudmouth shrew, accustomed to her arrogance, especially given her family's ownership of the tea house, which had acquainted her with a variety of unsavory characters. Such a person could only serve to disgust him. Yet unbeknownst to her, a calamity loomed on the horizon for Dong Hong. Observing the dark aura swirling above her head, he could see her vitality had nearly vanished. This night would mark her demise. He could not be bothered to argue with someone so close to death and merely remarked, "Evil deeds will lead to one's own downfall. Perhaps you should exercise caution." Dong Hong, taken aback, spat repeatedly, her disdain for such ominous sayings palpable. "You little brat, do you think I want to teach you a lesson? You haven't even grown your first hairs yet, and you dare to emulate a doctor. Let us wait and see. If I manage to keep your clinic running, I'll take your surname." Yi Ning chose to ignore her entirely and turned to leave, for why would he engage in a dispute with a dying individual? His group soon found a nearby restaurant to dine. Indulging in simple home-cooked dishes. To Yi Ning's surprise, his mother, Zheng Huilan, also arrived. He turned to Wang Hu perplexed. Among those present, only he and Wang Hu had Zheng Huilan's contact information. Wang Hu simply smiled sheepishly and explained, "It has been a while since I last saw Annie. Since we're all in high spirits today, I thought it would be nice to have her join us." Yi Ning scrutinized Wang Hu, feeling something was amiss. "What's this? Now that I'm here, you don't welcome me." Zheng Huilan shot Yi Ning a playful glare, asking, "How could that be?" "Not at all." Yi Ning quickly donned a cheerful expression, stepping forward to grasp Zheng Huilan's arm, exclaiming, "I'm overjoyed that you came. What would you like to eat tonight? Let us order right away." Just then, Wang Yan'ai and Xiaolan approached from either side, promptly claiming Yi Ning's place. "Aunt Zheng, it's been ages." "I'm Wang Xiaolanai," Wang Yan'ai exclaimed, throwing her arms around Zheng Huilan's arm with great familiarity. "Oh my, how you've grown! I barely recognized you." Zheng Huilan laughed, acknowledging the transformation. During the gathering, Yi Ning gradually began to grasp the peculiar dynamics at play. Wang Yan'ai and Xiaolan flanked Zheng Huilan, chatting and laughing animatedly, their intentions clearly not focused on the meal. Meanwhile, Yi Ning, the host, found himself sidelined as the two girls bonded with Zheng Huilan. Reluctantly, he continued to eat in silence, alongside Wang Hu and Wang Ying, forming an unspoken alliance of sorts. "What is so special about my foolish son that you all revolve around him?" Zheng Huilan, clearly in high spirits from Wang Yan'ai and Xiaolan's compliments, caught sight of Yi Ning, who was silently eating, and let out a soft huff of discontent. "Annie, please don't say that. Ninggu is truly remarkable." Wang Yan'ai quickly interjected, her expression earnest, with Xiaolan nodding in agreement. Zheng Huilan squinted her eyes, a pleased expression gracing her face as she asked, "Then what makes my son so exceptional?" "We genuinely admire Ninggu," Wang Yan'ai and Xiaolan replied earnestly, recounting Yi Ning's past achievements to Zheng Huilan. Tales of healing celebrities and being sought after by hospital authorities, only to return empty-handed. And of presenting at a medical conference before a host of esteemed traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, remaining unflustered in the face of scrutiny. Suddenly, as the conversation unfolded, Yi Ning noticed Zheng Huilan's gaze toward him had shifted to one of playful mockery. Eventually, amid the light-hearted banter, Zheng Huilan grasped Wang Ni's small hand and asked with a smile, "So Lil and I, how old are you?" "I'm a tiger, turning 19 this year." Wang and I blushed, lowering her head shyly. Zheng Huilan nodded enthusiastically, her fondness for Wang and I becoming evident that on their way home that night, Wang, who personally escorted the girls while Yi Ning drove his mother. During the ride, Zheng Huilan remarked with a smile, "You know, I was worried you might struggle to find a girlfriend, that I had considered introducing you to the daughter of Aunt Wu, who is getting on in years. But it seems you already have someone in mind at work." "Mom, what are you talking about? They're all employees of the Rejuvenation Hall. Company policy prohibits relationships." Yi Ning forced a laugh, trying to sound serious. "Rules are merely human constructs that AS the boss. Your word is law." Zheng Huilan shot him a disbelieving glance, clearly unconvinced by his excuse that I think that Wang and I is quite lovely, beautiful, sensible, articulate, and cheerful. Besides, she is a nurse, so she knows how to care for others. Such a good catch is hard to find. And that Xiaolan seems quite nice too, tall and well-built. If you fancy her, that is perfectly acceptable. She would surely make you look good when out in public. Yi Ning, driving with a sense of dread, was at a loss for words that he had never expected that Zheng Huilan would not only notice the actively engaging Wang Yan'ai and Xiaolan, but even take note of Wang Ying, who had been quietly eating beside him. "Oh, and that girl sitting next to you seems quite nice too, that I saw her sneakily pour you a drink. She was quite shy about it, holding it in throughout the meal until she finally couldn't resist and came over to add me on WeChat. She seems to be a sweet girl, thoughtful and caring. That is also a good quality." Ding ding. Ding ding. At that moment, Zheng Huilan's phone rang, and a smile blossomed on her face as she squinted at the screen, exclaiming, "Look at that, several young ladies have messaged me." "Son, slow down a bit. I need to reply to them." It was undeniable that Mrs. Zheng Huilan was in high spirits that evening. Learning that her son was not only popular among women, but in high demand filled her with joy. This alleviated a significant worry from her heart. She no longer had to fret about her son finding a partner. Now, her concern shifted to how to choose from his many potential wives. Or rather, which one would be the best choice. Upon returning home that night, Mrs. Zheng Huilan called Yi Ning into the living room with a serious demeanor, retrieving her cherished old reading glasses from beneath the coffee table and meticulously putting them on. She then raised her head and gazed at Yi Ning with utmost seriousness, declaring, "Xiao Ning, you've graduated and been working for 2 years now that you've established your career and should consider settling down. I used to think it was because you lacked female companionship, but clearly, that is not the case. Tell me, your work is secure, you have no financial burdens, and we have a house ready. Why not settle down and start a family? I'd love to hold my grandchild soon, Mom." Yi Ning, bemused, interrupted Zheng Huilan with a forced chuckle. "Please don't concern yourself with this matter. I know what I'm doing." "What do you mean you know?" To his surprise, Zheng Huilan's expression darkened, her voice stern. "That I see you are indecisive, wanting to keep all options open. Otherwise, why wouldn't you make a choice regarding such wonderful girls? Today, you must choose one. Or find another option, but this matter must be resolved." Yi Ning stared blankly at the suddenly irate Zheng Huilan, realizing that every woman detested a fickle-hearted man. "Mom, I'm not indecisive. It's just that none of them are suitable." "Why are they unsuitable? You must provide me with reasons today," Zheng Huilan insisted, her expression unyielding. "Firstly, Wang and I are too familiar. We've known each other since childhood, and I've always viewed her as a sister. I never considered her as a potential girlfriend. That would complicate things. Then there's Wang Ying. She is my disciple, and I teach her medicine daily. That a romantic relationship between teacher and student is a taboo in the medical field. I would be ridiculed. Lastly, Xiaolan, well, I'm not particularly interested. I just don't think she is right for me." After hearing Yi Ning's explanations, Zheng Huilan furrowed her brow, letting out a deep sigh. "That is true. Xiaolan does seem a bit materialistic. That if she is not suitable, then so be it. That is why, Mom, please don't rush this. Forcing something that isn't meant to be will yield bitter fruit. It is best to let things unfold naturally." Yi Ning seized the moment to press his point, hoping to ease the tension. "Alas, you, truly a fish in water, remain oblivious to your fortune at your age. Do you still consider yourself a child?" Zheng Huilan, with an air of exasperation, cast a glance at Yi Ning and shook her head in resignation, saying, "Very well, I shall search for Aunt Wu's number. I have seen her daughter's photograph, and she is indeed quite respectable. Compared to the three young ladies of today, she may fall slightly short, yet she is still from a reputable family, a proper young lady. More than adequate for you." Yi Ning, feeling a sense of disillusionment, gazed at Zheng Huilan, who was already rummaging through her contacts. However, Zheng Huilan frowned and waved her hand, stating sternly, "This is not up for discussion. You have established your career, your home, and your finances at your age. What are you waiting for if not marriage? No, you must heed my counsel on this matter." Yi Ning never anticipated that even a distinguished physician like himself would be beset by the pressures of marriage. Fortunately, according to Zheng Huilan's report, Aunt Wu's daughter seemed to be quite the busy individual, thus it may take a while before they could meet. With this, he finally felt some relief. The following day, Yi Ning drove his Land Rover towards the Huichun Hall. Yet upon entering Old West Street, he furrowed his brow slightly as the acrid scent of smoke wafted through the air. Ahead, fire engines and a group of firefighters were bustling about, while the locals emerged from their homes, pointing and murmuring. The site of the fire was none other than the Eight Immortals' tea house. From his vehicle, Yi Ning gasped, feeling a pang of unease, even a tinge of regret. Perhaps had he informed Dong Hong yesterday, such a calamity could have been averted. Chapter 151. The Heart of Compassion indeed. Even just 5 minutes prior, should Dong Hong's name have been mentioned, Yi Ning would have scoffed, deeming her deserving of her fate. Yet, gazing at the charred ruins and the frantic scene of the fire, he felt a wave of compassion that Yi Ning was not one to be overly sympathetic. Yet Dong Hong was merely an ordinary individual, and that was the source of his guilt. Having transcended to a higher realm, Yi Ning's perspective was vastly different from that of an ordinary person. Attaining the status of a Qi master, the manifestation of true energy, created an insurmountable chasm. The transition from master to innate was equally profound. After reaching the innate stage, one could commune with the heavens and discern the three realms of existence. It could be said that the innate stage was a threshold, a gateway to ascension. Hence it was also known as the Celestial Master Realm. Upon arriving at Huichun Hall, he found Xiaolan and Wang Yinai standing at the entrance, gazing towards the Eight Immortals Tower, with Wang Ying having also stepped outside. The three women, upon seeing Yi Ning, displayed expressions of surprise. Just last night, Yi Ning had remarked about Dong Hong's impending misfortune. And this morning, it had come to fruition. The trio had arrived a tad earlier and had witnessed the harrowing sight of several charred corpses being carried out from the Eight Immortals Tower, leaving them quite shaken. "What are you staring at? Is work a thing of the past?" Yi Ning remarked, rolling his eyes at the three women. They shrank back sheepishly, and Wang Yinai, glancing at Yi Ning with suspicion, suddenly inquired, "Say, Ningguo, you weren't the arsonist behind the Eight Immortals fire last night, were you?" At her words, Yi Ning shot her a withering look and retorted, "Weren't you all with me for dinner last night? Even my mother fell for your ploys, and now you still dare to cast doubt on me? Goodness, what you said is rather eerie. To die just like that, without even a night's delay." Wang Yinai was incredulous, unable to contain her astonishment. She quickly drew closer to Yi Ning, her bright eyes glistening as she cheerfully asked, "Ningguo, can you tell me about my fate? Be honest. Do you have any knowledge of fortune-telling or such arts?" Yi Ning, exasperated, shook his head and rolled his eyes again. "You are quite the clever one. Rest assured, you will live to a ripe old age, blessed with both sons and daughters, really?" Wang and I took his words to heart, her face lighting up with joy, only to immediately follow with an anxious query. Ningguo, can you check my luck recently, especially in matters of romance? Do I have a chance with my Prince Charming?" As she spoke, she grasped Yi Ning's arm, her entire being leaning against him. That it was evident to all that her so-called Prince Charming was none other than Yi Ning himself. Ahem. Yi Ning coughed awkwardly. "Wang Xiaoai, mind your manners. We are in a medical hall, in public." Wang Hu, observing from within the hall, chuckled, but he had long noted his sister's affections for Yi Ning, and now that Yi Ning was single and exceptionally outstanding. Wang, who privately felt that his sister was somewhat unworthy of him. However, Wang and I had always been headstrong, following her own path, disregarding even her brother's opinions. Thus, he had grown accustomed to silently observing from the sidelines. Noticing Yi Ning's discomfort as he attempted to withdraw, Wang Ni's spirits soared, and she pressed on. Ninggu, Ning the Celestial, please do a reading for me. Don't forget, you promised me a favor. Wang and I immediately clung to him again. Old man's son, who was setting up a chess stall at the entrance of Huichun Hall, chuckled. Ah, Dr. Yi, a man must indulge in romance in his youth. Look at me at my age, even if I wish to indulge. I am powerless to do so, that if you do not take up this lovely girl's affections, wouldn't that be rather pretentious of you? As he spoke, old man's son slapped his forehead, a look of sudden realization dawning upon him. You wouldn't be lacking in that department, would you? I happen to have a remedy that could help. Would you like it? A real tonic, as the saying goes. A healer cannot heal himself. The ancients were not deceiving us. Yi Ning felt a flush of embarrassment. How had he not realized that old man's son was quite the lecherous old man? Retreating back into Huichun Hall in a somewhat flustered state, Yi Ning noted that recently, Wang and I had become increasingly restless, eagerly attempting to establish a deeper connection with him. Or rather, pursuing him to why Yi Ning resolved to find an opportunity to clarify matters with Wang and I. Meanwhile, Wang Ying observed with a silly grin on her face, seemingly unfazed by the unfolding scene. Xiao Lan pursed her lips, her expression contemplative as she watched Yi Ning and Wang and I dart into Huichun Hall, her gaze drifting towards the smoldering ruins of the Eight Immortals Tower. Finally, as Huichun Hall welcomed its first patient, Yi Ning and Wang Ying busied themselves, leaving Wang and I to pout in annoyance as she retreated to one side. Unwilling to disturb the two, ever since returning from the exchange meeting, Wang and I had ceased her incessant pleas to become Yi Ning's apprentice, for she had come to understand the significance Yi Ning placed on Wang Ying and realized that in certain respects, she could not compete with Wang Ying. This led her to devise this roundabout method. She even utilized her brother Wang, who to arrange a meeting with Yi Ning's mother, Zheng Huilan, yet the outcome seemed less than ideal. Yesterday's minor incident had not affected the business at Huichun Hall. Today, patients continued to arrive in droves. Wang Ying was engrossed in her duties, taking pulses, examining tongues, inquiring about anomalies, determining diagnoses, and prescribing individualized remedies or recommendations. Wang Ying was becoming increasingly adept at her role, and Yi Ning nodded approvingly from the side that it was then that a girl, seemingly in her early 20s, appeared at the entrance, with large, expressive eyes, exquisite features, and fair skin. She donned a charming floral dress that exuded a sense of liveliness and cuteness. From the moment she entered, Yi Ning's attention was captured, but of course, Yi Ning's interest in the girl was not of a romantic nature. Rather, it was her demeanor and behavior that set her apart from the other patients. Upon entering, she glanced around, her gaze flitting across the busy practitioners in Huichun Hall, her large eyes brimming with curiosity. All in all, she appeared more like a curious child than a patient seeking treatment. Upon closer inspection, Yi Ning's brow furrowed slightly. Despite her made-up appearance, he could discern the dark aura surrounding her, a clear indication of impending misfortune. If not addressed promptly, it seemed likely that unfortunate events would soon befall her. What startled Yi Ning even more was that the girl's predicament differed from Dong Hong's. Dong Hong had reaped the consequences of her misdeeds, but this girl's plight stemmed from the malice of others. Finally, it was the girl's turn to receive treatment. She boldly took a seat opposite Yi Ning and Wang Ying, mimicking the other patients as she extended her delicate arm. Chapter 152. The Ghostly Scribbles. Dr. Yi, I am unwell as well. Might I trouble you for a pulse check? I have been feeling quite ill lately. The girl's gaze settled on Yi Ning, her face adorned with a hint of sorrow, looking quite pitiable. Wang Ying hesitated, her attention shifting towards Yi Ning. What are you staring at? We are here to treat patients. Yi Ning shot Wang Ying a glance that, Wang Ying finally nodded, extending her hand to check the girl's pulse. After her examination, Wang Ying announced, "You have been experiencing insomnia and night sweats, often waking at night. It appears you are somewhat neurotic, that I prescribed 1 penny of astragalus, 1 penny of cotinopsis, 3 pennies of red dates, 3 pennies of lotus flower, and 5 pennies of raspberry tea to be taken before bedtime. Dr. Yi, will this prescription truly work? I have been suffering from insomnia for quite some time." The girl blinked her large eyes at Yi Ning, a hint of skepticism in her voice that I have taken several boxes of melatonin, and none have worked. Wang Ying, upon hearing this, wore an awkward smile, her gaze shifting back to Yi Ning. Truth be told, she was also unsure of the efficacy of this prescription, while it was indeed tailored to address the symptoms. Many young people nowadays suffer from insomnia, not due to physical ailments, but rather from a lack of desire to sleep, often due to work-related stress or excessive entertainment leading to overstimulation. If the patient merely adhered to a proper sleeping schedule, Wang Ying was confident there was an 80% chance of success. However, the girl did not appear very composed. Yi Ning slightly nodded and spoke. "This prescription is indeed somewhat conventional for you and may yield limited results. Your condition is rather serious. Indeed, ever since I saw you on television, I have been afflicted with a severe case of lovesickness." The girl suddenly shifted the conversation, asking, "Dr. Yi, do you know what the most distant distance in the world is? It is when you think your true love is the one, only to find out that she is already married. If you came here to seek treatment, then focus on that and refrain from causing any disturbances." At this point, Wang and I could no longer endure it. Hands on her hips, she had unknowingly positioned herself behind Yi Ning, her large eyes glaring at the girl with hostility as she spoke fiercely. "Wow, a beauty!" To Wang Ni's astonishment, the girl not only did not react with anger or jealousy, but her eyes lit up upon seeing her. After a moment of admiration, she immediately asked, "Excuse me. Beautiful, are you Dr. Ye's girlfriend? Has Dr. Yi truly found his match? Are you two married?" Wang and I was momentarily taken aback, completely bewildered by the girl's intentions. However, as long as it was clear that the girl was not there to flirt, Wang and I was actually quite easygoing to AT that moment. She straightened her posture, ready to assert her claim, but Yi Ning had already acted swiftly, launching an attack towards the girl's chest. "Ah!" the girl exclaimed, hastily shielding her chest with both hands. Yet, Yi Ning's movements were beyond her capacity to defend against. As the girl stumbled back a few steps, her hands still protecting her chest, a mixture of shock and indignation in her gaze. Yi Ning had already ceased his actions, tossing a black object onto the table before her, that a miniature camera. "Turn it off." Yi Ning frowned at the girl and spoke in a low voice. "You are filming without the owner's permission. Is that not a bit disrespectful?" The girl looked bewildered. That miniature camera was her custom-made device, nearly identical in appearance to the buttons on her dress today. Yet it had still been discovered. Embarrassed, she turned off the camera and deeply bowed to Yi Ning, her face filled with contrition as she said, "I apologize. I was merely trying to make a living. Moreover, this is a public space. Let me clarify. I am not a paparazzi. I am a network streamer specializing in outdoor explorations and store visits, essentially promoting your clinic, which isn't a bad thing, is it?" The girl donned a pitiful expression as she addressed Yi Ning and Wang and I. Realization dawned on the others that she was merely a female streamer. "My apologies, miss, but we at the Rejuvenation Hall do not require your promotional services," Yi Ning stated directly. "If you are here for treatment, you are welcome, but if you have other intentions, please leave." Tisich. The girl pouted that in the past, this tactic had usually garnered favorable results, particularly with male proprietors. But today, it seemed utterly ineffective before Yi Ning, especially when she observed his impassive demeanor. Her annoyance grew. After all, she was a popular streamer with nearly 1 million followers and over 200,000 devoted fans. The fact that a grassroots streamer could achieve such a level without resorting to provocative dances or selling flesh was a testament to her innovative content and 3 years of diligent efforts. Reflecting on her accomplishments, the girl felt a swell of pride. However, Yining offered her no courtesy. Seeing Wang Yi's vigilant gaze, the girl ultimately retreated, taking 2 steps back before bowing deeply to Yining and the others. I indeed acted rashly today. My sincere apologies to you all. After politely apologizing, as she was about to leave, she seemed to recollect something and suddenly turned to Wang Ying and Yining, inquiring, "Did that prescription work? Also, Dr. Yi, you mentioned earlier that my condition is rather serious. Please write a full course of medication." Yining instructed Wang Yan'ai beside him. Wang Yan'ai pouted and shot a warning glance at the girl before turning to fetch the medicine. Yining continued, "If I am not mistaken, your recent insomnia is likely due to frequent nightmares, correct?" "Yes. How did you know, Dr. Yi?" The girl gasped in astonishment, her eyes widening as she asked excitedly. "Return and take the medicine as prescribed by Wang Ying." And additionally, Yining began, casually picking up a piece of yellow paper, cutting it into strips. Under the girl's astonished gaze, he took a nearby pen and swiftly scribbled a few characters on the yellow paper, completing what appeared to be an incantation in the blink of an eye. "Take this with you and keep it close to your person. The medicine must not be interrupted, and neither should this talisman leave your side. Your condition will naturally improve," Yining said, handing the girl the talisman along with the prescription Wang Yan'ai had prepared. The girl stared in shock at the talisman in her hand, her lips twitching in disbelief. She inwardly scoffed, "Dr. Yi, couldn't you exert a bit more effort? Even if you lack professional talisman paper and ink, at least use a brush and ink properly. What good is a talisman sketch with a ballpoint pen?" Though she felt disdainful, she still politely accepted the prescription and the talisman, forcing a smile as she asked, "Dr. Yi, how much do I owe you?" She had now determined that the Rejuvenation Hall was undoubtedly a dubious establishment. Had she ever encountered a medical clinic that drew talismans? And so unprofessionally at that. Aside from extorting money, she could think of no other possibilities. Even if she could not fully document the entirety of Yining's alleged charlatanism on camera, she felt compelled to expose this experience during her evening live stream, if only to prevent others from being duped. Yining, hearing her words, turned his gaze to Wang Yan'ai. Wang Yan'ai unenthusiastically replied, "Following your instructions." It is a full course of medication, totaling $18.50. Yining nodded, stating at the Rejuvenation Hall, "We do not charge for consultations. The medicine is $18.50, and including that talisman, it comes to $20. Please pay." "What?" The girl was once again taken aback. The consultation was free, the medicine cost $18.50, and with the talisman included, it totaled $20. She had anticipated being fleeced, yet it only cost her $1.50. Such pricing was indeed fair. As she prepared to pay, the girl shot Yining a suspicious glance, asking, "Dr. Yi, you wouldn't have truly taken a liking to me, would you?" Yining merely rolled his eyes, nonchalantly advising, "Remember to keep that talisman close. Do not part with it. Also, do not neglect the medicine. Your condition can still be treated." The girl pouted, mumbling something about his eccentricity before turning to leave. Meanwhile, Xiaolan had remained silent, observing everything unfold. She had already come to a private conclusion. Yining indeed possessed some knowledge of metaphysics. Had it been anyone else, Xiaolan would have scoffed dismissively. For it was the 21st century, and everyone believed in science, who still subscribed to supernatural beliefs. However, Yining was different. He was a divine doctor. She had witnessed firsthand at a medical conference how he revived a wilting plant in the blink of an eye. None of this could be explained by science. Yining was undoubtedly a master of metaphysics, a semi-divine existence. Once the girl left the Rejuvenation Hall, she rushed home and promptly resumed her live stream. The chat room exploded with excitement. "Haha, Juju Z, you were caught red-handed again. I feel for you, Juju Z, but I can't help but laugh. What is going on at the Rejuvenation Hall? The rumors are rampant, especially about that Dr. Yi, who has been dubbed a divine doctor. Indeed, his videos are everywhere on television and online. It's all quite mystical. Whether it was truly mystical or not, Today, Zhu had indeed brought everyone face to face with the real deal. And he was quite the handsome fellow. I think I might be lovesick too. I must visit him soon for treatment. Infatuated, shameless. As soon as the live stream began, the comments flooded in, Zhu being the girl's online persona. Ah, Zhu sighed softly, contemplating before speaking. The effectiveness of his medical skills remains to be seen, but the rejuvenation hall is certainly not a scam. I only spent $20 on all this medication. It's incredibly affordable. However, it's also possible they realized I was a network streamer and worried I would expose them. So they were putting on a show, but how clever am I not to give them that opportunity? Subsequently, I visited several other patients who had been treated there and discovered that none of their consultation fees exceeded $50. I must say, the rejuvenation hall is quite reasonable in terms of pricing. Zhu analyzed with conviction, selectively omitting any mention of the talisman. Hearing her rational analysis, some viewers remained concerned about the true effectiveness of Dr. Yi's skills and whether the rejuvenation hall was indeed a reputable clinic. However, the majority of public comments have shifted their focus to Wang Ni and Yi Ning, questioning the nature of their relationship and whether Yi Ning is truly married. Finally, in the late hours of the night, Zhu concluded her live stream. Before bed, she indeed followed Yi Ning's advice and prepared a small pouch of traditional Chinese medicine, consuming it while it was still warm. Lying on the soft, expansive bed, she found her thoughts drifting back to Yi Ning's so-called talisman. Though she still deemed it somewhat frivolous, she retrieved the talisman from her bag, placing it close to her before succumbing to sleep. This very moment, Hua Chuntang had also wrapped up for the day. The day's proceedings had unfolded remarkably smoothly, with only one exception involving a girl. Wang Ying had scarcely allowed Yi Ning an opportunity to intervene, impeccably attending to all the patients by herself. This brought a sense of comfort to Yi Ning's heart. After driving several individuals home, he was just about to return himself when he happened to pass by Hua Chuntang, where he noticed Xiaolan had returned, standing at the entrance as if waiting for someone. Upon spotting the approaching Land Rover, she promptly waved at why Yi Ning halted the vehicle, and Xiaolan took the opportunity to enter. "Did you need something?" Yi Ning inquired suspiciously, glancing at her. "Yes, Ningguo, I do indeed have a favor to ask of you." Xiaolan hesitated before responding. "Just speak freely. We are all quite familiar with each other. There is no need for embarrassment." Yi Ning replied with a smile. After a moment's contemplation, Xiaolan posed her question. "Ningguo, do you understand metaphysics or divination? A friend of mine requires your assistance that a friend." Yi Ning was momentarily taken aback, instinctively asking, "Has something malevolent occurred?" "Yes." Xiaolan quickly pulled out her phone, opening WeChat to reveal a post. Following her gaze, Yi Ning's attention was drawn to a post from a user named Life is Short, accompanied by an avatar of a crudely drawn bricklayer. The content depicted several photos from a construction site, captioned, "Alas, how unfortunate, yet another well. Nowadays, doing a project feels akin to digging a grave. Truly thrilling. 3 workers have perished, the foreman has gone on strike, and wages have been withheld for half a year. It seems I shall once again be eating dirt this month." The post consisted of 4 images, the first being a hanging emoji, followed by 3 pictures of dry wells. Upon seeing the images of the wells, Yi Ning's expression turned serious as he remarked, "This is quite concerning." Xiaolan, sensing his unease, quickly asked, "Ningguo, what makes it concerning? Is my friend in danger?" "It's nothing grave," Yi Ning reassured her, gently shaking his head. "Just advise your friend to switch construction teams. That should suffice." Upon hearing this, Xiaolan's face fell, and she hesitated before saying, "Ningguo, could you possibly intervene directly? My friend is unwilling to change teams." Yi Ning regarded Xiaolan with a puzzled expression, struggling to comprehend the situation, that if her friend were merely an ordinary worker, there would be no reason to remain tied to a problematic construction team. Could it be an issue of unpaid wages? Chapter 154. Planning and deployment. With this thought in mind, Yi Ning replied, "No worries, if it pertains to unpaid wages, I can certainly enlist a lawyer to assist. given that labor contracts are now quite explicit, making it relatively straightforward to defend one's rights. Xiaolan took a moment to respond. Before finally revealing the truth to Yi Ning, it turned out that the user life is short was none other than her ex-boyfriend. Ren Yuan, he was a man Xiaolan had encountered early in her career. The son of the real estate magnate Ren Chuming. Contrary to being a mere bricklayer, Ren Yuan had maintained a low profile, valuing the welfare of the community and working his way up from the grassroots level without leveraging his family's influence. Presently, he had secured a position as a technician with a construction team that was handling projects owned by his family, making it impossible for him to leave. After absorbing Xiaolan's explanation, Yi Ning was momentarily stunned before asking, "What exactly do you need my help with?" He was no saint, and involving himself in matters of the supernatural could easily entangle him in karmic repercussions. Initially, he had no intention of intervening, but he was taken aback by Xiaolan's candidness and her lack of reticence regarding her awkward history with Ren Yuan. Xiaolan bit her lip and replied, "Ningguo, Ren Yuan was my only serious ex-boyfriend. Although our time together was brief, had it not been for family interference in his engagement, we might not have parted ways that I still have feelings for him. I simply wish to help him. You want me to assist you in pursuing love?" Yi Ning asked, scratching his head directly. That's one way to put it. Xiaolan lowered her gaze, unable to meet his eyes, and murmured, "Ningguo, I know you've always looked down on me that I admit I can be materialistic and seek shortcuts, but I just want the life I desire that I haven't stolen or harmed anyone. Is that wrong? I know I may not be worthy of you, but I still hope you can assist me just this once. If you do, I will be eternally grateful that if you refuse, consider this conversation forgotten." Yi Ning was taken aback that as Xiaolan had said. After spending so much time together, it was evident that she was indeed a pragmatic and realistic young woman, shaped by the harshness of society. Some individuals stubbornly cling to the belief that they are destined for greatness, while others accept their fate and lead ordinary lives. Then there were those like Xiaolan, who sought shortcuts, leveraging their youth and beauty as capital. Despite her limitations, Yi Ning felt no disdain for her, recognizing that she had not wronged anyone and was perceptive enough to see through many things. She was forthright in her dealings with him, unpretentious and sincere, in Yi Ning's heart. He had always regarded her on equal footing with Wang Ni and Wang Ying, perceiving their relationship as akin to that of employer and employee, or an elder brother to a younger sister. It was merely that Xiaolan had harbored insecurities and lingered on the fringes. After a moment of silence, Xiaolan finally spoke. "Ningguo, regardless of what happens, thank you for your care during this period. I am truly grateful. Please, let's pretend I never said anything tonight." With that, she opened the door, preparing to exit the vehicle. "Ningguo," Yi Ning finally interjected, "you've already faced failure once. Are you certain you wish to try again?" "Yes," Xiaolan replied resolutely, nodding her head. "I was too young and naive back then that if I have a second chance, I will not let it slip away." Observing her determination, Yi Ning felt a surge of mixed emotions, but ultimately nodded in agreement. "Very well, I shall assist you. However, remember this. At Huichintang, I, Yi Ning, will always be your unwavering support. You do not need anyone else. You are already part of a grand lineage." Yi Ning spoke calmly, knowing that even without revealing his identity as the prodigy Zheng Ning, his status as a physician under the esteemed Yi name would elevate Xiaolan standing beyond that of an ordinary nursing school graduate. Yet, every individual has their own aspirations, regardless of the choices Xiaolan made. Yi Ning chose to respect her decisions and was willing to lend a helping hand if possible. "Thank you," Xiaolan expressed sincerely, her eyes glistening with gratitude as she stepped out of the car. Upon returning home, after Zheng Huilan had retired for the night, Yi Ning disguised himself and ventured into the Wulong Villa district, arriving at Villa No. 1. In the backyard of Villa No. 1. A gentle breeze swirled, causing the foliage to sway softly. With the cultivation of the Qingfeng Ju and Taijiquan, Chen Shui had gained tremendous strength. Her martial prowess had significantly improved, even if she had yet to reach the master level. "Master," This time, Chen Shui had indeed noticed Yi Ning's arrival, causing him to pause in surprise. Master, this Taijikun combined with Qingfeng Zhu's truly formidable. Whenever I practice, I feel as though I can command every blade of grass and every tree within 100-meter radius. As if everything around me is at my beck and call. Chen Shui exclaimed excitedly, her eyes sparkling. White Yi Ning nodded in astonishment and replied with a smile, Indeed, indeed. You've made significant progress. Thank you for your praise. Master. Chen Shui responded playfully. Though she had yet to attain the master level, her combat capabilities were already comparable to that of a master. What would happen if she truly broke through? The thought ignited a fire within her heart. All right, continue your training, that I have matters to attend to, Yi Ning said before entering the villa, while Chen Shui resumed her practice. Upon returning to the villa, Yi Ning promptly called Li Haizi and the others. They rushed to Villa Number 1 within half an hour. In the main hall of the villa. Yi Ning occupied the principal seat, while Li Haizi and his companions gathered below. Starting tomorrow, I want all of you to gather ancient jade. Any ancient jade will suffice. The more, the better. Yi Ning advised that he originally intended to call Li Haizi to directly instruct him to take action. However, considering that the Black Dragon Society comprised more than just Li Haizi, and with his recent advancement to a preeminent state, he needed to prepare for an imminent expedition to Wulong Mountain to seize Qiao Huiyu's celestial domain and simultaneously reclaim the ferocious beasts lurking in the depths. Thus, Yi Ning ultimately decided to summon everyone for meticulous planning. Upon hearing Yi Ning's directive, Li Haizi, Hong Jie, and Shan Kaijun all nodded in agreement. Chapter 155. Yushui Homestead. Furthermore, in a few days, each of you should bring along 2 loyal subordinates and accompany me on a journey. The fewer, the better, for quality over quantity. Understood? The group exchanged glances, a sense of anticipation brewing as they pondered whether the young Master Jingning was about to make a significant move to Li Haizi. With excitement glimmering in his eyes, licked his lips and nodded eagerly, knowing that anything to pique Yi Ning's interest was bound to be extraordinary. The mere thought of it invigorated both Li Haizi and the nearby Mad Dog, while Hong Jie and the others felt a surge of energy as well. Master Zheng, what is the objective this time? Might you divulge a hint? Li Haizi inquired, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as he gazed at Yi Ning. Yi Ning furrowed his brow slightly, speaking calmly. The previous slaying of Qiao Huiyu was indeed a fortuitous occurrence. You should understand that this world is far more complex than it appears. True masters often remain hidden, living in an alternate realm. Among ordinary people, you are already exceptional, having secured your place in society. Assist me, and I shall ensure your safety. However, this time we are taking the initiative. If anyone among you feels content with the current life and wishes to avoid risk, you may withdraw now. That if you choose to embark on this adventure, you will tread upon a path fraught with the unknown, one that may even endanger your lives. The purpose of my gathering you here today is to offer you a choice. Those who wish to retreat may prepare to depart, while those inclined to proceed will have my full support. As for the destination, you will learn in due course. Upon hearing Yi Ning's words, the group exchanged glances. Hehe, Master Zheng. Rest assured, I, Li Haizi, will never falter. If you head east, I shall undoubtedly follow, Li Haizi declared with a grin, showing his unwavering resolve without further inquiry into Yi Ning's destination. Hong Jie and Shan Kaijun exchanged solemn looks, yet they too nodded earnestly. Only Hua Chongshan appeared contemplative before eventually bowing slightly. Chuckling dryly, Master Zheng, I apologize, but at my age, I have no desire for fame or fortune, that I merely wish to live a peaceful life. Rest assured, I will exert my utmost to assist you in sourcing ancient jade in the coming days. But I must abstain from participation thereafter. Very well. Yi Ning nodded, responding coolly, since that is the case, I do not wish to impose. You may all disperse. With that, the group began to disperse the following morning. After enjoying breakfast at home, Yi Ning set out in the morning. He and Xiaolan arranged to meet at the center of Yin City before heading to the banks of Yushui River in the eastern suburbs. The construction site in question was located there at the entrance of the Times shopping plaza in the city center. Xiaolan, dressed in a light blue long dress and wearing sunglasses, had been waiting for quite some time. Yi Ning arrived in a Land Rover, picked up Xiaolan, and they set off together. During the drive, Yi Ning inquired in detail about the construction site conditions. With Yi Ning's promise from the previous evening, Xiaolan had specifically contacted Ren Yuan to gather information. With the absence of Wang Xiaoni's playful interruptions, their communication proved to be highly efficient. The eastern suburbs of Yun City, adjacent to the urban area, have seen significant development in recent years. The indoor construction had taken shape, and the eastern suburbs were poised to become a new focus for development in Yun City. It must be said that Ren Yuan's father, Ren Chuming, as a real estate magnate in Yun City, displayed considerable foresight. Years ago, he had already identified future development trends and had acquired the rights to develop the eastern suburbs early on. A few years ago, he commenced the construction of a new conceptual apartment complex along the banks of Yushui River, named Yushui Rinjia. The complex boasted ample greenery and complete infrastructure, and due to its proximity to the river, it had attracted considerable attention from the residents of Yun City. However, at that time, the eastern suburbs had not yet been developed, making access to the city center cumbersome, requiring multiple bus transfers and over 40 minutes of travel time, which deterred many potential residents. Nonetheless, at the beginning of this year, Ren Chuming began planning the surrounding development of the eastern suburbs, intending to establish a commercial district and even outlining plans for a primary school and 2 kindergartens. Consequently, Yushui Rinjia's property became a hot topic once again. Just as construction commenced, property prices soared, and a frenzy ensued among the citizens of Yun City, with initial investments in Yushui Rinjia already recouping more than 50%. Once the commercial district was established, the profits from both Yushui Rinjia and the future commercial area would be incalculable. However, only a few months into the construction, obstacles arose. Initially, during the leveling of a small hill, local residents vehemently opposed the project. Ren Chuming opted to resolve the issue with financial compensation. As the saying goes, money can move mountains. Under Ren Chuming's financial influence, construction swiftly resumed. Yet bizarre occurrences soon followed. Workers began to fall ill, suffering from severe gastrointestinal distress, thus hindering progress. Subsequently, 3 dry wells were uncovered during excavation. As the dry wells emerged, the construction team became increasingly agitated, and tragic incidents ensued, leading to the constant turnover of the construction crew over several months without any significant progress. Even the collaborating company responsible for the project grew increasingly exasperated. Presently, it seemed Ren Yuan was the sole individual remaining steadfast at the construction site, as for the issue of unpaid wages. It was a convoluted situation. Ren Yuan was technically employed by a shell company named Seahai, which specialized in undertaking projects. However, his salary was disbursed by the construction teams with which he collaborated. Due to the frequent turnover of these teams, no crew remained long enough to complete a month's work, resulting in Ren Yuan enduring 6 months without pay while laboring at the site. The foreman breached the contract, not only failing to receive payment for the project, but also incurring penalties for Seahai's breach, leaving Ren Yuan and the workers without wages, rendering their efforts futile. When Yi Ning and Xiao Lan arrived at the construction site, the workers were either lounging in the boardroom or engaging in idle chatter over beers, lacking motivation and merely passing the time. At the front of the site, a young man with sun-kissed skin, wearing a meticulously clean white shirt, dress pants, and black leather shoes, sat glumly smoking a cigarette, waiting. This man was Ren Yuan. Had Yi Ning not known Ren Yuan's identity in advance, he would have surely mistaken him for an ordinary undergraduate, freshly embarked on his career. After parking the Land Rover, Yi Ning and Xiao Lan disembarked. Upon spotting Xiao Lan, Ren Yuan's eyes brightened noticeably, and he promptly extinguished his cigarette and approached. Xiao Lan, Ren Yuan exclaimed with a gleam in his eyes, but upon noticing Yi Ning stepping out from the driver's seat, he hesitated, cautiously inquiring. And this gentleman is... Chapter 156. Heading to the scene Yuan. This is the Master Yi I mentioned to you before. With his intervention, the issues at your construction site are sure to be resolved. Xiao Lan hurriedly introduced. Master Yi, upon hearing Xiao Lan's introduction, Ren Yuan visibly relaxed, though some confusion lingered in his gaze as he politely extended his hand to shake Yi Ning's. Master Yi, we have had numerous masters visit before. Yet each returned empty-handed. This area is quite peculiar. It is no joke. Ren Yuan remarked, unable to suppress his concern. Yes, I am aware. Please take me inside to have a look. Yi Ning responded with a faint smile. Ren Yuan nodded, leading Yi Ning into the construction site. Inside, yellow talismans were scattered everywhere, and numerous places bore vermilion seals, their vivid red strokes creating a startling visual that, as the saying goes, outsiders watch for excitement. While insiders discern the intricacies that Yi Ning walked through the site, he observed that the yellow talismans and vermilion seals were mostly amateurish scribbles, devoid of any genuine efficacy. That it seemed that many charlatans had attempted to swindle money here, only to meet with failure. As they ventured deeper into the site, a talisman held by a worker caught Yi Ning's attention. With his current cultivation, he could discern, with a mere glance, that the talisman possessed a faint aura of spiritual energy. Undoubtedly crafted by a skilled practitioner, Yi Ning paused, turning to Ren Yuan and inquiring, where did those talismans in the hands of the workers come from? Oh, those were drawn by Huang Banzian. Ren Yuan replied eagerly. Each of us is one. As he spoke, he produced a talisman from his pocket and handed it to Yi Ning. Yi Ning examined it for a moment, nodding slightly as he remarked, this talisman holds some merit. Yet one who claims to be a semi-immortal with such craftsmanship. Yi Ning chuckled, shaking his head in mild disdain as he returned the talisman to Ren Yuan. Master Yi, Huang Banzian, is the newly appointed foreman who brought in the master. If it weren't for Huang Daxian agreeing to intervene earlier, this construction site would have been abandoned. Huang Daxian is also the only master who has stayed here for over a week. And since his arrival and the acquisition of this talisman, the safety of the workers has been assured, with hardly any incidents occurring. Ren Yuan chuckled awkwardly. At first, he was entirely skeptical of these so-called street sorcerers. But after experiencing so many bizarre events, he couldn't help but believe a little. Thus, Master Yi, I advise you to tread carefully. In conclusion, he couldn't help but remind Yi Ning, feeling somewhat disgruntled with his attitude. He also kindly pointed out that Huang Banzian holds immense respect at the construction site. According to Huang Banzian, in another month or so, once he has sealed off all the malevolent energies at the site, work can resume. This promise only bolstered Huang Banzian's prestige to Yi Ning, however, merely nodded dismissively to at this moment. He had already grasped the situation. This so-called Huang Banzian was likely in a precarious position himself, that if he could resolve this, the troubles would have been alleviated within 3 days. But having lingered for over a week, he seemed to have little confidence left that as they advanced further, they reached the first dry well from a distance. Yi Ning spotted a crowd of workers gathered around a tall altar where a frail old man in a bright yellow Taoist robe sat, seemingly in deep meditation, chanting softly. Ren Yuan, who are these two? Before the trio could approach, a stout man furrowed his brow and glared, speaking in a deep voice. What a lack of decorum. Do you think anyone can just waltz into a construction site? Ren Yuan, don't think that just because we halted work, you can act recklessly. Do you think this place is open for casual visits? Zhao Gong, I apologize. Ren Yuan quickly nodded in apology. His expression filled with guilt. Yi Ning frowned slightly, feeling displeased. He was the master invited to resolve the issues, yet Ren Yuan clearly did not regard him as such. After being reprimanded, he offered no explanation and lacked the courage to reveal Yi Ning's identity, instead opting for a mere apology to hastily usher them away. This is Master Yi, the expert I brought in to address your construction site's problems. Xiaolan also frowned, feeling discontent with Ren Yuan's attitude, and interjected, Oh, Master Yi, The foreman grinned upon hearing this. Boys, did you hear that? This kid is a master brought in by someone. Rin Yuan, where did you find this master? He is not just a street vendor selling medicines. Is he? Haha. The surrounding workers burst into laughter, viewing Rin Yuan and his companions as a source of amusement. Rin Yuan's face flushed with embarrassment, wishing he could find a hole to hide in. Last night, when Xiao Lan had suddenly contacted him, claiming she had found a master who might resolve the construction issues, he had not taken it seriously that he had only agreed to meet out of a lingering sentiment for Xiao Lan. To his surprise, upon meeting this so-called master, not only did he appear lacking in any notable abilities, but his casual attire made him seem utterly unconvincing. At this moment, the Grandmaster Huang finally opened his eyes, casting a cold glance toward Yi Ning, snorting disdainfully before leaping down with grace. What? Do you not trust me, and now brought someone else for assistance? Huang Daxian scoffed, his tone icy to no. Master Huang, please do not misunderstand. I hold you in the highest regard. I know nothing of this so-called master. He was merely brought in by a subordinate technician, and it's all been a chaotic mess. Rest assured, I will have them leave immediately. Zhao Gang quickly responded, looking anxious. Hearing this, Huang Daxian's expression softened slightly. He glanced dismissively at Yi Ning, his brows knitting together. The art of fortune-telling relies heavily on the ability to read energies, and although Huang Daxian possessed some skill, he could not discern anything about Yi Ning, which piqued his curiosity. Boy, are you the so-called master they speak of? Yi Ning replied with a faint smile. I possess some knowledge, but to claim the title of half-immortal is rather presumptuous. I advise you to withdraw immediately. The consequences here are beyond your capacity to resolve that if you disregard my warning, you shall not survive 3 days, you insolent brat. How dare you speak disrespectfully to Master Huang? What are you even worth to utter such words? Get out, or I'll make you regret it. Before Huang Daxian could respond, the surrounding workers began to turn against Yi Ning, and even Zhao Gang's gaze grew hostile. Chapter 157. The Earth Dragon turns over in an instant. Yi Ning and Xiao Lan found themselves the targets of hostility. Rin Yuan's expression shifted, while Xiao Lan grew anxious. The workers around them were all burly, their arms dark and muscular, now glaring at the three of them with a menacing intensity. Any ordinary person would feel a chill in their heart at such a scene. Yet Yi Ning remained calm, his gaze fixed on Huang Daxian. Meanwhile, the so-called Huang Banzian chuckled coldly, mocking, a mere child dares to make such bold claims. You are truly ignorant and fearless. Disappointed, Yi Ning shook his head. Huang Daxian had become entangled in the local energies, and if he did not sever those ties promptly, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Now, however, he refused to heed advice and instead retorted with arrogance. Such a person, if they were to perish, would be of no concern. As the workers spoke, they moved to encircle Yi Ning and his companions. Zhao Gang sneered, addressing Yi Ning, brat, apologize to Master Huang immediately, or you won't leave here today. Yi Ning nearly laughed at the audacity of these simpletons attempting to intimidate him. However, he chose silence, turning his gaze toward Rin Yuan at this moment. Xiao Lan stood beside Rin Yuan, pleading softly, Yuan, Ninggu is my friend. He truly has abilities. Please, step up and help him, that I brought him here to genuinely assist you with the construction issues. Help? Zhao Gang erupted in laughter, as if hearing the funniest joke. Damn it, a freshly graduated technician, a weakling can help him. I think you two are more likely to be the ones in trouble. Ha! The laughter of the surrounding workers boomed. Rin Yuan frowned as he met Yi Ning's eyes, especially noticing Yi Ning's calm demeanor in the face of hostility. It seemed he finally understood something. Clearly, Xiao Lan and this so-called Ninggu, Master Yi, shared a significant bond. Yi Ning must be aware of his true identity, which explained his confidence. Thus, Rin Yuan scoffed coldly, placing a hand on Xiao Lan's shoulder, addressing the workers. I apologize, everyone. I admit my fault today. These two are my friends, merely curious about the rumors of hauntings at the construction site. Since they have offended Master Huang, boy, you should apologize. Yi Ning's brow furrowed even deeper, scoffing and shaking his head. Lamenting. How utterly pathetic. You little brat, what did you say? Ren Yuan exploded with rage, glaring at Yi Ning, his body trembling with anger. But Yi Ning merely smirked, shaking his head that he had been introduced by Xiaolon. And Ren Yuan was the scion of the Ren group. If he truly valued Xiaolon, he would have disregarded reason and stood up to defend Yi Ning, turning the tide. However, Yi Ning had overestimated Ren Yuan. Brat, stop pretending to be tough. Apologize immediately and leave. Today, you might just walk away unscathed. Otherwise, my friends here are all rough types. If it comes to blows, I can't say how many hits your delicate arms and legs can withstand. Zhao Gang sneered, exuding confidence. With Ren Yuan and Xiaolon stepping back, it was clear they had thrown Yi Ning under the bus, that he was unconcerned about dealing with all three of them. But Ren Yuan was a technician sent by the higher-ups, and he didn't want things to escalate too far. Nevertheless, he felt completely unburdened. Several workers began rolling up their sleeves, grinning maliciously as they slowly approached Yi Ning. Ren Yuan continued to smirk, his icy glare fixed on Yi Ning, stating coldly, "Humphy, I advise you to apologize. Out of respect for Xiaolon, I won't let them make things too difficult for you. Otherwise, Ninggu, you should just apologize." Finally, in a moment of desperation, Xiaolon began to persuade Yi Ning. Yet Yi Ning remained calm, shaking his head and sighing. "Enough, enough. Xiaolon, you asked me for help once, and I have come. However, as you can see, it is not that I am unwilling to help. It is that these people are unworthy," Yi Ning stated calmly. "Ninggu, what time is it now?" In a state of panic, Xiaolon began to cry. If Yi Ning did not back down today and truly got beaten, she had no idea how she would face him afterward. As Yi Ning's words fell, a few burly workers laughed mockingly. "Ha ha, brat. You're really not afraid of crying until it's too late." Among the crowd, several troublemakers stepped forward, eager to teach Yi Ning a lesson. However, as they approached, Yi Ning raised his foot and stomped the ground, causing the earth to tremble violently for an instant. The few men who had advanced stumbled, feeling an immense wave of energy surge towards them, which sent them flying backwards. The workers, witnessing this spectacle, were left dumbfounded. What kind of sorcery was this? Could a mere human possess such power? With a gentle stomp of his foot, he had directly sent 5 burly men flying. "Those who obstruct me shall perish." Yi Ning's calm voice resonated as he slowly stepped out of the crowd. The workers exchanged glances, none daring to step forward again. The foreman, Zhao Gang, along with Xiaolon and Ren Yuan, stood frozen in place. Zhao Gang finally regained his senses and immediately turned his gaze towards Master Huang, his heart racing as he asked, "Master Huang, what was that just now? What kind of extraordinary feat was that?" "The Earth Dragon turns," Master Huang exclaimed, finally snapping out of his astonishment. Without further ado, he transformed into a fleeting shadow and charged towards Yi Ning, shouting, "Esteemed one, please hold. The Earth Dragon turns, as recorded in the Compendium of Arcane Arts, is a form of advanced magic. Just now, Yi Ning's effortless stomp had merely affected a radius of several meters. If it were truly a master-level Earth Dragon turns, it could easily topple all the workers on the construction site. The so-called Taoist arts are, in essence, means of communicating with the heavens and earth. The Earth Dragon turns directly harnesses the power of the earth, profound and unfathomable. What Yi Ning had just demonstrated, Master Huang could also achieve, but only after a lengthy and meticulous preparation involving purification and the use of talismans, with a success rate of less than 30%. Yet, with just a light stomp, Yi Ning had exhibited such divine strength. While others might be oblivious, Master Huang recognized at a glance that Yi Ning was undoubtedly a remarkable figure, an extraordinary master among masters. "Esteemed one, please wait." Master Huang hastily approached, but Yi Ning frowned and turned back. "What is it?" In the next moment, to everyone's astonishment, Master Huang actually knelt before Yi Ning, exclaiming, "I humbly apologize for my earlier offenses. I implore you, Esteemed one, do not hold it against me. Master Huang knelt on the ground, gazing up at Yi Ning with a pleading expression. This place is perilous. Remaining here will eventually lead to disaster, that I beseech you. Esteemed one, to lend your hand and help resolve this situation. Disaster. Yi Ning scoffed. It is you who have demolished another's home, yet you still harbor the audacity to attempt to erase all traces of it with a petty formation. There is a moral code for humans and a way for spirits. You have overstepped your bounds. I advise you to cease your actions immediately for a glimmer of hope, lest you inadvertently seal your own fate and become the first casualty. Upon hearing Yi Ning's words, the once proud Master Huang felt a chill run down his spine. Zhao Gang and the others were equally dumbstruck. The usually arrogant Master Huang was now kneeling. Could it be that this young man truly possessed such extraordinary abilities? Recalling how Yi Ning had effortlessly repelled everyone with a mere stomp, Zhao Gang suddenly understood. Master Huang, what are you saying? This kid, no matter how capable, cannot possibly be your equal. Don't be deceived, Zhao Gang exclaimed hurriedly. Master Huang, however, snorted disdainfully and replied solemnly, Do you think I am blind? The Earth Dragon turns is a technique that can be summoned with a mere gesture. You are truly blind to the truth. This is a genuine master. Just moments ago, the master himself declared that he could not meddle in the affairs here. Gentlemen, I fear I am powerless, facing Zhao Gang and the others. Master Huang's demeanor shifted entirely, shedding any trace of the flattery he had shown Yi Ning. Zhao Gang and his companions were left in shock. Master Huang was their last hope. They never expected this young man would not only be a master, but could also make Master Huang abandon them with a single word. Ningguo, I'm sorry. I was wrong earlier. Could you help Ai Yuan? Just consider it a favor for me. Xiao Lan spoke urgently. Ren Yuan stepped forward as well, earnestly saying, I apologize, Master Yi. I was blind to your abilities. I implore you to assist me in resolving the issues at this construction site. Yi Ning furrowed his brows, pondering for a moment before letting out a sigh and saying, Since I have already agreed, I shall take action. You are the best, Ningguo. Xiao Lan's face instantly lit up with gratitude as she bowed towards Yi Ning, that why Yi Ning pursed his lips and remained silent, while the other workers quieted down. Their gazes towards Yi Ning filled with complexity, that why Yi Ning was indeed a figure to be revered, even by Master Huang. It seemed the matter at the construction site was finally coming to a resolution. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, a white Mercedes slowly approached from a distance. The car stopped before the crowd, and as the door opened, a middle-aged man with a square face, a beautiful woman, and an elderly man in traditional attire stepped out. Dad, why are you here? Ren Yuan exclaimed, his face filled with shock as he hurriedly stepped forward and spoke in a hushed tone. Humph. The middle-aged man coldly snorted, his voice somber. Why am I here? Do you have the audacity to question me? I do not oppose your independence, but how could you come to such a dangerous place in Dongjiao and stay here for months without a word? If it weren't for Aunt Shun informing me of the situation here, I would still be unaware of your presence. The workers exchanged glances. This middle-aged man was none other than Ren Shuming, a real estate magnate in Yunqing. These hardened laborers who spent their days amidst steel and concrete had only seen him on television. Ren Yuan was actually the son of Ren Shuming. Zhao Gang's expression had turned extremely grim. He had often belittled Ren Yuan in the past, and just moments ago had spoken derisively. Aunt Shun. Ren Yuan managed a sheepish smile as he greeted the beautiful woman beside Ren Shuming. Ren Shuming, in his 50s, was still in his prime. The woman beside him, though dressed maturely, appeared to be no more than 30, perhaps around 23 or 24, not much older than Ren Yuan. Yet, due to age hierarchy, Ren Yuan had to address her as Aunt. Oh, Xiao Yuan, your father is indeed quite concerned about you. You can act however you please, but do not gamble with your life. How could you come to such a dangerous place without notifying anyone? It is simply outrageous. The beautiful woman wore a gentle smile as she admonished Ren Yuan. He lowered his head, not daring to utter a word. At that moment, the beautiful woman's gaze fell upon Xiaolon behind Ren Yuan, and her brows furrowed slightly as she smiled and said, Xiaolon, what are you doing here? I thought you had already broken up last time. What is the matter? Are you short on money? Aunt Shin, please don't say that. Xiaolon, what about her? The woman's previously smiling demeanor darkened immediately as she coldly retorted, Xiao Yuan, I don't care what you do with girls, but just make sure it's casual. Dante, take it seriously. Do you think I gave this little vixen 100,000 so she would willingly break up with you? If you don't believe me, let this little vixen speak for herself. Ren Yuan turned in shock to look at Xiaolon, his eyes filled with disbelief. Yuan, let me explain. I truly needed that money back then. Xiaolon exclaimed in a panic. But I still love you. I can pay you back. Please give me a chance. I just want to be with you. Tears streamed down Xiaolan's face. Well, how affectionate you are calling him my Yuan. The woman sneered, her tone dripping with sarcasm. What a true love. What a repayment. You should be thankful if you managed to marry into our family. You're dreaming. I've told you before, Xiao Yuan is already betrothed. Keep your distance from him. Now that you've taken the money, you still dare to cause trouble. How shameless. The woman's disdainful gaze bore into Xiaolon. Xiaolon, did you really take the money? Ren Yuan asked, his voice trembling. Upon seeing Ren Yuan's shocked expression, Xiaolan's face turned as pale as a sheet. Yuan, please let me explain. I can tell you everything. I have my reasons. Xiaolon sobbed uncontrollably. Enough, since you've already broken up. Just leave. If it's over, let it be completely over. Finally, Ren Yuan's gaze hardened as he spoke calmly. Master, the situation seems rather dire. Huang Master, who had been standing behind Yi Ning, couldn't help but murmur softly. Yi Ning remained silent. Since their first encounter, it had been some time, and Xiaolon indeed appeared genuine in her feelings for Ren Yuan. Yet it was clear that Ren Yuan was Ren Shuming's only son, destined to inherit his father's empire. This was an objective reality. While Xiaolon was truly outstanding in both figure and appearance, she was merely a Cinderella, and given the woman's remarks, anyone would think she had ulterior motives. However, seeing Xiaolon weep so sorrowfully and helplessly was a first for Yi Ning. Ren Shuming offered a faint smile to Xiaolon as he produced his business card and handed it to her with a hint of mischief in his voice. However, since you are a friend of Xia Yuan, should you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to call me. I shall lend a helping hand wherever I can. The woman, witnessing this, changed her expression, for she was acutely aware that Xiaolon, despite her sharp tongue, had similarly ascended through cunning. Now, she had even become Ren Yuan's stepmother. The significance of Ren Shuming's gaze and gestures was unmistakable. It was evident that he held an interest in Xiaolon. Yet, despite her inner discontent, the woman dared not speak against Ren Shuming, resembling a timid quail, merely casting a fierce glare at Xiaolon while internally cursing, Vixen, uncle, that's unnecessary. Xiaolon was all too familiar with such theatrics. A self-deprecating smile crept upon her lips as she subtly shook her head, resolutely refusing the card. Finally, she seemed to have made a decision, lifting her gaze to Ren Shuming and Ren Yuan, and spoke, Yuan, the truth is, I am not here to rekindle our relationship, that I merely came to check on you, since I noticed there was an issue with your family's project and I was concerned for your safety. Hence I asked Ninggu to assist. Rest assured, even post-breakup, I believe we can still be friends, and I will certainly help with this matter. As Xiaolon spoke, her gaze turned towards Yi Ning. Yi Ning frowned, and before he could voice his thoughts, the woman sneered coldly. Help? What assistance could you possibly provide? When has the Ren family ever required your aid? You little wretch, how laughable. Ren Shuming raised an eyebrow slightly, his gaze appraising Yi Ning. Master Huang, with his hands clasped behind his back, snickered, finding the entire situation amusing. That Yi Ning was indeed a true recluse, a genuine master, and yet the Ren family remained oblivious to his worth. However, since Yi Ning did not speak up, he too had no intention of stepping in. After all, offending a true master would not bode well. Master Huang remained silent, but the foreman Zhao Gang seized the moment. Scurrying over with a beaming smile to address Ren Shuming, "Mr. Run, allow me to introduce this young gentleman. He is a friend of this young lady and a true expert, specifically brought in to assess the issues at our construction site. As you know, our site has faced frequent trouble since the beginning of the year, and it even made the news recently that we are all quite anxious and hesitant to proceed. Assessing the site? He must surely be some sort of expert then. However, I must say he does not appear particularly impressive." The woman scoffed, ready to continue her tirade, but Ren Shuming interjected sharply. Silence, startled, the woman blinked, her expression one of indignation as she retorted, "Shuming, he is just a wet-behind-the-ears kid." Slap. Before she could finish, Ren Shuming had delivered a resounding slap across her face. When he turned back to Yi Ning, his expression was now adorned with a smile as he exclaimed, "Ah, it is indeed Dr. Yi. I happen to be a sponsor at the recent medical exchange conference, and during the banquet, I heard your esteemed name. Unfortunately, you were unable to attend, and it was only later that I viewed the recordings and realized how youthful you are. I truly did not expect to meet someone so accomplished, not only in medicine, but also in the arts of Tao. My sincere apologies for my earlier oversight." Yi Ning frowned and replied coolly, "I merely possess a rudimentary understanding." Ren Shuming forced a smile, his outstretched hand hovering awkwardly in the air, intending to shake Yi Ning's hand, yet Yi Ning showed no inclination to reciprocate, entirely disregarding the gesture. Casting a glance at Xiaolan, who had positioned herself behind Yi Ning, Ren Shuming couldn't help but chuckle bitterly in his heart. After all, Yi Ning was invited by Xiaolan, and their relationship was evident. He had not spoken up to defend Xiaolan when the woman insulted her, so it was only natural that Yi Ning would not extend him any courtesy now, especially considering beauty brings disaster, and indulgence leads to folly. Ren Shuming mused internally, reflecting on how he greeted the esteemed Su Hechuan with utmost respect and courtesy, for at Su's level of medical expertise, he no longer sought wealth or fame. The ability to perform miraculous healing attracted the attention of countless powerful figures eager to curry favor. It was for this reason that Ren Shuming had mustered the audacity to participate in the banquet following the medical exchange conference. Having learned of Yi Ning's talents through Su Hechuan, leading to the current predicament. Yet he never anticipated that the young prodigy, revered as a reincarnation of Hua Tuo, would be offended by him on their first encounter. Cough, cough. The elderly man in traditional attire, who had been standing behind Ren Shuming, could no longer contain himself, clearing his throat twice before speaking slowly. "Mr. Ren, you invited me here to assess the feng shui and resolve issues at the construction site. Do you still require my assistance? Even if there is no retainer, I shall not refund my fees." "Ah, ha. Ren Shuming immediately smiled and said to the elderly man, "Old Zhong, allow me to introduce you. This is our city's esteemed healer, Dr. Yi Ning. Dr. Yi. This is Old Zhong, a master I brought in from the Magic City. Since you are both practitioners in the same field, you surely have much to discuss." The East Suburb construction site is indeed quite peculiar. The more, the merrier. Not necessarily. Old Zhong interrupted Ren Shuming, casting a dismissive glance at Yi Ning, and sneered, "Mr. Run, as a businessman of your stature, you should understand the principle of not involving multiple parties in a single matter. If you still require my services, then this young man must leave. If you wish for him to try his hand, then I shall take my leave. I have many other matters to attend to." Ren Shuming clearly wished to avoid offending either party, yet Old Zhong offered him no chance, bluntly cutting him off and showing disdain for Yi Ning. How blind! At that moment, Master Huang could no longer restrain himself and scoffed audibly. Old Zhong glanced at Master Huang with disdain and remarked, "The talismans in their possession were drawn by you, weren't they? Merely a trivial endeavor. And that little Tianyuan formation over there is also your handiwork, I presume? Utterly overreaching. This place is a site of great misfortune, with 7 evils converging. The ominous clouds refuse to disperse, That meager Tian Yuan formation is nothing but a path to self-destruction. You should depart quickly before you embarrass yourself." Master Huang's face flushed with indignation, but he found himself at a loss for words, for old Zhong indeed possessed considerable skill, far beyond his capabilities. Consequently, he shrank back, glancing at Yi Ning in hopes that he would demonstrate his prowess and put the arrogant man in his place. However, Yi Ning showed no inclination to speak, merely turning his gaze to Ren Chuming, awaiting his response. Chapter 160. A sudden clarity as Ren Chuming hesitated, witnessing old Zhong dismantle Master Huang's assertions, leaving him speechless. Yi Ning remained passive, prompting only an awkward chuckle from Ren Chuming. Dr. Yi, wisdom has its order, and every craft has its expert. Old Zhong is indeed a specialist in this field. Ren Chuming glanced at Yi Ning with a hint of embarrassment. Admitting so, does this mean you no longer require my assistance? Yi Ning maintained his impassive expression and directly inquired, "Is that so?" "Yes, I deeply apologize for any offense." Ren Chuming quickly replied, his tone now exceedingly respectful. Yi Ning simply nodded slightly, turning to glance at Xiaolan, who had lowered her head in shame, tears streaming down her cheeks. With a sigh, Yi Ning did not leave immediately, but instead stated, "Before I depart, there is one more matter. Dr. Yi, please go ahead." Ren Chuming promptly responded to why Yi Ning fixed his gaze on the woman who had just insulted Xiaolan, declaring, 100,000 yuan. "I want it returned to you, and you must apologize to her immediately." "On what grounds?" The woman nearly shrieked, her eyes wide in disbelief as she stared at Yi Ning. Xiaolan also raised her head in shock, astonished by Yi Ning's boldness. "Simply because she is an employee of my Chuntang, and as its owner, I demand an apology for the insult you directed towards her." Yi Ning's words were resolute as he dialed Wang, who to prepare 100,000 cash to be delivered to the east suburb construction site. "Dirty Yi, an apology is warranted, but the money is unnecessary, truly unnecessary. Since this young lady is your employee, you need not say 100,000. Even 200 or 300,000 would be trivial. Should you face any difficulties, do not hesitate to ask." Ren Chuming interjected hurriedly with a smile that Yi Ning, however, retorted with a cold laugh. "Mr. Ren, I cannot tolerate injustice. Matters must be resolved clearly, and some issues should be settled without ambiguity." Indeed, indeed. Dr. Yi speaks wisely." Ren Chuming chuckled awkwardly, casting a fierce glare at the woman as he commanded, "Apologize to the young lady." The woman shivered under Ren Chuming's glare, her eyes reddening with indignation, yet she complied and bowed her head to Xiaolan, murmuring, "I'm sorry. I spoke without thinking earlier. That IT was my fault." Xiaolan sniffled, finally raising her head with a relieved smile, gazing at the woman before her, who now appeared meek and hesitant. "You were right. In the past, I was indeed very materialistic and pragmatic, sometimes so much so that I felt unreal, forgetting about love and losing the courage to face my true self." Xiaolan smiled and continued, "You need not apologize to me, but I will not be like that in the future. I will embrace my true self." With those words, Xiaolan let out a long breath, her entire demeanor relaxing, and her smile brightening considerably, reflecting the radiant joy that a girl of her age ought to possess. "Ninggu, let us go." Xiaolan, with a sudden burst of spontaneity, entwined her arm with Yi Ning's, pulling him along as they departed together. Yi Ning, momentarily taken aback by Xiaolan's transformation, soon broke into a knowing smile. After all, it was a positive change, and he willingly followed her out. Ren Yuan, who had retreated to a corner, smoking and lost in his own melancholic thoughts, was momentarily mesmerized by the sight of Xiaolan. She had changed, yet reverted back to her original self, the innocent and carefree little girl who, upon their first encounter, stood behind the luxury goods counter, too shy to meet his gaze. Her cheeks flushed as she recited the selling points of the limited edition LV handbag, ultimately leaving her flustered after he playfully teased her. In an instant, memories flooded back and Ren Yuan's eyes grew misty. Yet, as he gazed at Xiaolan standing beside Yi Ning, Radiant with a bright smile, he found himself lacking the courage to approach her and reclaim what he had lost. It was I who had intruded upon your life, offering you promises and a future. Yet here I am, so weak that I ask this fate. Perhaps I am unworthy of someone like you. He suppressed the tears threatening to fall, tightly gripping the cigarette, but the pain in his palm providing him with a slight reprieve. Once back in the Range Rover, Xiaolon took the passenger's seat. Ninggu, I'm hungry. Can you take me to eat something? I want meat, she exclaimed joyfully, her eyes sparkling with clarity and devoid of any ulterior motives. Ha, sure. I'll find a self-service barbecue place where we can eat our fill. Yining replied with an exuberant smile. His mood evidently lifted that as they bantered. The back door of the Range Rover swung open, and Master Huang squeezed in, grinning widely to reveal a set of yellowed teeth. That self-service barbecue, doesn't he have any decent drinks? He declared, Master, I know a fantastic barbecue place that has exquisite wine. Shall we change locations? Yining and Xiaolon were momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances at the overly familiar Master Huang, who treated them as if they were old friends. I say, Huang. What Huang? We don't seem to know each other well. Yining retorted, pouting that I want to eat self-service barbecue, so what? I don't need you to pay for me. Get out of the car. Don't you be like that. Master Huang exclaimed, suddenly anxious, casting a cautious look at Yining. Master, you are my savior. If you hadn't revealed the truth, I might have met my end in this cursed place. Please grant me a chance to express my gratitude. Self-service will do. Just let me sit quietly beside you. I promise not to disturb you too. Your self-service treat is too cheap. Xiaolon pouted, scrutinizing Master Huang before turning to Yining with a mischievous smile. Ninggu, let us go to Huanglong Road. The barbecue there is absolutely delicious, albeit quite pricey. All right. Yining nodded, not wishing to dampen her spirits. Even glancing back at the grinning Master Huang in the back seat. Since you want to treat us, you don't mind if we invite a few more people, do you? Not at all. Of course I don't mind, he replied eagerly. Thus, Yining picked up his phone and called Wang Yan'ai, asking her to bring Wang Ying along, that he also took a moment to call his mother. Zheng Huilan, and was just about to dial Wang Hu when he spotted a taxi pulling up to the curb. Wang Hu hurriedly exited, clutching a black plastic bag, and rushing towards them. Wang Hu, go. What is the hurry? You're sweating profusely, Xiaolon inquired, lowering the car window with a smile. Da-da. Xiaolon, where is Yining? Wang Hu asked hastily. Right here, Yining called out, poking his head out from the driver's seat. It suddenly dawned on him that he had asked Wang Hu to bring money to the eastern suburbs, and he questioned suspiciously. Wang Hu, I only asked you to bring the money. Why are you in such a rush? Did a dog chase you? Upon seeing the two of them, Wang Hu finally exhaled in relief, collapsing onto the ground, panting as he pointed an accusing finger at Yining. Why Yining? You heartless wretch. What is wrong with me? Yining replied, utterly bewildered. What is wrong? You still have the nerve to ask me that. Wang Hu huffed angrily, tossing the black plastic bag at Yining. Take a good look. What is the meaning of this? Did you ever think to mention anything? You just asked me to bring 100,000 in cash, and I thought you guys were being kidnapped. You scared me half to death. Wang Hu fumed. Breathless, Yining and Xiaolon burst into laughter, while Master Huang behind them chuckled as well. Kidnapping Yining? He was truly a man of extraordinary skill, with just a stamp of his foot. He could summon earth-shaking powers. Who could possibly have the audacity to kidnap him? That would be akin to courting death. All right, it's nothing serious that I just owed them a bit of money, and now you've paid it back. Just hand the cash to someone named Ren Yuan. He knows what to do. Yining chuckled. We'll wait for you in the car. Then we'll take you out for a feast. All right, as long as everyone is safe, Wang Hu mumbled, scampering off to the construction site. Before long, he returned with the others, and the four of them piled into the car, heading straight for Huanglong Road. Along the way, Wang Hu proved to be quite the chatterbox, engaging Master Huang in lively conversation, especially after learning that Master Huang was a fortune teller. As they turned the corner, Yining suddenly turned to Master Huang and instructed. Master Huang, Please keep your mouth shut. Don't let today's events be known. Master Huang immediately nodded seriously, while Wang Hu looked on, puzzled, unsure of what Yi Ning was referring to. However, Master Huang cautiously inquired, "Master, may I ask something now?" Yi Ning, exasperated, replied, "You can drop the master title. My surname is Yi. Just call me Yi Doctor like the others do. If you have anything to ask, now is your chance." Master Huang grinned, saying, "Yi Master, you must have seen that my life hangs by a thread. To be honest, my master once told me that I would face a significant obstacle at 60, but I have no idea how to navigate through it. I originally intended to exploit that place of calamity to resolve my accumulated karma, but it seems I have overestimated my capabilities." Master Huang's smile faded, replaced by a bitter expression. Yi Ning glanced at him with indifference and replied, "You have unraveled too many secrets in your lifetime. This is merely divine retribution that I'll draw a talisman for you later. Keep it safe, and you'll be fine for a few years." "Ha ha! Yi Master is indeed a gifted individual." Master Huang's eyes lit up. Divine retribution. His master had perished young due to divine retribution, and many Taoists from Longhu Mountain had suffered greatly because of it. Yet, in Yi Ning's words, it seemed trivial. He could even draw a talisman of such caliber. Had he not been on the verge of death, Master Huang would never have sought out such a talisman. One that wasn't even recorded in the Taoist scriptures of Longhu Mountain. "Yi Ning, you understand fortune-telling?" Wang Hu exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief, as if he were meeting Yi Ning for the first time. Yi Ning shook his head, speechless. "Just don't mention this to my mom. Don't let her worry." "Understood. Understood." Wang Hu nodded earnestly, already pondering how he might ask Yi Ning for a reading, especially concerning Wang and I. Master Huang's demeanor brightened once more, as if rejuvenated by the prospect of meeting Yi Ning. As they rounded the corner, Zheng Huilan and Wang and I were already waiting at the entrance of the Huanglong Road barbecue restaurant. Master Huang couldn't help but tug at Yi Ning's sleeve again. Yi Ning turned around, exasperated, asking, "What is it now?" "Yi Doctor, I'm just worried I might burst with curiosity. Could you clarify what is going on at that construction site in the eastern suburbs? Is that person named Zhong reliable?" Master Huang whispered. Xiao Lan and Wang Hu leaned in, their expressions filled with intrigue. The eastern suburbs construction site had been rife with strange occurrences since its inception this year, even making the news, and many were aware of the situation. Yi Ning sighed and explained, "What that old man said holds some truth. It is indeed a convergence of calamities. Below, there are not just 3 dry wells that have been unearthed, but likely 7. It's a gathering of 7 sinister gates. However, beneath those 7 gates lies a tomb. If all 7 gates were to manifest, that old man Zhong might have some tricks up his sleeve. But combined with the tomb below, it becomes a different story altogether. Moreover, I sense he is already overwhelmed by negative energy. He may encounter considerable trouble, perhaps even lose his life." Upon hearing Yi Ning's explanation, Master Huang felt a chill run down his spine, but he was merely an amateur Taoist, having been abandoned in the mountains as a child due to his family's poverty. Raised by Taoists, he learned the ways of the Tao until he was 18. When his master deemed him too distracted by worldly desires to achieve greatness and sent him down the mountain. Over the years, he had gained some notoriety with his limited skills at the eastern suburbs construction site. He had exhausted all his means dealing with just 3 gates. If 7 were to emerge, the thought sent a shiver down his spine. Wang Hu's face was equally astonished, muttering, "Is it really that ominous?" "Yi Ning, can you resolve the issues with those gates and the tomb?" Upon hearing these words, Xiaolan also turned her gaze towards Yi Ning, her expression tinged with concern. "Mom, you all arrived so early." However, Yi Ning chose not to respond to Wang Hu's inquiry and directly approached Wang and I and Zheng Huilan. "Since you're treating us, I naturally had to come early. Is there some grand occasion today that we're dining at such an exquisite place?" Zheng Huilan wore a smile, her words imbued with a newfound youthful vigor, evidently influenced by her association with the spirited Wang and I. Wang and I pouted her lips. feigning displeasure, and said, "What do you mean we arrived early? I specifically came to pick up Annie." With a mock frown, she added, "After keeping us waiting for so long, shouldn't you hurry and find the private room?" Zheng Huilan's eyes sparkled with joy as she intimately linked arms with Wang and I. Observing this, Master Huang quickly stepped forward and cheerfully greeted Wang and I and Zheng Huilan. "Madam Yi, young lady, good day. Today's meal is on me. It's to express my gratitude for D.R.Y's life-saving assistance." Both Wang and I and Zheng Huilan were taken aback, especially upon seeing Master Huang in his bright yellow Taoist robe. Sporting a handlebar mustache, exuding a rather cunning aura, reminiscent of a fortune teller beneath the overpass. As for how Yi Ning had saved Master Huang's life, they were not overly curious. After all, it was acknowledged that it was Dr. Yi, which assured them of Yi Ning's medical prowess. Following their introductions, Master Huang boldly strode ahead, assuming the demeanor of a host, while Yi Ning walked behind, accompanying Zheng Huilan and Wang. It must be said, Yi Ning was gaining a broader perspective today. Previously, he had been but an ordinary university student, believing that the renowned Guanyin Pavilion Hotel, a five-star establishment in the small city of Yun City, represented the pinnacle of consumption here. It was only now that he realized that those who frequented Guanyin Pavilion were primarily ostentatious nouveau riche, while the expenses here might not exceed those at Guanyin Pavilion. The ambience was undoubtedly elevated. "Waiter!" Upon entering the hall, Master Huang called out with flair, casually tossing a gold card onto the counter. "Room 308. We shall proceed. Please serve us 5 portions of your signature Blackstone barbecue and a case of fine Hua Jiao wine." "Mr. Huang, please hold on a moment. I will summon the manager." To his surprise, the waiter's expression turned troubled upon recognizing Master Huang, who quickly stood up and said, Master Huang immediately furrowed his brow and replied sternly, "You haven't booked room 308, have you? This gold membership card was personally given to me by your boss, Zhao Daba, and he entrusted me with room 308 as my exclusive space." He continued, "What do you mean by this? Are you disregarding Zhao Daba's words?" The waiter's face changed drastically, trembling slightly as he replied, "Mr. Huang, let me call the manager over to explain." Seeing the waiter's pitiful demeanor, Zheng Huilan felt a pang of sympathy and interjected, it's all right. Just look at how frightened the young lady is. It's no trouble." Master Huang, noticing the situation, quickly donned a smile and addressed the young lady. "Where's the manager? Bring him over. This matter doesn't concern you." The waiter, feeling relieved, soon a middle-aged man in a suit, plump and fair, approached Mr. Huang. "Why didn't you let me know you were coming?" The plump manager stepped forward, his face adorned with a smile, and said, "I sincerely apologize that I only just learned of the situation. It's the fault of the staff below." The 2 new waiters, seeing room 308 vacant, mistakenly arranged it. He continued, bowing and scraping before Master Huang. "Mr. Huang, how about the hall? A table by the window just cleared. I can take you there now." No, we can dine in the hall, just the same. Sitting by the window allows us to enjoy the view." Zheng Huilan hastily replied, not wanting to escalate the conflict. However, Master Huang deeply furrowed his brow and asserted, "Madam Yi, allow me to handle this, that it's my honor to invite you all for a meal today. How can I let you sit in the hall?" After stating this, he turned his gaze back to the plump manager, his expression darkening, and said in a low voice, "Manager Bai, didn't you say this last time I dined here?" The plump manager wore an awkward smile. "Mr. Huang, I truly apologize." Master Huang took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. He recognized that Manager Bai was one who greeted everyone with a smile, but was adept at discerning whom to treat with disdain. The feng shui of Huanglong Dao was arranged by Master Huang himself, and since he had some private acquaintance with Zhao Daba, he had obtained a golden membership and a private room. In the past, he had overlooked Manager Bai's behavior as long as there was food and drink, but today, bringing Yi Ning's family along, Master Huang felt the need to be assertive. "Manager Bai, let me make myself clear. I am here with esteemed guests. If you are wise, clear out room 308 for me immediately. Otherwise, I will call Zhao Daba and have him resolve this issue. Master Huang's expression darkened, his tone cutting. The plump manager's face grew grim, casting a pleading look towards Zheng Huilan. Zheng Huilan instinctively wanted to intervene and help him out, but was held back by Yi Ning. The plump manager, noticing this, frowned in dissatisfaction at Yi Ning, who also frowned in response. The manager's outward politeness masked his true disdain, as he assumed they were merely casual diners and not regulars at such an establishment. How could a waiter harbor discontent towards a customer? Yi Ning narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling a surge of anger rise within Mr. Huang. It's pointless to clash with me. I am simply a waiter here. The plump manager, seeing no chance for reconciliation, shrugged and said, You can see for yourself, Huang Longdao is fully booked every day. How can we simply reserve a room for you, occupying the restroom without doing your business? Even if you call our boss over, what can he do? Room 308 is already occupied, and there are diners inside you. Master Huang glared, astonished at the manager's rudeness at that moment. Yi Ning stepped forward, standing beside Master Huang, and asked, Do you have any relations with Boss Zhao here? Some acquaintances, Master Huang quickly replied. The feng shui layout of this establishment was arranged by me, and we have a decent relationship. Yi Ning nodded thoughtfully. Upon entering, he had sensed the feng shui of Huang Longdao had its merits, but was unaware of Master Huang's connections with the owner. This made it inconvenient for him to take action directly. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Ning turned his gaze towards the plump manager and smiled slightly, saying, You make a valid point. We shall dine in the hall. However, before that, I would like you to call Boss Zhao over. Master Huang was taken aback, unsure of Yi Ning's intent. Yi Ning continued, Have him dismiss this hall manager. Tell him I find him displeasing. If he does not comply, I will ensure that Huang Longdao is closed for business within 3 days. A chill ran down Master Huang's spine. While offending the manager was trivial, angering Yi Ning was a grave matter. Master Huang wasted no time and immediately called Zhao Daba. The plump manager, upon hearing Yi Ning's words, burst into laughter. Ha, kid, are you pulling my leg? Our Huang Longdao has been a reputable establishment for 8 years. Who in the upper circles of Yun City, ISN, aware of us? You think you can just say close down and it will happen? Who do you think you are? Yi Ning regarded the plump manager with an impassive expression, coldly retorting, You are not worthy to know who I am. The plump manager scoffed, shaking his head disdainfully, a fortune teller from beneath the overpass. What connections could you possibly have? Birds of a feather flock together. You truly believe our boss regards you as a friend? What a joke. Yi Ning chose to ignore the plump manager, instead guiding Zheng Huilan and the others to a nearby sofa for them to sit and rest. Xiao Ning, perhaps we should let this matter go. We simply came to dine, and it would be inappropriate to cause trouble. Zheng Huilan expressed her concerns, gently tugging at Yi Ning's arm. Meanwhile, Wang and I immediately wrapped her arms around Zheng Huilan's. Pouting defiantly, Annie, don't worry. That plump manager is essentially just a waiter. How dare he look down on us? People like him deserve to learn a lesson. Exactly, Xiao Lan chimed in, visibly displeased. Who hasn't he been a waiter at some point? We are here to enjoy a meal, not to be treated poorly. Where we eat isn't as important as the fact that his attitude is utterly unacceptable. 2 women managed to stabilize Zheng Huilan. And Yi Ning, feeling relieved, nodded at Wang, who beside him before standing aside to await news from Master Huang. That very moment. Zhao Dabo stood in box 308, a sycophantic smile gracing his face as he held a glass of Wulianye in hand. He cheerfully exclaimed, It is truly an honor for our Huang Longdao to host such esteemed gentlemen. I shall drink to you all. With that, Zhao Dabo lifted the glass and downed the entire contents in one gulp. Seated across from him at the dining table were Lu Xiao, Yun Xiao, and several other dandy youths from Yun City. Lu Xiao, pleased with Zhao Dabo's exuberance, nodded in satisfaction. After all, he was the host today. And Zhao's actions reflected positively on him that he raised his glass in a gesture of camaraderie. However, Just as he lifted the glass, Zhao Debo's phone rang from his waist. Zhao boss, you have matters to attend to? Please do not let us keep you. Lu Xiao remarked nonchalantly, placing his glass back on the table. My apologies, gentlemen. I shall not intrude on your meal any longer. Zhao Debo bowed in apology and exited the private room. Once outside, Zhao Debo's expression darkened as he checked his phone, discovering it was a call from Master Huang. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, he answered, Old Huang, you called for a reason? Indeed, Zhao boss. I am currently at your Huanglong Dao establishment. You need to come here at once. We have a serious situation. Master Huang stated directly that a serious situation. What sort of situation? Zhao Debo frowned slightly, his irritation evident. I am here at the establishment as well. Wait for me, I will be there shortly. He ended the call abruptly. Before long, Zhao Debo, sporting a receding hairline and a prominent belly, appeared in the lobby, hastening towards Master Huang upon spotting him. Upon seeing Master Huang and the group, including Yi Ning, as well as Manager Bai, who stood by with a mocking grin, Zhao Debo's heart sank that it was undoubtedly about the private room incident. Old Huang, do enlighten me. What grave matter has arisen? Zhao Debo approached Master Huang and inquired, his tone brusque. Master Huang, taken aback, managed a bitter smile before responding, Zhao boss, I am not jesting. You should dismiss this Manager Bai. He has offended someone formidable. What if I do not dismiss him? Zhao Debo interrupted, a cold smirk on his lips. Are you attempting to instruct me on how to conduct my business? Master Huang stood frozen, his expression darkening. What kind of formidable figure have you offended, young man? Zhao Debo sneered at Manager Bai behind him. Hearing this, Master Huang's heart sank further. Manager Bai chuckled. It is he. This brat just insisted you dismiss me, claiming that if you do not, our Huanglong Dao will be shut down within 3 days. Threatening me, are you? Zhao Debo nodded repeatedly, casting a cold glance at Yi Ning and the others behind Master Huang. His demeanor shifted as he addressed Master Huang. Old Huang, when you assisted me with the feng shui arrangements, I have been quite generous in providing for you all these years. And now, you bring someone here to threaten me? What do you mean by that? Master Huang's face fluctuated between red and pale. He had thought their friendship was solid, only to realize he was regarded with such disdain, particularly in front of Yi Ning. He felt utterly humiliated, trembling with rage as he pointed at Zhao Debo and shouted, Zhao, were it not for my arrangement of the feng shui here, would your business be thriving? Now you break your word and treat me with such disrespect. Do you truly think I, a practitioner of Huang Dao, am worth a mere 10,000? Not short on cash. Are we fine? Here is a card machine. I have no receipts for the accounts of these years. So let us settle this. 50,000, and we are done, Zhao Debo declared. Master Huang, infuriated, prepared to swipe his card, while Manager Bai presented the POS machine with a sneer. Yi Ning frowned and calmly remarked, All right, mother, let us find another restaurant for our meal. Dr. Yi, I sincerely apologize for my shortcomings today. Please choose the venue. It's on me. Master Huang hurriedly interjected, his face filled with remorse as he did not anticipate the situation escalating to this extent. It is not your fault, Yi Ning replied graciously. Zheng Huilan sighed, and as they stood to leave, Zhao Debo's mocking voice rang out. You there! Halt! Did I permit you to leave? What more do you want? Yi Ning turned, a playful smile on his lips. Observing the faintly cold smile on Yi Ning's face, Master Huang felt a chill run down his spine and involuntarily shivered. Meanwhile, Zhao Debo, oblivious to the tension, stood with his hands behind his back, grinning at Yi Ning, and provocatively asked, Why don't you enlighten me on how to close my doors for good? I am quite curious. Just look around. So many esteemed guests are present. Who do you think you are to threaten me? Ha! Yi Ning couldn't help but chuckle. Since someone was courting disaster, he had no qualms about flexing his muscles. Just as he was about to make a move, a melodious voice rang out from nearby. Dr. Yi, is that you? It truly is you. The crowd turned their attention, having already noticed the striking woman approaching. It was none other than Yu Xin, Dr. Yi. It has been quite some time, as Yu Xin approached Guxiuan. Following closely behind, greeted Yi Ning with a smile, clearly holding him in high regard. Both of you as well. I trust you are well. What brings you here for a meal? Yi Ning responded with a smile. Yes. Yu Xin nodded, playfully smiling at Yi Ning that we just finished filming yesterday and had planned to dine here with some friends. But it seems there is some unpleasantness involving you, Mr. Yi, so we shall not intrude any longer. Come, Mr. Yi, let me treat you. We shall find another place. Having overheard Zhao Debo's loud remarks, Yu Xin and her friends opted to withdraw. Yi Ning smiled faintly. Since you have plans with your friends, it is best not to disturb you. Master Huang, feeling slightly disgruntled, murmured ahem, Dr. Yi, should we not adhere to the principle of first come, first served? I am the host today. Yi Ning shot him a glance, ignoring him entirely. Consequently, Master Huang could only awkwardly chuckle, realizing that Yu Xin's beauty was a significant distraction, and he worried whether Yi Ning had taken a liking to her. Treating is trivial. If it would cause you any displeasure, that would be counterproductive. Yu Xin replied with a playful smile that it was merely a mundane social engagement. I had initially intended to treat you before leaving Yun City in a few days. But today seems serendipitous, Sister Wen. Please call them and inform them that I cannot attend due to unexpected matters. Today, I must accompany Dr. Yi. Xiao Lan and Wang Yan'ai, who stood behind Yi Ning, immediately grew alert, akin to two cats sensing a disturbance. They rushed to Yi Ning's side, each linking an arm through his, defiantly gazing at Yu Xin. Yi Xuan shot a knowing glance at Yu Xin and sternly remarked, "This shall not become a habit." Yu Xin playfully stuck out her tongue and made a silly face. With that, Guxiuan picked up her phone. Today's gathering was indeed a mere social obligation. Under normal circumstances, Yu Xin would never cancel a prearranged dinner for friends. However, Yi Ning was an exception to Ji Shou and felt a sense of gratitude towards Yi Ning, prompting her to relent. Once the call connected, Guxiuan spoke in a very formal tone. I apologize. Miss Yu Xin is unwell today and cannot attend. That I sincerely apologize to you all. After hanging up, she did so with precision. Meanwhile, Zhao Debo's expression stiffened. He had not anticipated that Yi Ning possessed such connections, knowing someone as prominent as Yu Xin. However, despite Yu Xian's celebrity status, it would not hinder his business. At worst, he would lose one table of guests. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the elevator doors opened, and Lu Xiao and his entourage stormed out, inadvertently colliding with Yu Xin and her group. Lu Xiao, taking the lead, frowned. What is this, Miss Yu? Did you not claim to be unwell? What are you doing standing here? Yu Xin froze, feeling the awkwardness seep in. The individuals she was supposed to engage with today were precisely Lu Xiao and his boisterous companions. Yu Xin had come to Yun City to film a movie, and Lu Xiao's group had been eager to win her favor, but she had expertly avoided them until now. With the filming finally completed, they had arranged to dine with her at Huanglong Dao, only to have her back out at the last moment. Naturally, they were displeased at why Yu Xin forced a smile, preparing to explain when Yi Ning interjected. Addressing Lu Xiao and his crew, I apologize, but that why you will be dining with me today, so you all may do as you please. Having just been irked by Zhao Debo, Yi Ning had no intention of being courteous to Lu Xiao either. Dr. Ye. Upon encountering Yi Ning, Lu Xiao was instantly jolted. The incident where Yi Ning had reprimanded the residents of Wulong Villa District, compellingly Haizi to kneel before the Huanggang KTV for 3 days and nights, had become a haunting nightmare for him. How could he possibly not recognize Yi Ning? It turned out to be the renowned Dr. Yi. Since Miss Yu wished to dine with Dr. Yi, we certainly have no objections. Lu Xiao immediately donned a sycophantic smile, bowing and scraping before Yi Ning. At this moment, Zhao Debeos was left dumbfounded, and Manager Bai was equally taken aback, although Yu Xin could not impose on them. Lu Xiao was notoriously known as a prodigal son of Yun City. He was undoubtedly someone they could not afford to offend. What are you standing there for? Are there any private rooms available? Get one arranged immediately. If not, we can vacate our room. 308. Dr. Yi, please, Lu Xiao said, still bowing. The group of wealthy young scions behind him wore expressions of astonishment, but after witnessing Lu Xiao's sudden display of humility, they quickly followed suit. Yes, Dr. Yi, I still have some wine here. The 1982 law fight. Quickly, fetch the wine. Yun Xiao was the first to react, slightly bowing alongside Lu Xiao, respectfully smiling at Yining. Yu Xian, standing next to Yining, was shocked, her mouth agape in disbelief. Yi? How could a mere physician command such respect from these audacious ruffians? Zhao de Beos, realizing the gravity of the situation, immediately changed his demeanor, smiling broadly as he said, "Ah, it is Dr. Yi. Your name is indeed thunderous in Yun City. Having you dine with us at Huanglong Dao truly brings glory to our establishment. Please do come in. The 308 private room is on me. Today's expenses are my treat. Here is our Huanglong Dao's golden card. With this card, you may dine here for free in the future. From now on, you shall be our supreme member at Huanglong Dao. Of the utmost status." Master Huang glanced at the golden dragon pattern card in Zhao de Beo's hand, identical to the one he held, and felt a wave of mockery. Supreme status? Huh. Master Huang scoffed, shaking his head, and casually tossed his golden card into a nearby trash bin in front of everyone. Yining did not attempt to catch the card, instead smiling and saying, "I'm sorry, Boss Xiao, but you are not worthy to treat me to a meal." Zhao de Beo's smile froze on his face, his hand still suspended in midair, exuding an air of extreme awkwardness. Lu Xiao and his companions furrowed their brows at this scene, their gazes towards Zhao de Beo's now decidedly unfriendly. It was evident to all that Yining was displeased with Zhao de Beo's. "We are leaving. Let us go somewhere else," Yining declared decisively. Zhao de Beo's could only force a smile and bow, watching Yining depart, inwardly praying that Lu Xiao and the others would not pursue the matter further. Just then, however, Yu Xian pouted, her innocent demeanor directed at Lu Xiao and Zhao de Beo's, saying, "I believe Dr. mentioned something about closing this place down within 3 days." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiao's group wore increasingly sardonic smiles, nodding in agreement. "Understood." Zhao de Beo's complexion drained of color. Chapter 165. Zheng Huilan's combat power. Yining looked at Yu Xian in astonishment. Yu Xian merely smiled mischievously and said, "Dr. Yi, these pretentious individuals ought to receive a lesson. Let them handle it. It is only fitting, isn't it?" Yining, still shocked, turned his head in a mere few minutes, as they had just exited Huanglong Dao. The previously dining patrons began to emerge in droves. Inside Huanglong Dao, Lu Xiao and his entourage had already commenced a grand eviction. Lu Xiao looked at the gathered crowd with a cold smile. Addressing them, "Friends, today, I ask for your respect for Lu Xiao of the Lu family. Depart immediately. I shall cover today's expenses and do not return. Huanglong Dao is closing today, and grant me the same courtesy for Yun Xiao." Yun Xiao stood beside Lu Xiao, coldly surveying the surroundings. One by one, patrons turned pale and hastily stood to leave. Observing this scene, Yining could only shake his head in amusement, truly a farce. "I naturally stand by my words," Yining said casually, raising his hand to lightly pat the stone lion at the entrance of Huanglong Dao, smiling as he said, "All right, everyone, let us get in the car. We shall change locations." Upon hearing Yining's words, Master Huang was taken aback. Witnessing Yining's casual gesture, the entire aura of Huanglong Dao abruptly shifted. The previously prosperous feng shui had transformed into an ominous one. It was likely that starting tomorrow, even without Lu Xiao and his group, Huanglong Dao would become desolate. Master Huang was shocked. He could not discern the method Yining employed. He scrutinized the stone lion that Yining had just touched but found no clues. Bewildered, he shook his head and hurriedly followed after Yining and the others. The moment Master Huang turned around, a crack began to form atop the stone lion that Yining had just patted. Leaving Huanglong Dao, Yining intended to find a small eatery, But considering Yu Xian's status, he ultimately opted for the Guanyin Pavilion Grand Hotel. The private room and all arrangements were handled by Gu Xiuan. And this time there were no unforeseen circumstances that Yi Ning intended to treat, but Gu Xiuan had already settled the bill. The meal was a delightful affair. Throughout the dinner, Yu Xian wished to sit beside Yi Ning. But the two young ladies Xiao Lan and Wang Yanai flanked him like guardians, leaving only Wang Ying, the most well-behaved, trailing closely behind Zheng Huilan. Zheng Huilan was all smiles, observing that in terms of figure and beauty, Yu Xian was on par with Wang Yanai and Xiao Lan, especially in terms of poise. It was apparent she hailed from a distinguished background. Her conversation was also cultured and refined. Zheng Huilan began her routine of inquiries upon meeting a beautiful woman. "How old are you, dear? Do you have a boyfriend? Who else is in your family?" This left Yu Xian's cheeks flushed. She had not anticipated that her impromptu dinner with Yi Ning would lead to such an inquisition, especially with Yi Ning's mother present. Yi Ning could no longer endure it, rolling his eyes as he said, "Mom, let us not delve into that. We're just friends. We've only met 3 times. And the first 2 were when she came to the clinic for treatment. Besides, she is a superstar. How could I possibly be worthy of her?" Yu Xian pouted at his words, clearly displeased. Zheng Huilan, observing this exchange, smiled even more broadly, feigning seriousness. "What of being a superstar? Stars are also human. They marry and have children. Why wouldn't he, my son, be worthy?" "Oh, Xiao Xian, what were we just discussing? Right, you're a southern girl, aren't you? Are you adapting well to this side of things? Do you have any plans to develop your career in Yin City?" "Yes, Annie, I've already signed a contract in Yin City. I just finished filming a new movie, and after a brief holiday at home, I might have to return here for work." That Yu Xian replied, her face still flushed. "It's important to go home and visit." "Indeed, you should take a few days off." "About 3 days. Just 3 days? That seems a bit short. You must be quite busy." "Yes, I originally planned to take a half-month break, but my schedule is packed. And there are many matters to attend to, so—" "Oh, you're quite busy. Too busy. You must take care of your health. A girl must pay attention to her well-being." "Yes, Annie, thank you for your concern." By the end of the meal, Yi Ning understood one crucial lesson. Never underestimate the combat power of a middle-aged woman. Typically reserved and approachable, Zheng Huilan had monopolized the conversation, fussing over Yu Xian, making her the centerpiece of the dinner table. Yi Ning, feeling helpless, could only focus on his meal, while Master Huang had become a peripheral figure. Until parting, Zheng Huilan continued to gaze at Yu Xian's departing figure, exclaiming, "Xiao Ning, look how well off she is. She is surely a good match for you. It's just that she seems a bit busy, possibly neglecting family. How could such a beautiful girl be so career-driven? She must have feelings for you. Can you see that? Cough, cough. Mom, I think you're quite interesting too. There is no need for so many implications." Yi Ning said, exasperated that at last, Yi Ning drove Wang Ying and Zheng Huilan home before heading straight back to the clinic. Wang, who took Wang Yanai and Xiao Lan in a taxi directly back to the clinic, of course. Master Huang followed along as well. Splendid, splendid. Facing south, bright windows, excellent feng shui. As soon as Yi Ning and Wang Ying entered, they found Master Huang holding a compass, surveying the hall of the clinic, speaking authoritatively. "What nonsense." Yi Ning rolled his eyes, irritatedly saying, "This is a medical clinic. What sense is there in hoping for patients to fall ill?" He, Master Huang rubbed his nose, chuckling awkwardly, trying to flatter. "Bring me yellow paper and vermilion," Yi Ning commanded directly. Master Huang's expression changed, and he promptly produced a brush, vermilion, and yellow paper from his pocket. Yi Ning took the brush, dipped it in vermilion, and swiftly wrote on the yellow paper, in a matter of seconds. As he completed the final stroke, Master Huang's gaze sharpened, sensing a shift in the surrounding energy. Yet unable to discern the method, the birth date and time, Yi Ning flipped the yellow paper over and inquired further. Master Huang hastily provided his birth details, and Yi Ning inscribed them on the back of the yellow paper, subsequently handing the talisman to Master Huang, saying, This talisman can shield you from disasters, but it can only ward off one calamity. Keep it close to you, and you may avert divine punishment. Indeed, thank you, Master. In Master Huang's eyes, a gleam of brilliance flickered as he carefully received the precious NTNF with both hands, placing it gently over his heart. Master, may I inquire if you take on disciples? After acquiring the NTNF, Master Huang felt a sense of relief wash over him as he gazed eagerly at Yi Ning and spoke up. Chapter 166. Returning in Defeat. I do not accept disciples. Yi Ning rolled his eyes and replied bluntly, if there's nothing else, you may leave. Master, today I promise to treat you. I still owe you a meal. All right, I'm going. Seeing Yi Ning's expressionless gaze upon him, Master Huang felt a flutter in his heart and could only awkwardly chuckle as he exited. However, he did not stray far, settling down by the entrance of Huichun Tang, casually picking up a small stool to watch Grandpa's son playing chess. Utterly absorbed in the spectacle, that Yi Ning shook his head in exasperation, choosing to ignore him, that I in the eastern outskirts of Yun City. By the banks of the Yushui River, Zhao Gang and a group of workers were intently observing old Master Zhong as he moved about the construction site alone. Nearby, Rin Chuming, Rin Yuan, and a beautiful woman sat under a sunshade. Watching the scene unfold, Axie, the beautiful woman stifled a yawn out of boredom, stretching her voluptuous figure, unabashedly revealing her curves. Yet neither Rin Yuan nor Rin Chuming spared her a sidelong glance. Sigh, I had plans this afternoon with a few girlfriends to get my hair done. It took me a full month to book that hairstylist that I canceled everything just to accompany you all to see this so-called Master Zhong. And now we've been watching for an entire afternoon. What is so interesting about this Master Zhong? He is just wandering around without doing anything substantial. What is there to see? The beautiful woman couldn't help but voice her complaints. What do you know? You woman, Rin Chuming replied sternly. Master Zhong is a renowned geomancer in the Magic City. Countless wealthy merchants have sought his expertise in feng shui. Given the peculiarity of this construction site, I've invested a substantial amount to invite him here. Naturally, I must observe how Master Zhong conducts his work. Each step he takes is filled with significance. Remember how that Master Huang, with his divine altars and talismans, was left speechless by just a few words from Master Zhong. The beautiful woman, displeased by Rin Chuming's retort, decided to take her phone and occupy herself with it. Rin Chuming and Rin Yuan paid her no mind. Rin Chuming's fists clenched slightly, pondering whether Master Zhong's inaction signified the complexity of the situation at hand. At that moment, Master Zhong finally halted his steps, beads of perspiration dotting his forehead. Despite having walked back and forth numerous times, he had yet to identify the focal point of the formation. The seven evil spirits gathering was indeed quite sinister. Finally, Master Zhong narrowed his eyes, a determined glint flashing within, and turned to Zhao Gang and the others, speaking in a deep voice. Come over here. Zhao Gang and the others were momentarily taken aback, uncertain of Master Zhong's intentions that he instructed them to retrieve an ancient wooden box from the trunk of a Benz. Witnessing this, Rin Chuming straightened up. The wooden box contained Master Zhong's magical tools. It seemed the main event was about to commence. Master Zhong opened the box himself, distributing several peachwood swords to the group, that he then leaped onto the divine altar, solemnly instructing the still-dazed Zhao Gang and the others below, you must commence digging at the positions I designate. As he spoke, Master Zhong began to indicate the locations. After some effort, Zhao Gang and his workers finally pinpointed the site Master Zhong had indicated. Upon commencing excavation at the first location, they indeed uncovered a dry well, identical to the three previously found. Zhao Gang and his companions were taken aback, and Master Zhong promptly pointed out several more locations for them to dig. One by one, 7 dry wells were unearthed. With the emergence of these wells, the malevolent energy at the construction site intensified. Ordinary individuals like Rin Chuming and Rin Yuan felt a sudden chill sweep over them, causing them to shiver involuntarily. The beautiful woman hugged herself tightly, trembling as she exclaimed, "This is truly eerie. Why has it suddenly become so cold? I want to return to the car. Chuming, will you accompany me? I am feeling a bit scared. If you want to go, then go by yourself." Rin Chuming replied rapidly, his gaze never leaving Master Zhong, that as the 7 dry wells were uncovered. Master Zhong's expression grew increasingly somber. The 7 evil spirits gathering. Indeed, it was the 7 evil spirits gathering. Master Zhong murmured gravely, and before he could take action, a howling wind seemed to carry the wails of spirits, prompting him to quickly steady his mind and chant. Taishang Lao Jun, urgent as the law commands, summon the spirits. With his powerful shout, the peachwood swords in the hands of Zhao Gang and the others shimmered brightly, causing them to freeze in place. Closing their eyes, when they opened them again, their eyes sparkled with intensity, and the swords in their hands gleamed with a formidable aura. 7 stars dispelling evil formation. Establish the formation. Master Zhong bellowed, and the workers holding the wooden swords began to move, forming a diagram resembling the Big Dipper, each guarding their respective position. As they aligned, the malevolent winds at the construction site indeed began to wane. "Ha, splendid." Rin Chuming tightened his fists in excitement. The expense was well worth it. Master Zhong squinted slightly, his gaze fixated on the area guarded by the 7 dry wells, for the source of the malevolent wind lay there. He had struggled to locate the focal point earlier. But with the 7 evil gates now revealed, the focal point was laid bare before him. Master Zhong leaped down, making a beeline for the focal point. The power of the 7 evil spirits gathering far exceeded his expectations. He dared not act carelessly before the focal point, wielding the Bagua mirror in one hand and stepping in a 7 stars formation towards the focal point. "Suppress it for me." Before the focal point, Master Zhong aimed the Bagua mirror at an inconspicuous mound of earth, shouting loudly that a roar seemed to emerge amidst the howling winds, and the fierce gusts contorted Master Zhong's face, causing him to spit blood. Yet he showed no intention of retreating, slamming the Bagua mirror heavily onto the mound. Crack! A crisp sound resonated as the Bagua mirror shattered in his grasp. Master Zhong was taken aback, fleeing in panic, retreating several dozen meters before finally halting near Rin Chuming, panting heavily. "Master Zhong, how is it? Are you all right?" Rin Chuming hastily inquired, "And I'm fine." Master Zhong waved his hand, breathing heavily, his voice somewhat hoarse. "I miscalculated. I failed and lost a magical tool in the process." Rin Chuming was left speechless, astonished that even Master Zhong had returned defeated. Observing the shattered Bagua mirror in Master Zhong's possession, he felt a surge of dread. A cold smile crept upon Master Zhong's lips as he intoned, "Didn't that young fellow earlier claim he could lend a hand? Why doesn't Boss Rin let him give it a try?" Upon hearing this, Rin Chuming furrowed his brow, refraining from responding, instead focusing on the 7 workers stationed in the 7 stars formation before him, asking, "Master Zhong, what about them? Why haven't they returned?" Chapter 167, Introduction Fee. Them? Master Zhong's lips curled into a cold smile as he trembled, his aged, withered arm reaching into his clothing to retrieve a pack of specially made Zongnanhai cigarettes, lighting one and taking a deep drag. After finishing one cigarette, Master Zhong still did not respond to Rin Chuming's question. Rin Chuming, understanding the unspoken agreement, chose not to press further. Discarding the half-burned cigarette, Master Zhong lit another, noticing the workers around him casting terrified glances in their direction. He frowned slightly and said, "Boss Ren, let us discuss this in the car." With that, Master Zhong rose and walked slowly towards the nearby bends, appearing rather fatigued. Rin Chuming hurriedly followed suit, while the beautiful woman looked on with trepidation, her eyes reflecting fear as she grasped Rin Chuming's arm, saying, "Chuming, do you think something bad will happen? My eyelids are twitching uncontrollably. If you're scared, just wait at the entrance of the construction site. I'll call a car to pick you up." Rin Chuming replied with a furrowed brow, that he then turned to Rin Yuan, who had been silent all along, and instructed, "You handle things here. You're not a child anymore. It has time to shoulder some responsibility for the family. Rin Yuan nodded, a bitter smile on his face. With that, Rin Chuming swiftly boarded the Benz, which started up and drove off. The beautiful woman, feeling a surge of anxiety, did not linger and quickly made her way to the entrance of the construction site to wait for her car. The group of workers then rushed forward, surrounding Rin Yuan. Young Master Rin, what happened to Gang and the others? Why are they still inside? Is it? One worker looked at Rin Yuan in fear, struggling to comprehend the situation. Young Master, this is serious. There has been a death. That Master Zhong just killed someone. This matter cannot be brushed aside. You must give us justice. The workers clamored, and Rin Yuan's status shifted from an ordinary technician to the revered young Master Rin, the center of their attention. Rin Yuan frowned at the figures of Zhao Gang and the others, who still stood like statues within the construction site, and scoffed, "What nonsense are you spouting? How do you know someone has died? Why don't you go and see for yourselves?" The group of workers exchanged glances, the eerie scene from the construction site still vivid in their minds. The thought of confirming it themselves left none of them with the courage to proceed. "You come here." Rin Yuan's gaze fell upon a slender, dark-skinned young man who had been trailing Zhao Gang around the site. This individual was Zhao Ming, Zhao Gang's cousin and the second-in-command at the construction site. "Rin Gongzi, please don't look at me. I dare not go over there right now. That site is no place for anyone to linger. I quit." Zhao Ming immediately pleaded with a distressed expression, fearing that Rin Yuan would compel him to enter and rescue someone. "Humph." Rin Yuan scoffed coldly and tossed a black plastic bag in front of the crowd. The bag fell open, revealing a staggering sum of 100,000 in cash before their astonished eyes. "This is your hush money. Take it." Rin Yuan stated directly, "As for those few, it's best they are unharmed. Confirmation of their death or injury will be treated as work-related incidents, with double compensation. So you needn't worry about that." The workers exchanged uncertain glances until Zhao Ming was the first to step forward and seize the black plastic bag, beginning to distribute the money. The situation appeared to be progressing smoothly. In the white Mercedes, Master Zhong continued to smoke, while Rin Chuming maintained his silence, awaiting Zhong's cue. After several cigarettes filled the car with swirling smoke, Zhong finally spoke. The task was not accomplished. "It was a failure, Master Zhong." Rin Chuming's expression darkened. "Do not fret. I pride myself on my professionalism, that I shall not take your money, and I can enlist someone to assist you in resolving your issues." Zhong replied, his voice slightly hoarse. "However, if you wish for me to recommend someone, the referral fee will necessitate an additional 0 added to the current price." "Master Zhong, I have already paid a hefty sum of 20 million for your services. And adding a 0 means that S merely the referral fee." Rin Chuming's eyes widened in shock, his face reflecting a mix of disbelief and concern. "Ha, cough, cough." Master Zhong laughed heartily before shaking his head repeatedly. "Rin boss, this is too little, too narrow in scope. Figures of the caliber of a celestial master cannot be summoned with mere money. There are countless second-rate families in Modu, yet only 3 first-rate families. Do you comprehend why? It is because second-rate families can only afford to invite a local master, while only those with a celestial master among them are truly top-tier, if not for the ties of karma. Do you think that mundane wealth and fame could compel a celestial master to lower themselves to safeguard you?" Upon hearing this, Rin Chuming's expression shifted again. "Master Zhong, you understand well that I am merely a businessman. Spending money to avert disaster is something I naturally welcome. However, your words leave me feeling quite uncertain. I can assure you I will speak highly of you and navigate the situation as best as I can." Zhong said slowly, closing his eyes and reclining in his seat. "Whether you choose to proceed or not is entirely up to you. I do not impose. Let fate take its course." With that, Master Zhong seemed to drift into a deep slumber, leaving Rin Chuming to ponder and hesitate in silence. The white Mercedes halted before a picturesque villa, a temporary residence that Rin Chuming had prepared for Master Zhong to rest. As Zhong exited the vehicle, Rin Chuming clenched his teeth and said, "Master Zhong, I appreciate your efforts. I implore you to assist us." "Very well. I shall return to Moda tomorrow. Prepare yourselves to welcome the celestial master. Master Zheng replied with a faint smile. Turning to enter the villa. That night, after business hours at Huchintang, Yining drove his Land Rover back to the Wulong Villa area, then discreetly disguised himself before heading out again to the top-floor conference room of the Royal KTV. Li Haizi had been waiting for some time, and the desk before him was adorned with an array of ancient jade pieces. Master Zheng, you've arrived. Upon seeing Zheng Ning, Li Haizi eagerly gestured to the jade on the desk. Master Zheng, look, all the jade is right here. In the office were also Hong Yi and Shan Kaijun. While Hua Chongshan was notably absent, Wai Ning paid little attention to them, heading straight for the ancient jade. Master Zheng, the more presentable jade is all here. This is the result of our efforts today, having scoured the entire antique street. Do you find it sufficient? Li Haizi said cheerfully to Wai Ning, nodded slightly, but furrowed his brow as he examined the jade pieces. He casually selected 3 from the hundreds before him and remarked, the results are somewhat acceptable. These 3 are decent at what about the rest? Trash, Yi Ning replied tersely, leaving Li Haizi and the others stunned. Yi Ning felt disappointment as well. Jade is imbued with the essence of heaven and earth, and he had intended to find several pieces rich in spiritual energy for his expedition into the depths of Wulong Mountain to subdue ferocious beasts. However, it appeared that even the 3 pieces he held did not meet his standards, indicating he would need to seek alternative methods. Yi Ning clenched the 3 pieces in his hand and then tossed them to the 3 individuals before him, saying, these 3 pieces of ancient jade have been imbued with my true energy. Wear them on your person. They may protect your lives. Aware of the dangers of the Wulong Mountain journey, Yi Ning subtly enchanted the 3 jade pieces with a minor protective spell before handing them over. The 3 exchanged glances, guilt evident on their faces. They had been tasked with locating jade for Yi Ning, but had ultimately only managed to procure 3 decent pieces. Yi Ning's gesture of returning them was a testament to his generosity. Yi Ning's visit was brief, and after departing the Royal KTV, a heavy atmosphere settled in the office. What is this? We toiled for half a day, spending no less than 10 million, only to end up with trash. Shan Kaijun said, frowning in frustration that if Master Zheng says it's trash, then it undoubtedly is. Li Haizi scoffed, shaking his head in resignation as he tossed all the ancient jade into the trash bin. Hong Jie, what are you thinking? Speak up. Li Haizi suddenly turned his gaze toward Hong Jie, grinning, that I hate it. I despise not being born a few years later. If I were younger, perhaps Master Zheng would take more notice of me. Hong Jie's lips curled into a playful smile as she responded, ha, you still possess charm. Perhaps Master Zheng has a taste for that. You're not serious. Li Haizi laughed heartily. Hong Jie shot him a sidelong glance and, with a sway of her hips, exited the office. Shan Kaijun simply nodded slightly and quickly left as well, and once they had departed, Li Haizi reclined in his chair, frowning slightly. Zheng Ning, this youthful master, had proven his abilities time and again. Now, as they sought to align themselves with him, they felt the weight of pressure for failing to accomplish even a simple task he had assigned. This was why the atmosphere had been so somber upon Zheng Ning's departure. Hong Yi was notoriously shrewd, and having noticed her contemplative demeanor earlier, Li Haizi was about to inquire, only to be deftly sidestepped by her playful banter. After leaving the Royal KTV, Hong Yi hopped into a red BMW, where a strikingly pale young woman, appearing no older than 20, served as her driver. Upon entering the vehicle, she found a middle-aged man clad in a gray Taoist robe. Sporting a distinctive mustache, his narrow eyes and sly smile gave him an air of cunning. Hong Jie, the person has arrived. The girl in front nodded to Hong Jie. Hong Jie acknowledged her with a slight nod, her brows furrowing momentarily before she finally settled into the car. Taoist Su, it is truly an honor to have you assist me this time. Rest assured, as long as you can help me resolve this matter, I will ensure your compensation is nothing short of complete. There will be additional generous rewards as well. A practiced smile graced Hong Jie's face as she addressed the middle-aged Taoist beside her. The Taoist, named Su Lin, hailed from the Gu Yun Mountain Taoist Temple in Xingqing and was rumored to possess considerable skills. Boss Hong, what do you mean by that? I have always offered my services to beautiful women free of charge. If only I could have a taste of beauty. Su Lin maintained his smile, his gaze fixed on Hong Yi since she entered the car, never straying to Su Daozhong. Please conduct yourself appropriately. You are a practitioner. Hong Yi finally furrowed her brow and spoke in a stern voice. Ha. Su Lin chuckled heartily. Boss Hong, your words are mistaken. The Buddhist faith speaks of renunciation and great precepts, forbidding drinking, eating meat, and indulging in desires. However, Taoism espouses the principle of following nature. It is only human to feel moved by a beauty like you. It seems that Su Daozhong is indeed a person of passion. Hong Yi smiled playfully, her heart disdainful, yet her expression remained as calm as a tranquil lake. As long as Su Daozhong assists me in handling the proper business tomorrow, I shall ensure your satisfaction with money. Wine and women, excellent. What Boss Hong seeks is but a trivial matter. You can count on me. Su Lin replied with a hearty laugh, clearly pleased. The following day, Yi Ning prepared to venture out personally in search of jadeite rich in spiritual energy. The path of ancient jade was no longer viable, and the antique street had likely been stripped bare by Li Haizi and his group. Now, the only option was to visit the rough stone market in Yun City. The local Wulong Mountain yielded jade, though in limited quantities, and a small rough stone market was situated at the end of Beatty Yuna Street in the northeast corner of Yun City. With the morning free, Yi Ning set off alone, armed with her bank card, directly heading for the original market. Upon arrival, just past 9 in the morning, she found the market bustling with activity, many shops already open for business. A cursory glance through the piles of rough stones among the peripheral vendors made her fully aware of the situation. It is said that betting on stones can lead to heaven or hell. Some people have risen from nothing to immense wealth through this, while others with millions have gone bankrupt due to their gambling on stones. Yi Ning felt a deep resonance with this sentiment. Most of these vendors were local merchants who collected rough stones from Wulong Mountain, and many of the stones displayed were not authentic rough stones, merely shoddy imitations. The majority of those rough stones were hollow. Hardly worth the gamble. However, there were indeed some rough stones containing treasures, available at remarkably low prices that a single cut could turn a stone worth a few hundred into one valued at hundreds of times more. For jade merchants, multiplying the value by thousands or even 10,000s was not out of the question. Yet, such stones were exceedingly rare that it was akin to winning the lottery, although the odds were millions to one. Many still flocked towards that elusive grand prize. As Yi Ning wandered through the market, her gaze casually swept across the stalls of the vendors. Along the way, she spotted 2 relatively decent rough stones. Yet she refrained from making a purchase. Since she had come to the rough stone market herself to buy, Yi Ning intended to find a stone that met her criteria. Those few stones, while potentially profitable, lacked the rich spiritual energy she sought. Unbeknownst to her, she had already arrived at the core of the rough stone market. Here, the shops appeared significantly more impressive, each guarded by stone beasts at their entrances. The thresholds were low, but upon entering, one found themselves in a lavish courtyard. Most in the jade trade were likely to believe in some form of geomancy, which made Yi Ning smile wryly as she continued to observe several shops without rushing to make a purchase. Upon entering the last rough stone shop, she noticed a noticeably larger crowd compared to the previous establishments. Her gaze became fixated on a half-meter-tall rough stone, rich in spiritual energy. Its internal jade must surely be of considerable value. Yi Ning's eyes sparkled as she approached the stone slowly. This small stall had attracted quite a number of people, and each piece of stone was priced quite high, for they were the finest materials of this jade shop. At that moment, a group of jade merchants surrounded it like moths drawn to a flame, while the shopkeeper wore a rather strained smile, cheerfully attending to everyone. Among them stood a trio with an air of arrogance. Upon seeing them, Yi Ning could not help but be taken aback. The leader of this group was none other than Hong Yi. accompanied by a stern-looking young female bodyguard and a middle-aged man with a handlebar mustache, Su Lin. At this moment, Su Lin was stroking his mustache, wearing a knowing smile as he scrutinized several pieces of stone, gesturing with certainty. "This stone is quite good. Boss Hong, you might want to consider it." Su Lin raised his hand and tapped one of the rough stones, looking at Hong Yi with a smile, speaking with conviction. "This piece is a bit pricey, just over 100,000. But it is top-notch material from its patterns and texture. It is authentic old pit material, and it is brimming with spiritual energy. It must contain hidden treasures." Yi Ning could not help but chuckle and shake her head slightly at this scene. Su Lin was clearly a swindler. He had chosen the most expensive rough stone among the lot, speaking with seeming authority that in reality. After deciding to visit the rough stone market yesterday, Yi Ning had casually searched a few terms on Baidu and understood enough to see through his charade. He was merely a novice. As for the spiritual energy he mentioned, the stone he pointed out was, in fact, the weakest in terms of spiritual energy among those displayed. It might contain some green, but it would undoubtedly be a losing investment. The shopkeeper's expression was also quite grim, primarily because he had been deceived by Su Lin's Taoist garb, which made him appear like an expert that he even felt tempted to raise the price. Thinking that selling this rough stone for 120,000 would be a massive loss. The surrounding onlookers also seemed to take Su Lin's words seriously, and they began to inquire one after another. A middle-aged man with a cigarette stepped forward, grinning as he clasped his hands together, asking Su Lin, "Esteemed expert, could you please take a look at the quality of this rough stone?" "Well," Su Lin smiled slightly, shaking his head repeatedly. "Since we have met, it must be fate. Since you ask me, I will tell you the truth. Among these rough stones, aside from the one I have my eye on, the rest are all rather ordinary. They won't yield anything worthwhile. If you don't believe me, I can buy it and test it myself." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the surrounding merchants darkened, their hearts filled with dismay. The reason this particular merchant was so focused on this area was that he had already set his sights on one of the stones. Some were still hesitating, while others had already made up their minds to make a purchase today, like the middle-aged man who had just inquired. But Su Lin's words doused their enthusiasm like a bucket of cold water. The most affected was undoubtedly the rough stone shopkeeper, whose face had turned pale. Su Lin was clearly undermining his business. However, Su Lin's Taoist attire and authoritative demeanor left him hesitant to offend him. Should Su Lin employ some covert means, he would be at a complete loss. "Please, great Taoist, have mercy. I rely on this rough stone trade to make a living, and your words have made it impossible for me to conduct business." The shopkeeper, drenched in sweat, hurriedly approached and discreetly slipped a red envelope into Su Lin's hands. Su Lin accepted the envelope and tucked it away with a smug smile, nodding slightly as he said, "Haha, I was indeed being presumptuous." The thickness of that envelope was estimated to be in the 5-figure range, and Su Lin was quite satisfied. Although he had lost interest in the other rough stones, the crowd of merchants did not leave in a hurry, gazing at him with eager anticipation that Su Lin had just acquired the most expensive piece among these top-tier materials. Even if they could not purchase it now, watching the stones reveal would be worthwhile. The rough stone shopkeeper, seeing Su Lin accept the envelope, finally displayed a relieved smile, taking out a handkerchief to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. The stone reveal was also an opportunity, as long as Su Lin refrained from further misleading remarks. If this stone yielded a supreme jade, he could seize the chance to promote it, perhaps even leading to a booming business. "Esteemed expert, will you be revealing the stone here today? Our shop offers free stone reveals." At this moment, Su Lin turned his gaze toward Hong Yi behind him, smiling as he said, "Today, Boss Hong has invited me to assist with discerning, and this rough stone is also purchased by her. Whether it opens or not depends on her wishes." Upon hearing this, Hong Yi smiled and replied, "Then let us reveal it on the spot." This was undoubtedly excellent news for the onlookers. Smiles spread across their faces, and the atmosphere became lively as they eagerly awaited the reveal. Just then, a discordant voice rang out. "Boss, I have purchased this rough stone." The crowd turned to the source of the voice, only to find Yi Ning, having approached a half-meter-tall stone, gently tapping it with her hand, cheerfully addressing the rough stone shopkeeper. The hushed whispers of those around made the owner of the raw stone shop feel quite uncomfortable. As he nervously chuckled, "Young man, would you prefer cash or card?" "Let's use the card," Yi Ning replied, nodding without the slightest interest in bargaining. "Please open the stone for me right here." "Sure, absolutely," the owner exclaimed joyfully, promptly arranging for 2 stone cutters to assist. "Haha, young lad, you truly exhibit the audacity of youth. One must recognize that gambling on stones carries risks. One should tread carefully. Such reckless spending ultimately leads to misfortune." Su Lin scoffed derisively, having just declared the batch of materials inadequate, only to see Yi Ning make an impulsive purchase without so much as a counteroffer, and immediately demand the stone be opened. This was clearly a direct affront to him. Yi Ning paused at his words, taken aback. He had merely spotted a piece he found satisfactory and wished to avoid wasting time. There was no intent to provoke anyone. Noticing Su Lin's gaze, which was laced with hostility, he observed that the look from Hong Yi, standing behind Su Lin, held a hint of amusement, stirring his curiosity. Just days prior, he had assumed the identity of Zheng Ning, sending a few individuals to seek ancient jade, but the results had been rather meager. Now, with Hong Yi entering the raw stone market, was she perhaps here to assist him in acquiring jade? Contemplating this, Yi Ning disregarded Su Lin and instead smiled and nodded at Hong Yi, then patiently awaited the stone's opening. The 12,000 he had spent today might be a loss for Hong Yi, but that was inconsequential. If he unveiled a green stone, Su Lin's previous sanctimonious demeanor would be thoroughly undermined. Su Lin and Yi Ning's stones were to be opened simultaneously, with the 2 cutters bringing their equipment and commencing their work. The onlookers were thoroughly absorbed in the unfolding scene. Though Yi Ning had unwittingly assumed the role of the foolish heir in their eyes, few believed his raw stone could yield any green. Nevertheless, they were eager to witness the spectacle. Among those present, the prevalent attitude was one of cautious optimism. Su Lin, noticing some bystanders placing bets, narrowed his eyes slightly. The previous incident where Yi Ning had blatantly ignored him irked him greatly. Now he couldn't resist directing his gaze at Yi Ning, sneering, "Young man, gambling on stones is one thing, but how about we place a bet ourselves? How shall we wager?" Yi Ning raised an eyebrow, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he turned to Su Lin. "Let us compare our materials and see whose yields the greater value. The one with more wins, the one with less loses. What do you say?" Su Lin's sharp eyes scrutinized Yi Ning as he spoke. Yi Ning was momentarily stunned, his expression betraying a measure of shock. After all, where did Su Lin's overwhelming confidence originate? Yet, to Su Lin, Yi Ning's astonished reaction appeared as a sign of guilt, reinforcing Su Lin's self-assurance. He smirked. "Very well, considering your youth, I shall not make it difficult for you, that we will follow the customary rules of the gambling stone world. The winner receives double." "Oh, how does this double work?" Yi Ning, being a novice in the realm of stone gambling, was unfamiliar with many of its customary regulations. Upon hearing his query, several onlookers expressed looks of disbelief, and the middle-aged man who had earlier sought Su Lin's guidance now appeared somewhat perplexed. The term double refers to the winner claiming all profits from the loser's gains. Thus, the winner effectively doubles their fortune, while the loser incurs a significant loss. This method of wagering is not merely a trivial matter. It represents one of the most ruthless forms of gambling. Su Lin feigned nonchalance, claiming he would not stoop to Yi Ning's level, yet his true intention was to severely exploit Yi Ning. However, at that moment, no one dared to caution Yi Ning, their eyes wide with concern as they silently sweated on his behalf, that why Yi Ning did not immediately accept the wager. Instead, he turned to Hong Yi beside him and smiled. "I wonder if this bet is between you and me, or between me and Daoist Su." Both Hong Yi and Su Lin were taken aback by his words. "Haha, handsome young man, This wager was set between Daoist Su and yourself. It naturally concerns only the two of you. Nothing to do with me. Hong Yi replied with a charming smile, her gaze lingering on Yi Ning. His question had made her intentions clear. She was wary of interfering. Now that she had openly stated her position, it was evident that the matter was solely between Su Lin and Yi Ning, leaving Hong Yi uninvolved. Though the bet was strictly between the two, the crowd held little hope for Yi Ning. Yet Hong Ye's eyes remained fixed on him, unwavering. This unassuming young man exuded a shrewdness that belied the foolishness others attributed to him. His sudden acceptance of the wager with Su Lin was puzzling. Considering the possibilities, Hong Ye's interest was piqued as her gaze never strayed far from Yi Ning. After receiving Hong Ye's affirmation, Yi Ning merely smiled faintly and turned to Su Lin, stating, "In that case, let us proceed with your terms that we shall wager double." "Excellent." Su Lin's eyes gleamed with excitement as he eagerly glanced at the two stonecutters, already prepared to commence. "Gentlemen, please begin the stone opening at once." The cutters sprang into action, with Su Lin's cutter working cautiously, wary of damaging the stone and affecting the jade's value. Meanwhile, Yi Ning's cutter was considerably more relaxed, cutting with confidence that, young man, it would be wise to remain modest. Arrogance can lead to downfall. There are always greater forces at play in this world, and today this event shall serve as your lesson. Su Lin remarked condescendingly, his tone that of an elder looking down on a younger counterpart. Yi Ning regarded Su Lin with a hint of suspicion, questioning, "Do you truly possess such confidence that you believe victory is assured?" Su Lin hesitated, suddenly unsettled by Yi Ning's seemingly innocent expression of confusion. What if he were to lose? However, he knew he could not show any weakness at this juncture. With a cold huff, Su Lin prepared to unleash further taunts, but the cutter's voice suddenly rang out in excitement. "It's green! It's green!" The crowd turned their collective gaze towards the cutter to their astonishment. It was Yi Ning's chosen stone that had revealed its verdant treasure first, a premier imperial green, radiant and saturated, with an astonishingly thin exterior layer. The half-meter-tall stone was entirely composed of top-quality jade. The cutter's face was etched with regret as he turned to Yi Ning. "My apologies, sir, that I wasted such a magnificent material. Had I known, I would have polished it for you directly." The cutter held a slice of the radiant imperial green, lamenting its potential, for had he not cut it carelessly, it could have been larger and more pristine. Yi Ning, however, waved his hand dismissively, smiling, "No worries. I will need your assistance to polish the remaining material." Grateful for Yi Ning's understanding, the cutter nodded and resumed his work. "Full green. It truly is full green." The stone, purchased for mere thousands, had yielded an imperial green jade worth exponentially more. Instantly, several businessmen approached Yi Ning, bowing respectfully. "Young friend, would you consider selling me this imperial green? The current market price is 460 per gram. I offer you 8 million for it." "How shameless! Have you ever seen jade valued in such a manner? This young friend's imperial green is not only exquisite but also a complete piece. If he wishes to sell, it is worth at least 20 million. Another businessman interjected, escalating the bidding to 30 million. As the price climbed, the crowd fell silent, their gazes drawn to a middle-aged man who stepped forward. His eyes filled with trepidation. The offer was reasonable, yet it was the man's reputation that stifled competition. Zhang Tsuesong, the proprietor of Tuwei Pavilion, the largest jade merchant in Yunqing, and even in the entire Yushu province, with branches scattered across the nation. While he blended in with the common folk, jade trading was not a widely cherished industry, yet the Zhang family and Tuwei Pavilion were well known among jade merchants. Yi Ning smiled faintly, preparing to reject Zhang Tsuesong's offer. But before he could speak, another voice interrupted. 50 million! The crowd gasped collectively, turning to identify the source of the bold declaration. It was none other than Hong Yi. Standing beside Su Lin, no one had anticipated that someone would dare to directly challenge Zhang Tsuesong at such a moment. Among the crowd, a few had heard of the infamous reputation of Hong Yi. the second in command of the Black Dragon Society. Yet her status in the raw stone market was that of an outsider. I offer 50 million, young brother. This price is undoubtedly a bargain. How about selling me this imperial green? Hong Yi smiled at Yi Ning. Yi Ning was taken aback by Hong Ye's bold offer of 50 million for the jade. Did she intend to gift it to him? Nonetheless, to avoid complications. Yi Ning shook his head slightly, saying, I apologize, Boss Hong, and to you as well. Sir, it is not a matter of money. I have certain uses for this imperial green, so I kindly ask you both to refrain from coveting what is dear to me. Upon hearing Yi Ning's words, Hong Yi let out a sigh of disappointment and shook her head, while Zhang Cuisong furrowed his brows deeply, emitting a disdainful cold snort. Young man, forgive my candor, but this imperial green in your hands can only gather dust as a mere trinket. However, in my Tsuiwei pavilion, it could realize its true worth. Since this esteemed red boss has already offered 50 million, I shall raise the bid by another 10 million, 60 million. Purchase it for me. As Zhang Cuisong spoke, a faint smirk graced his lips, his narrowed eyes fixated on Yi Ning as he added in a low tone, You would do well not to misjudge the situation. I have already extended you ample courtesy. Extend me courtesy. Yi Ning raised an eyebrow, a cold smile playing on his lips as he shook his head. The respect I command is earned through my own merit. The favors bestowed by others hold no value, akin to mere refuse. Your so-called courtesy implies that I should bow and scrape, presenting you with this jade stone. Does it not? Speak not of 60 million. Even if you offered me 6 billion today, this imperial green remains unsold. Ha ha! Very well, very well. Zhang Cuisong chuckled derisively. Indeed, youth is often marked by impetuosity. He scoffed, I advise you not to misinterpret the situation. In the realm of jade, none are unfamiliar with Tsuwei Pavilion, especially Zhang Xiao. Your possession of this imperial green is a stroke of fortune, should you choose to remain ungrateful. At this moment, Su Lin, who had just seen his own materials revealed, having only produced a few ordinary pieces no larger than a fingernail, felt the pressure mounting that if he had to concede defeat, it would mean a direct loss of several tens of millions. Daoist Su, you are my invited guest. It would be best not to speak out of turn at this juncture. Hong Yi whispered, frowning at Su In. Yi Ning chuckled. Ah, Daoist Su, you wagered against me not long ago, and now find yourself at a loss. According to the rules, you owe me 60 million, however, I am a man of kindness. Let us settle this for 20 million, and we will call it even. Su Lin's expression darkened as he stepped back, feeling the cold stares of Hong Yi and the onlookers bearing down upon him, leaving him utterly humiliated. Humph. Young man, I extend my good intentions, yet you refuse to recognize a benefactor's heart. You must honor your bet. The earlier patron, who had considered purchasing the materials but was swayed by Su Lin to forego the opportunity, now seethed with rage upon witnessing the original stones being completely bought out. He bared his teeth and shouted, Honor your bet and pay up. As the commotion escalated, the surrounding crowd echoed, Honor your bet, pay up. Zhang Xiao, save me. I am Gu Yinshan from Qingfeng Temple, Su Lin. Su Lin, seeing the situation spiral, could only call for Zhang Cuisong's assistance. Zhang Cuisong frowned, his voice low and commanding. What are you doing? Silence them all. The crowd fell silent, their eyes meeting Zhang Cuisong's cold, piercing gaze. Swallowing their words, Su Lin quickly scurried behind Zhang Cuisong, attempting to project an air of authority as he glared at Yi Ning with a mocking smirk. Young man, I give you one final chance. Are you truly unwilling to sell? Zhang Cuisong threatened with a derisive smile. Yi Ning shrugged nonchalantly, replying with a grin, I shall not sell. Very well, we shall see. Zhang Cuisong responded with a knowing smile, nodding as he briskly departed. Chapter 172. Enraged, just as Zhang Cuisong turned to leave, Yi Ning's voice rang out, Wait, is there something else? Zhang Cuisong turned, narrowing his eyes at Yi Ning. Your business is concluded, but he cannot simply depart. Everyone witnessed your wager with me, and you expect to walk away without settling the 20 million? Yi Ning sneered, directing his gaze at Su Lin, who was lingering beside Zhang Cuisong. The onlookers began to murmur quietly, and Su Lin's face turned pale. Zhang Cuisong, however, wore a faint smile as he calmly stated, "As for Dao Su's situation, we shall let it go. Let it go. You deem it so easy to dismiss." Yi Ning scoffed. "Who are you to decide? If you wish to dismiss it, then you shall cover the 20 million yourself. And I have no objections. Who am I?" Zhang Cuisong's eyes widened in surprise, and he laughed, shaking his head. "Let me enlighten you. Dao Su is a guest of the Zhang family, and who among you witnessed Su Lin gamble with this young man?" As Zhang Cuisong's words resonated, the once boisterous crowd fell into an eerie silence, each person suddenly reluctant to speak. Some timid individuals even turned to leave quietly. The atmosphere grew tense, and Zhang Cuisong cast a cold glance at Yi Ning, announcing, "Now do you comprehend my standing? Merely a scoundrel evading debts, a bully of the weak, relishing in his own arrogance like a petulant child." "How laughable," Yi Ning remarked with a smirk, shaking his head slightly. After inheriting the legacy of the medical sage, his mindset had evolved along with his strength. Zhang Cuisong's behavior appeared to Yi Ning as comically juvenile, akin to a foolish landlord's son flaunting his superiority. "How dare you show me such disrespect, disregarding the Zhang family?" Zhang Cuisong's face turned a shade of iron as he bellowed in fury, an elder stepping forth behind him, calm and composed, awaiting Zhang Cuisong's command to act. Yi Ning had already taken note of the elder in gray robes standing behind Zhang Cuisong, exuding an air of a reclusive master, his stern demeanor belying the fact that he was merely a half-step into mastery. Any true master could easily crush him. Thus, Yi Ning regarded him with indifference, prepared to impart some unforgettable lessons should the elder dare make a move. However, just as Yi Ning readied himself to act, a voice, gentle yet firm, rang out from behind him. "Zhang Xiao, do you truly intend to act brazenly?" Hong Yi approached with a playful smile, stepping in front of Yi Ning, addressing Zhang Cuisong with a grin. "First, you attempt coercion, threatening this young gentleman, and now you cover for Su Lin, seeking to evade debts. What a fine display of Zhang family manners." "None of your business," Zhang Cuisong retorted coldly, eyeing Hong Yi with disdain. "What is it, Hong Yi? Are you acting on your own accord or representing the Black Dragon Society? The Zhang family fears no underground organization." At this, Hong Yi narrowed her eyes, her gaze icy as she fixed it upon Zhang Cuisong, stating firmly, "If you are unafraid, then you may test your resolve." As her words fell, the young woman who had acted as her driver stepped forward, bracing herself against the elder in gray robes. "The Black Dragon Society. The Black Dragon Society. Do you wish to court death?" Zhang Cuisong trembled with rage, having previously enjoyed unchecked power in Yun City, never anticipating that today he would face such opposition. "Old man, act now. Extinguish these three. Today, I shall dismantle the Black Dragon Society." However, the elder standing opposite Hong Yi suddenly changed his expression. The Black Dragon Society, once regarded as a mere underground organization with negligible influence, had recently surged in prominence following the emergence of the young master Zheng Ning. All factions in Yun City, even the once arrogant wealthy families, now bowed in respect, offering tributes. Zhang Cuisong, having been absent from Yun City for some time, remained oblivious to the recent developments. The elder's face turned grave as he turned to counsel. "Young master, we cannot provoke the Black Dragon Society. You have been away from Yun City for a while. Much has transpired that you are unaware of. Allow me to explain. The Black Dragon Society is nothing more than a pack of vermin, unworthy of the light of day. What great deeds can they possibly accomplish other than wallowing in filth?" Zhang Cuisong interrupted the elder's words, cursing vehemently. Hong Ye's expression hardened, her voice icy as she warned, "Zhang Xiao, do you truly wish to be at odds with the Black Dragon Society? You must pay for the words you utter today. Do your words reflect the stance of the Zhang family?" Zhang Xiao. In a moment of panic, the elder urged urgently. Zhang Cuisong inhaled deeply, nodding slightly at the elder, sneering as he replied, "Very well, old man. I shall await your perfect explanation, if your justification fails to convince me." As he spoke, Zhang Cuisong cast a final glance at Hong Yi and the others before turning to leave. Cough, cough, he has left. Did you not just state he must pay for his words? Yi Ning cleared his throat and addressed the tense Hong Yi. Hong Yi rolled her eyes in exasperation, responding, "Did you not notice the masters at his side? A wise man does not court immediate danger. We should retreat for now." With that, Hong Yi seized Yi Ning's arm and hurried toward the parking lot. Zhang Cuisong, pulled aside by the elder, felt his anger rise further as he watched Hong Yi and Yi Ning depart swiftly. Shaking off the elder's restraining hand, he stated darkly, "Tell me, in my absence, what chaos has the Black Dragon Society stirred up?" "Young master." A young master of the Black Dragon Society has emerged. The Ancient One then spoke. This young master appears to be merely in his 20s. Yet his combat prowess is astonishing. The old monster, Qiao Huayu, has perished at his hands. The Black Dragon Society now reigns supreme in Yun City, commanding respect from all factions. Even if our Zhang family were inclined to oppose the Black Dragon Society, we must carefully consider our position. At the very least, I lack the qualifications to do so. Upon hearing the Ancient One's words, Zhang Cuisong's eyes widened in shock. A young master. The Zhang family possesses only 2 masters to safeguard them. And with his status, he could easily command an expert of the Ancient One's caliber. Yet the level of a master is entirely different. To stand against a master would invite relentless scolding from his father upon returning home. If not worse. Just contemplating this sent a shiver down Zhang Cuisong's spine, and he instantly regained his composure. Chapter 173. Fortunate star, young master. While they have not yet departed, we might still have time to apologize. The Ancient One, observing Zhang Cuisong's emotional stabilization, immediately suggested. However, Zhang Cuisong's countenance darkened, his gaze flickering, and he found himself momentarily speechless. Su Lin, who had accompanied them, instinctively shrank back, worried that Zhang Cuisong might go to apologize and inadvertently expose himself, perhaps even assisting Yi Ning in demanding 2 million directly from him. Yet, as soon as Su Lin took a couple of steps back, the Ancient One coldly snorted, pressing him firmly in place. "Heh, Su Daozhong, why are you so anxious?" Zhang Cuisong's face once again broke into a cold smile, looking at him with amusement. "Heh, young Master Zhang, I am merely a recluse on Mount Guyan. How could I possibly possess 2 million? The Red Boss of the Black Dragon Society invited me to assist, and I have been busy these past few days. Yet I have received not a single penny." Su Lin quickly chuckled awkwardly. "Good." Zhang Cuisong nodded slightly, a smile gracing his lips. That today's incident arose because that woman, Hong Ye, sought your assistance without compensation, and I happened to witness it in my attempt to defend Su Daozhong's reputation and engage in a few words with her. She looked down upon me, displaying utter disrespect towards the Zhang family. Su Daozhong, do you not agree with my assessment? Indeed. Absolutely correct. Su Lin eagerly nodded in agreement. The Ancient One furrowed his brow slightly, uncertain of Zhang Cuisong's intentions. Zhang Cuisong scoffed. "Since the matter is now clear, we shall act with justified reasons. Ancient One, Su Daozhong, I entrust this task to both of you. Team up and eliminate Hong Ye and that young man. It is best if it is done without anyone being the wiser. Even if the plan fails, I can use this as an excuse to bring the family in to resolve the situation, thereby dealing with the Black Dragon Society." "Heh, Su Daozhong, you truly are my fortunate star." In the parking lot, Yi Ning was led by Hong Ye, who had linked arms with him, toward the vehicles. Suddenly, Hong Ye attempted to usher Yi Ning into her car, only for him to halt in his tracks. "Red Boss, I apologize, but I drove myself here." Yi Ning chuckled, finally managing to free his hand. "You are in danger now. Behave and let me take you in my car." We can send a chauffeur for your vehicle later. Hong Ye replied, a hint of concern in her voice that Yi Ning instinctively clutched the wooden box in his hand, which contained the recently acquired imperial green jade, and suspiciously questioned Hong Ye, Red Boss, you aren't planning to resort to violence and theft, are you? At Yi Ning's words, the girl next to Hong Ye brightened, seemingly grasping the implication, and instinctively moved closer to Yi Ning, casting a questioning glance at Hong Ye, as if awaiting her nod to strike. However, upon hearing this, Hong Ye burst into laughter. Young man, referring to me as Red Boss is rather formal. If you don't mind, you may call me Sister Hong instead. After her laughter subsided, Hong Ye turned serious, addressing Yi Ning earnestly. The business we conduct in the Black Dragon Society does attract criticism, but as people of the underworld, we value honor above all else. Therefore, young brother, you need not worry. We would never engage in such despicable acts. Yi Ning, upon hearing this, seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. The girl standing behind him, however, let out a derisive snort, her gaze laced with disdain. Sister Hong is so kind to someone she barely knows. Yi Ning questioned, filled with skepticism. Hong Ye sighed, her expression earnest. Young brother, to speak candidly, I have an urgent need for that jade you possess that I can ensure your safety. I only hope you grant me the opportunity to purchase it from you for 100 million. Can I offer you that? Yi Ning was taken aback, realizing Hong Ye's true intention. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, he shook his head slightly, saying, I'm truly sorry, Sister Hong, but this jade is of immense importance to a friend of mine, so I cannot part with it. You ungrateful wretch. If it weren't for Sister Hong and me, you would have surely lost that jade to that old man. The young girl could no longer contain herself and exclaimed in frustration, now that Sister Hong is offering 100 million for it. And you refuse? We should have simply taken it from that Zhang fellow instead. Yi Ning, scratching his nose, felt inclined to retort that he had never sought their protection, but he held his tongue. Pulling out his phone, he smiled at Hong Ye. Sister Hong, let us exchange WeChat. That I appreciate your kindness today. I am the owner of Huichentang, so if you ever find yourself in need of medical attention, feel free to reach out. Who do you think you are? A mere clinic owner does not consider himself a significant figure. The young girl scoffed. If Sister Hong ain't planning a direct confrontation, then we shall take our leave. I have no desire to see this fellow again. I see he is merely trying to add you on WeChat under some flimsy pretext. Hong Ye burst into laughter, her charm making Yi Ning feel a jolt of electricity. Heh, young Master Yi, it seems I have never encountered such a refreshing approach to flirting during my time in the underworld, since you are interested in me. How could I deny you my WeChat? Should you ever reconsider selling the jade, I will meet any terms you propose. As she spoke, Hong Ye playfully tapped Yi Ning's forehead with her delicate fingers. Yi Ning opened his mouth, feeling somewhat awkward. Yet, considering his dual identity, he deemed it prudent to maintain a low profile with Hong Ye and her companions to avoid drawing unnecessary trouble upon his family. Thus, he refrained from further comments and directly added Hong Ye on WeChat. Young man, perhaps we shall meet again. By fate, Hong Ye winked at Yi Ning, causing him to shiver involuntarily, undeniably captivated. There was something about her allure that surpassed any woman he had encountered before. A blend of seduction intertwined with a hint of melancholy, evoking a primal impulse within him. Perhaps a simple, unrefined impulse, or perhaps a disregard for the past and a fearlessness toward the future. Heh, if fate truly is on your side, perhaps in the next life we will still be a pair. At that moment, a cold laugh echoed through the air, and two individuals emerged, one in front of them, the Ancient One, and the other behind. Blocking their retreat was the sneering Su Lin. Chapter 174. Serious Matters, You Scoundrel. Hong Ye's eyes narrowed, her previously enchanting visage now transformed into an icy glare. In an instant, both she and the young girl reacted swiftly. The girl, with her cold hands, grasped Yi Ning's palm, whispering urgently, If you have any shred of conscience left, take Sister Hong and ensure her safety. Before her words had fully settled, the girl darted forward like a nimble rabbit. rushing towards Su Lin. Meanwhile, Hong Ye had already opened the car door and climbed in, leaving Yi Ning astonished, pondering if this was what they referred to as a superficial sisterhood. Yet in the next heartbeat, Hong Ye slammed the accelerator, aiming directly at the Ancient One. With a cold snort, the Ancient One smirked, waiting until the BMW reached him before slapping the hood with his palm. The sleek surface of the car immediately bore a shocking five-finger imprint. The Ancient One leaped gracefully, landing behind the BMW. In the meantime, the once powerful BMW sputtered to a stop, smoke billowing forth, rendering it inoperable. The Ancient One squinted, casting a glance in Yi Ning's direction, perceiving him merely as an ordinary person. His primary targets remained Hong Ye and her companion. As long as he swiftly eliminated them, Yi Ning would merely be a lamb awaiting slaughter. With this thought, the Ancient One swiftly approached the BMW, intending to break the door open with his bare hands. However, the door was kicked open from within by Hong Ye, and the Ancient One deftly sidestepped, his gnarled hand reaching for Hong Ye's throat. The dagger in Hong Ye's grasp appeared utterly inadequate against the Ancient One. Just as he was about to seize her, a massive wooden box hurtled toward him. The Ancient One's gaze sharpened, and he quickly extended both hands to catch it, upon successfully grasping the box. He stumbled backward, retreating several meters to dissipate the force of the impact. It was the very box that Yi Ning had held moments ago, had he not been concerned about the precious imperial green inside. Yi Ning could have easily crushed the old man with that box. Yi Ning, do not concern yourself with me, flee. In a moment of desperation, Hong Yi exclaimed in surprise. Yet Yi Ning stood there, utterly perplexed, and asked, escape? Why must we flee? Hong Yi was taken aback, and even Su Lin, who had just engaged in several rounds of a fierce contest, paused to glance in their direction. You brat. So you are a master too. No wonder you spoke with such bravado earlier. I was indeed careless. The old man placed the box he held on the ground, casting a cold smirk at Yi Ning as he solemnly declared. However, having offended the Zhang family, you shall not meet a better fate. As soon as the old man's words fell, he lunged towards Yi Ning with remarkable speed. You scoundrel! I asked you to take Hong Jie away. The girl exclaimed in alarm. Yet with a sharp crack, the old man, who had charged at Yi Ning with unstoppable momentum, was sent flying sideways by a single slap from Yi Ning. Bang! The old man's body crashed against the concrete wall like a cannonball. And when his figure became visible once more, his face was grotesquely distorted, blood gushing from all 7 orifices, dead beyond revival. Gulp! Hong Yi struggled to swallow, stunned into silence. She had never anticipated that the charming young man she had just teased was actually a formidable master. The girl beside her was equally flabbergasted, silently praising Hong Ye's wisdom. Could it be that Hong Jie had discerned this young man's extraordinary nature from the outset, which was why she had refrained from letting her act recklessly? Yi Ning then turned to Su Lin, who was equally dumbfounded, and grinned. What's the matter? Do you wish to give it a try? No. Young hero, today, I failed to recognize your prowess. The mountains are high and the waters long. We shall meet again another day, Su Lin exclaimed before swiftly turning to flee, moving even faster than before. In a frantic escape, he climbed over the wall and vanished from the parking lot. Yi Ning had no intention of pursuing him further. Instead, he hastened to the wooden box, opened it, and inspected its contents, relieved to find the imperial green unharmed. That I truly underestimated you today, little brother, that I never imagined you were a hidden master. Hong Yi exclaimed after recovering from her shock. This is for the best. That I prefer not to owe anyone a favor. Now we are even. The clinic is not a pleasant place, so I do not welcome your visit. Yi Ning cheerfully declared before picking up the box and preparing to leave. However, Hong Yi had already exited her BMW and approached, playfully linking her arm with Yi Ning's as she smiled. Of course, little handsome, you owe us no favors. Rather, it is we who owe you one now, cough cough. Hong Jie, what are you doing? This place is quite dangerous. You should hurry back. Yi Ning chuckled awkwardly, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he was linked by Hong Jie. This situation felt rather strange. Under normal circumstances, he would have felt no discomfort even if it were Wang Yan'ai or other young ladies. Yet in the presence of Hong Yi, he always felt a hint of shyness. Indeed, we must leave quickly. Hong Yi replied with a glimmer in her eyes, smiling. But, little handsome, you must have noticed that my car is broken down. Could you kindly do me a favor and give me a ride? We can stop by my place for a bite to eat. Cough, cough, all right, hop in. Yining laughed awkwardly as the young girl and Hong Jie joined him in the sea, or that Wai Yining drove with Hong Yi in the passenger seat and the girl in the back. Her face still flushed with indignation, feeling as though she had been outsmarted by Yining. How could someone so powerful choose to play the fool? Yining first drove the two back home. And after some internal conflict, he politely declined Hong Ye's invitation, making a hasty exit. Watching the Land Rover speed away, Hong Ye's lips curled into a faint smile, her gaze contemplative. Hui Chun Tang, Yining, perhaps we shall pay a visit soon. Hong Jie, I am perfectly healthy. The young girl pouted, somewhat displeased. If you are smitten and wish to summon D or Wai to treat you, I suggest you invite him directly to your home, as places like clinics are not convenient. Yet, this little handsome seems rather shy. Hong Yi instinctively remarked, only to realize something as she caught the teasing gaze of the girl beside her, causing her cheeks to flush. Oh, you little rascal. You are becoming increasingly audacious, daring to make fun of me. Hong Yi huffed in frustration. Yining drove the Land Rover back to the Wulong Villa area, placing the wooden box back at home before setting off towards the clinic. He couldn't fathom how he had spent the entire day flitting about without tending to serious matters. Zheng Huilan watched Yining bustling about and could not help but frown in annoyance. Yining paused, looking at Zheng Huilan with a puzzled expression. Mom, what do you consider serious business? Finding a wife. Look at you, you're already in your 20s and still a bachelor. Zheng Huilan replied tersely. When will you find a good woman to settle down with, so I can rest easy and perhaps hold a grandchild soon? Yining stood speechless, chuckling nervously. Mom, look, it's already afternoon, and I need to hurry back to Hui Chun Tang for work. Yesterday, Grandpa's son asked for my help, and today is crucial. I warn you, if you don't bring home a daughter-in-law by the end of the month, I'll arrange a blind date for you. Zheng Huilan's tone turned serious for once. Mom, you can't treat finding a wife like grocery shopping. It doesn't happen that quickly. Yining couldn't help but retort that I know you too well. Zheng Huilan shot back with an eye roll for you. Choosing a wife is just like picking fresh produce, and all of them are good catches. That little Xian seems quite suitable. If not her, little Anai, little Lon, or even little Ing would do nicely. Enough, enough, Mom. I concede to your wisdom. I'm off now. Saving lives is as urgent as putting out a fire, and this truly cannot be delayed. Yining felt overwhelmed and swiftly departed from home, driving the Land Rover straight back to Hui Chun Tang. He found the clinic devoid of patients, surrounded instead by a group of bodyguards clad in black suits. The Yining parked and frowned as he approached. Passing by Grandpa's son's chest stand, he caught sight of Master Huang grinning at him with a mischievous glint in his eye. Yining raised an eyebrow and directly inquired, Old Huang, what's going on here? What else could it be? Master Huang grinned, revealing his teeth. The Ren family has sent people from the east suburb construction site. They probably seek your assistance to quell the situation. Yining nodded slightly and stepped into Hui Chun Tang. Upon entering, he spotted Ren Chuming and Ren Yuan waiting in the lobby, while Wang and I wore a frosty expression, particularly unkind towards Ren Yuan. Little Lon was nowhere to be seen, likely avoiding Ren Yuan altogether, whose expression was equally grim that I in contrast. Ren Chuming appeared unperturbed. Upon spotting Yining, a broad smile broke out on his face as he rose to greet him. Dr. Yi. Master Yi, we meet again. Yining chuckled. Boss Ren, you may call me Dr. Yi. I hardly deserve the title of master. What brings you here today? I thought you had sought someone more capable and didn't need my assistance anymore. Oh, all the blame lies with me, Ren Chuming said, somewhat awkwardly rubbing his hands together. Dr. Yi, I was truly unaware of the principle of not troubling two masters with one matter. This time, both you and Master Zhong have taught me a valuable lesson. Dr. Yi, I come to you today with the utmost sincerity." As he spoke, he gestured, and two bodyguards stepped forward, carrying two black leather cases. Upon opening them, the cases revealed a bounty of cash, at least 2 million in cash on display. Wang, who swallowed hard, having just witnessed what 10,000 looked like yesterday. Now, the sheer amount of money before him was even more striking. What ordinary people could only dream of was casually within Yi Ning's grasp. Even Wang Ni's face reflected astonishment. "Dr. Yi, this 3 million is merely a token of my gratitude," Ren Shuming said respectfully. "Once the matter is resolved, another 3 million will follow. What do you think?" Grandpa's son scoffed from the side, eyeing the scene with suspicion, one hand resting on the teapot, ready to intervene should things turn sour. Yi Ning nodded slightly, then spoke. "Boss Ren, you have acknowledged the principle of not troubling two masters with one matter. So, have you managed to send Master Zhong away?" Ren Shuming paused, then quickly replied, "Yes, Dr. Yi, that Master Zhong has returned empty-handed. It was only after he failed that I sought your help. You cannot stand idly by." Upon hearing this, Yi Ning nodded slightly, deep in thought, when Wang and I, unable to contain herself, rushed forward and grasped Yi Ning's arm. "Ninggu, we shouldn't go. We won't take this money." Wang and I stubbornly held on to Yi Ning. Her gaze towards Ren Shuming filled with wariness. "There's no such thing as a free lunch. Such a large sum of money surely comes with strings attached," feeling warmth in his heart at Wang Ni's concern. Yi Ning smiled and replied, "All right. We'll heed little Ni's advice. Mr. Ren, previously I visited the construction site at the request of a Kishuntang employee. Since I did not take action last time, it seems our fates were not aligned. Now, that employee no longer has such demands. I believe it is best to let it go. As for your kind intentions, I suggest you keep them to yourself." Dr. Yi, to be frank, the situation at the construction site is indeed quite urgent. Could you give me a straightforward answer? Is it a matter of money? You may state your price directly. As long as you can help me resolve this issue, money is not a concern." Ren Shuming sighed, gritting his teeth as he spoke. After all, Dr. Yi is merely a well-known local physician in Yunqing. He presumed that even if Dr. asked for a high fee, it would certainly be more reasonable than Master Zhong's. The problems at the Dongjiao construction site have become increasingly severe in recent days, and due to rampant media coverage and public discourse, it has even begun to affect the stock price of the Ren Group, resulting in a significant loss of capital. Ren Shuming sought out Dr. as a precautionary measure, that if Dr. proves unhelpful, he could still turn to Master Zhong for support. As for the remuneration, it would naturally go to whoever resolves the issue. Both Dr. and Master Zhong are esteemed masters, and Ren Shuming is certainly not a fool to be taken advantage of. Dr. Yi slightly furrowed his brow and shook his head. "I'm afraid it's not a matter of money." "Understood." Ren Shuming nodded slightly and stood up without a moment's hesitation. His inquiry was merely to gauge Dr. Ye's capability to handle the case at the Dongjiao construction site, and Dr. Ye's response was interpreted as an indication of his inadequacy. Thus, Ren Shuming felt there was no point in lingering, and he departed without further ado. Ren Yuan offered a forced smile and a slight nod towards Dr. Yi. The two of them exited Kishuntang and proceeded to their vehicle. Inside the car, Ren Shuming's young girlfriend was idly scrolling through her phone, waiting for their return. Noticing Dr. Yi did not follow, she could not help but scoff and mutter, "What a waste of time. That kid claims to be a recluse expert, even reading feng shui. I doubt he can even diagnose rheumatism. Slap." Before her words could fully register, Ren Shuming's hand struck her face. "Shuming, you hit me because of that kid?" The beautiful woman's eyes reddened, staring incredulously at Ren Shuming. Dr. Yi, regardless of his standing, is still the young prodigy spoken of by old Master Shi. I advise you to show some respect. Ren Shuming, already filled with frustration, intended to seek out the so-called Tianshi mentioned by Master Zhong if Dr. Yi proved unhelpful, offering a referral fee of 200 million, of which half had already been dispatched as a deposit. Chapter 176. The Ladies' League, once the Tianshi arrives and the issue remains unresolved, another 100 million would be due. Whether the construction site problem can be solved is one thing. How to negotiate remuneration is another. A referral fee of 200 million is already steep, and should this so-called Tianshi demand an exorbitant price, how would he profit from the project? This is precisely why Ren Shuming is resorting to desperate measures. In truth, he had little faith in D.Ye prior to arriving. Having expressed sufficient sincerity, he now concluded that D.Ye was incapable, and pressing further would be futile. After reprimanding the beautiful woman, Ren Shuming irritably lit a cigarette and instructed the driver. "Drive. Let us head back, Mr. Ren. We might need to wait." The driver replied, his smile tinged with reluctance. "Wait? For what?" Ren Shuming frowned, glancing ahead to see a commotion unfolding as a group of individuals surrounded several bodyguards, brandishing banners and attempting to force their way in. These annoying pests again. Ren Shuming snorted coldly, narrowing his eyes as he commanded, "Tell Ao to find a few leaders among them and let them come in to talk." "Yes," the driver promptly nodded and exited the vehicle. Moments later, several indignant middle-aged women emerged from the crowd, their expressions defiant. Among them, a striking young girl stood out, exuding an air of superiority. It was Zhou Xinran. This group consisted of shareholders who had invested in Run South real estate stocks at the beginning of the year, following the commencement of the Dongjiao construction site. Ren Group's stock price had surged, attracting numerous retail investors. However, following the emergence of the haunting incident at the site, the stock price plummeted, leaving these investors ensnared. Recently, as the situation escalated, the stock price had fallen to an unprecedented low, with rumors swirling that Ren Group was on the brink of bankruptcy. Should Ren Group truly collapse, they would face total financial ruin. Fortunately, being a local enterprise, and with Ren Shuming possessing a modicum of fame in Yunqing, these shareholders began to unite in protest, manipulated by certain parties to blockade Ren Shuming incessantly. Ren Shuming had long been overwhelmed by their persistence, and with the Dongjiao construction issue unresolved, he could not publicly clarify matters, leaving him no choice but to endure in silence. Of course, Zhou Xinran was not merely a shareholder. She had come precisely because her mother, Shi Yueling, was among them. Upon her arrival, Zhou Xinran was astonished to discover that she had woefully underestimated her mother's tenacity. Shi Yueling was not only one of the protesting shareholders, but also one of the core members. They had even spontaneously organized a so-called Ladies' League. Among the members of this league, there were 2 widows, 3 divorcees, and one who was rumored to have been a mistress to a prominent family leader. These women, each having had some exposure to high society, possessed a degree of experience. And more importantly, they still wielded some financial resources and assets. Among them, Mrs. Zhang owned 2 bars, Mrs. Li had a 5-story guest house, and even though Shi Yueling had retired, Zhou Xinran still held shares in a media company, all of which were quite lucrative. These assets secured their positions among the top ranks of this so-called Ladies' League, with Shi Yueling standing out as the de facto leader, as they were escorted to the front of the car by several stern-looking bodyguards. Zhou Xinran felt a twinge of apprehension, fearing a confrontation. However, Shi Yueling strode forward with an air of indifference, exuding confidence and fearlessness. The car window slowly rolled down, and Ren Shuming frowned as he regarded the newcomers. "Ah, Mr. Ren Shuming, I thought you would continue to cower like a turtle." Shi Yueling sneered at him, shaking her head mockingly. "Mr. Ren, you finally deigned to meet us today. What is your game? Intimidation or enticement, if you intend to intimidate us? There are far more of us today, and you wouldn't dare. As for enticement, I might consider it." Ren Shuming furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Upon suddenly spotting Zhou Xinran among the group, his frown deepened as he slowly spoke. "Miss Xinran, I have heard about your father's situation. Guodong was a dear friend of mine for many years, and I share your grief. However, he has just passed away, and what is your angle here?" Upon hearing Ren Shuming's words, Zhou Xinran's face flushed. The Zhou family was once the wealthiest in Yunqing, renowned and prosperous. However, Now that Zhou Guodong had tragically passed away, the Zhou family's fortunes had dramatically shifted, and both Zhou Xinran and Shi Yueling had seen their statuses plummet. Previously, the so-called Ladies' League had been a source of mockery for Shi Yueling, but now she found herself among its ranks, a rather ironic twist of fate. Uncle Rin Chuming, don't try to play the family card with me. Shi Yueling interrupted Zhou Xinran coldly, sneering, do you think that will work? Let me make this clear. Xinran is my daughter, and I am in charge here. If you do not provide me with an explanation today, we will not let this matter rest. Oh, so it's Mrs. Zhou. My apologies, Rin Chuming replied with a smirk. Having long known that Zhou Guodong had an incongruous wife from a humble background, who had never shown her face until today. What truth do you seek, then, with the real estate market booming and similar stocks soaring? Why is your Run group behaving so unusually? I suspect you, the major player, are manipulating things behind the scenes to embezzle funds. Shi Yueling stood her ground, glaring at Rin Chuming with a cold smile. Rin Chuming, let me warn you, you might deceive others, but not me. If you do not provide us with an explanation and return our hard-earned money, don't even think about escaping abroad. I will ensure you cannot even leave Yunxing. Ha, you truly frighten me. Rin Chuming scoffed, unfazed. Clear the way immediately. Otherwise, I will call the police. Although the law may not hold the masses accountable, none of the instigators would escape unscathed. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Shi Yueling and the others shifted. The reason they had chosen this method to resolve their issues was that they had made numerous appeals, all of which had been dismissed, and they couldn't even secure a lawyer, unwilling to watch their savings vanish. They had resorted to this ill-conceived idea of making a scene. However, upon hearing the mention of police, their resolve faltered, especially with Rin Chuming's final remark striking fear into them. Uncle Run, I apologize. My mother and the other ladies are just anxious and resorted to this approach. Please don't take it personally. Zhou Xinran hurriedly offered an apology. Chapter 177, Negotiations. Now that resembles a more constructive attitude towards problem-solving. Rin Chuming let out a cold snort, his demeanor softening slightly as he spoke. No one wishes for such circumstances to arise, yet you must have seen the news about the haunted construction site in Dongjiao, which has led to significant delays. Haunted? Are you jesting with us? Do you take us for naive children? Upon hearing this, Shi Yueling became increasingly agitated. Oh. Rin Chuming finally lost his patience, giving a subtle nod to his bodyguard, signaling him to open the two cases for them to see. Ahu complied, promptly unveiling the contents of the two leather cases, revealing several million in cash before Shi Yueling and her companions. I have come here today to seek Master Yi from Huichentang for assistance in resolving this matter. This 3 million is merely a deposit. However, he is unwilling to intervene, Rin Chuming stated in a low voice. If you still do not believe me, I hope you will personally investigate the situation at the Dongjiao construction site rather than idly waiting at home for fortune to fall from the sky. You earn your money, yet now you come to me for an explanation when you face losses? Absurd. Utterly ridiculous. Rin Chuming's expression darkened as he commanded, clear the way for me at once, or bear the consequences. Members of the ladies' group behind Shi Yueling exchanged glances, seeking guidance from their leader, who stood in contemplation, her gaze distant. With a subtle wave of her hand, the others glanced at one another and reluctantly made way. At that moment, Zhou Xinran was also momentarily taken aback, her mind racing. Huichentang, Master Yi, wasn't that dear Wai Ning? When did he become a master? Rin Chuming was offering 3 million for his assistance, and that was just a deposit. Just as Zhou Xinran turned to consider finding an opportunity to clarify with Yi Ning, Shi Yueling had already taken the lead, heading straight for Huichentang. Mom, Zhou Xinran exclaimed, hastily following suit. Rin Chuming's vehicle had already started moving. But the beautiful woman's resentful gaze remained fixated on the direction of Huichentang. Upon seeing Shi Yueling and her entourage heading there, her eyes gleamed, and she grasped Rin Chuming's arm, pleading in a coy voice. Chuming, look. Those women just rushed to Huchuntang. Stop watching the spectacle. Rin Chuming, who had been meditating, replied tersely. Chuming, just take a look. What if they manage to persuade that D or Dawai to help us? The woman shook Rin Chuming's arm, her tone imploring, as if the earlier incident had never occurred. All right, fine, let us stay and watch. Rin Chuming gestured irritably, and upon his command, the driver promptly halted the vehicle once more. Tell them all to return. You stay. Rin Chuming instructed the driver that Mr. Rin, your safety. The driver hesitated. Humph. Rin Chuming scoffed disdainfully. What chaos can a few women stir? If I say to leave, then leave. Understood. The driver nodded and complied without further protest. Inside Huachuntang, Yi Ning and Wang Ying were engrossed in their reading, while Xiao Lan appeared visibly downcast, resting in the back room. Wang Hu and Wang I, however, remained alert, squatting by the entrance to listen for any commotion outside. The moment they spotted Shi Yueling and Zhou Xinran approaching, both immediately became wary. Is Master Yi here? I seek Master Yi. Shi Yueling called out as she entered. Wei Ning looked up and, upon spotting Zhou Xinran among the crowd, raised an eyebrow in surprise. Zhou Xinran could only offer an awkward smile, stepping forward to explain softly, I apologize, Dr. Yi. We merely wish to confirm the true situation at the Dongjiao construction site. Oh, Yi Ning nodded. Curiosity piqued about why Zhou Xinran and her companions were inquiring about the construction site, wondering what connection they had to it. Nevertheless, he replied, the situation at the Dongjiao construction site is indeed rather complex. The news reflects the truth, and there have been fatalities recently that, if not resolved, it poses a significant risk. Did Rin Chuming truly offer 3 million to request Master Yi's assistance? Where is Master Yi? Can he resolve the issues at the site? The expressions of Shi Yueling and her companions shifted at his words, and Shi Yueling hurriedly addressed Yi Ning, saying, Dr. Yi, you saved old Zhou's life on numerous occasions, and Xinran has never failed to reward you. This renovation of Huachuntang was personally arranged by her, so you must help us. Where is Master Yi? Can you introduce us? Yi Ning's expression grew somewhat peculiar as he replied, There is no Master Yi here. However, I am Dr. Yi. Is it truly you? Shi Yueling asked incredulously, her skepticism palpable. You expect us to believe that you don't happen to have a master named Yi, do you? Don't try to deceive me. Yi Ning frowned slightly and asserted, I have no need to deceive you, nor to waste time. This is Huachuntang. If you have come for medical assistance, you are welcome. If not, please leave at once. Shi Yueling's eyes flickered, and suddenly her expression brightened as she exclaimed, If what you say is true, then you should immediately go collect that 3 million deposit that we want to even require you to intervene. Just hand over the 3 million, and we will leave. That money rightfully belongs to the Ren family. Hearing Shi Yueling's words, Yi Ning nearly burst into laughter, while Zhou Xinran felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Unable to restrain Shi Yueling, with a resigned sigh, Zhou Xinran turned to Yi Ning for help, explaining, Dr. Yi, my mother and those outside are actually shareholders. Chapter 178. Coffin Zhou Xinran recounted the entire story to Yi Ning, who finally understood. You wish for my assistance? After listening to Zhou Xinran, Yi Ning looked at her and inquired softly. Zhou Xinran, her expression conflicted, nodded slightly, saying, Dr. Yi, I truly apologize for the trouble. Rest assured, we will not touch a single penny of the remuneration from the Ren family. As long as the issues at the Dongjiao construction site are resolved, the Ren Group's stock price will rebound, and my mother and these ladies will be relieved of their burdens. Very well. Yi Ning nodded slightly, saying, In that case, I will make a trip. It is not a major matter. With that, Yi Ning stood up and headed for the door. Wang and I pouted, visibly displeased, casting a fierce glare at Zhou Xinran. Just moments ago, Rin Chuming had offered a substantial 3 million, and Yi Ning had refused. Now, Zhou Xinran's few words seemed to have persuaded him. The little jealous spirit detected danger as Yi Ning exited. He spotted Rin Chuming's vehicle and walked directly towards it. Zhou Xinran was about to follow when she was suddenly pulled back by Shi Yueling. Mom, what now? Zhou Xinran asked, somewhat helpless. Shi Yueling disdainfully glanced at Yi Ning's retreating figure and said to Zhou Xinran, Xinran, why is it that when we press him, he refuses to act, but when you speak, he immediately complies? Does he have feelings for you? I caution you, such a man is unworthy. Even if you were to abandon the Zhou family, not just anyone from the countryside would be fit for you. Keep your eyes open. Use him to get things done, but do not overstep. Mom, what are you saying? I'm genuinely upset. Zhou Xinran frowned, feeling uncomfortable with her mother's words. All right. No more of that. Let us go, and see what all the fuss is about. Shi Yueling feigned submission, but tightly grasped Zhou Xinran's arm, preventing her from approaching Yi Ning. Yi Ning approached Ren Chuming's car and knocked on the window. As it slid down, Ren Chuming revealed an awkward smile, saying, Dr. Yi, they truly aren't here at my behest. Please don't misunderstand. I'm not here for that. Yi Ning interrupted Ren Chuming, stating, I can assist with the Dongjiao construction matter, but I have a condition. Ren Chuming's eyes lit up at this, eagerly asking, What is it? You intend to develop a business district in Dongjiao. Correct? I require several shop spaces, and you must allow me to select their locations. Yi Ning stated plainly. Agreed. No problem. For establishments, for storefronts. How does that sound? You may choose the location at your discretion. Ren Chuming nodded in agreement. Exchanging 6 million for 4 shop fronts, which remained within the realm of his tolerance, Yi Ning slightly nodded and suggested, Let us visit the construction site. As there was no room left in Ren Chuming's vehicle, Yi Ning directly climbed into his own Land Rover and sped towards the eastern suburbs construction site. Zhou Xinran wished to accompany them, but was pulled into a taxi by Shi Yueling. Inside the taxi, Zhang Tai, Li Tai, and Shi Yueling occupied the back seat, while Zhou Xinran sat in the front passenger seat. Zhang Tai, what do you think we're going to do at the eastern suburbs construction site? The news has painted quite a sinister picture. Shouldn't we just head back? Zhang Tai's face revealed concern as he spoke softly. Do you think I want to go? Shi Yueling shot Zhang Tai an exasperated glance and replied, We must ascertain the situation. If that fellow surnamed Yi can collaborate with us to swindle Ren Chuming, we might recoup our losses. However, if he is merely claiming to resolve issues and turns out to be a fraud, it would mean our efforts were in vain. Upon hearing Shi Yueling's words, the others' expressions changed, and they all nodded in agreement. Thus, I will go along to discern the truth. If he truly is a fraud, we shall corner him and at least retrieve 2 million from that 3 million, Shi Yueling said with a cold smirk. Zhou Xinran sighed and Zhang Tai and Li Tai nodded in agreement. What is going on here? Yi Ning inquired, frowning at the 7 workers who stood like statues at the construction site. Simply wandered onto the site by mistake, so Ren Chuming chuckled awkwardly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. This construction site is indeed quite eerie and perilous. Master Yi, please act swiftly to resolve this, to prevent any future tragedies. Humph. Yi Ning scoffed, his expression darkening. The 7 individuals were positioned in a formation resembling the 7 stars array, each holding a peach wood sword, clearly manipulated to serve as focal points guarding the Yin Gate. The price was the sacrifice of 7 living souls. He refrained from confronting Ren Chuming, knowing that these 7 were undoubtedly the handiwork of the so-called Master Zhong, who sacrificed them for his own ambitions. Do not enter. Stay here, Yi Ning commanded coldly, then proceeded deeper into the construction site. Ren Chuming and the others awkwardly stood by, while Shi Yueling and the other women arrived at the scene. Due to the recent events, the eastern suburbs construction site was now devoid of workers, nearly resembling a wasteland, allowing them to enter without hindrance. Gazing upon the 7 eerie corpses before them, Shi Yueling and her companions turned pale. Finally convinced by the news reports, moments later, Yi Ning ventured further into the site, heading towards a vacant area not far away in the emptiness of the construction site. Yi Ning stood solitary at the center. Exuding an aura of aloofness, he slowly closed his eyes, furrowing his brow as he focused, then abruptly stomped the ground, shouting, Come out! As Yi Ning's voice echoed, The ground trembled violently, and a collapse began around him. Dust billowed within 100-meter radius. Amidst the swirling smoke, the onlookers' vision blurred, rendering them unable to see Yi Ning standing within the construction site, while the scenes beneath several dry wells began to reveal themselves. These wells were, in fact, vents connected to an underground tomb. Yi Ning stood precisely at the center of these 7 dry wells, with a massive coffin beneath his feet. Dust to dust, earth to earth. Yi Ning spoke solemnly. Even if you did not act personally, several lives have been lost because of you. Now you are but a step away from rising, and I can offer my assistance. However, you must promise me to refrain from unnecessary killings and to engage in more benevolent deeds. As Yi Ning's words fell, a resonant thud emanated from within the coffin, akin to a heavy object striking the lid. This sound originated from within the coffin, instilling a profound sense of dread. Yi Ning's expression softened slightly. This response indicated that the corpse within the coffin had acknowledged his words. Chapter 179. Fortune from misfortune. This location was indeed a prime cultivation ground for the corpse cultivators. With the 7 Yin gates surrounding it, channeling Yin energy and gathering the essence of the sun and moon over centuries. The corpse within the coffin was merely a step away from emerging. Yet the construction work had disrupted the feng shui of this place. How could it not be enraged? Fortunately, it had not yet risen. Should it have, the emerging corpse would undoubtedly wreak havoc. Thankfully, it seemed that the corpse retained a shred of intelligence, capable of comprehending Yi Ning's words and responding. Good. Yi Ning nodded slightly, forming seals with his hands to invoke the gathering Yin technique from the medical sage's teachings. That as the seals were completed, the gathering Yin technique was activated, and a chilling sensation enveloped Yi Ning's body. Simultaneously, a tremendous suction emanated from the coffin beneath him, as if a bizarre black hole were voraciously drawing in the surrounding Yin energy. Yi Ning's complexion gradually paled. This was his first time employing such a high-level technique, and he had not anticipated the immense toll it would exact. Not only did it drain his mental energy, but the incessant influx of Yin energy made him feel as if he were trapped in an icy cavern. Damn it. Stop, or I will not hesitate to strike you down. Yi Ning's eyes widened in shock as he bellowed. He was astounded to discover that the corpse within the coffin was not only absorbing Yin energy, but also siphoning off his own spiritual energy. In the grand scheme of things, all paths ultimately stem from the duality of Yin and Yang. Pure Yin energy is coveted by corpse cultivators, while pure Yang energy is favored by immortals. Spiritual energy, a blend of both, is a double-edged sword. Should an immortal favor Yin energy or a corpse cultivator absorb Yang or spiritual energy, they would become a malevolent practitioner, most of whom are nefarious, resorting to any means to achieve their goals. Yi Ning initially believed the corpse within the coffin to be an ordinary corpse cultivator, only to realize too late that it was capable of absorbing spiritual energy, revealing itself as a sinister entity. As this realization struck him, he felt his spiritual energy being relentlessly drained, leaving him increasingly weakened. With a glint of determination in his eyes, Yi Ning forcefully halted the gathering Yin technique, causing a mouthful of blood to spurt forth. Simultaneously, a mass of black mist slowly emerged from the coffin, swirling in the wind and sand before coalescing into the form of a small child adorned with brown horns and a red belly wrap. The child approached Yi Ning with wide, curious eyes that a flicker of despair crossed Yi Ning's gaze. Was he truly destined to perish here today? If this malevolent practitioner sought to take his life at this moment, he had no means of retaliating. How careless of him. Yet, to Yi Ning's astonishment, the child leapt forward and knelt before him, resting on all fours, peering at the seated Yi Ning with wide, innocent eyes. "Thank you, big brother," the child exclaimed in a sweet, high-pitched voice. "You have allowed me to see the light of day again. I promise to be good." After saying this, the child removed a heart-shaped lock from their chest and offered it to Yi Ning, saying, "I will protect you." Upon receiving the heart-shaped lock, the child transformed back into black mist and dove into the lock. Yi Ning stood there, momentarily stunned, his heart swelling with joy. He had not only escaped mortal danger, but had also gained unexpected fortune. The child had been a corpse cultivator who had trained for at least a millennium. As for why it could absorb spiritual energy for its own use, Yi Ning was left in the dark. As even the medical sage's teachings provided no explanation, the dust settled. Ren Chuming and the others, standing at a distance, finally caught sight of Yi Ning, who sat atop the coffin with blood trickling from his mouth. "Master Yi, are you all right?" Ren Chuming shouted. Yi Ning did not respond but rose and swiftly joined the others, stating, "I'm fine. The issues at the construction site have been resolved. You can proceed with your work with peace of mind." "That's good. That's good." Ren Chuming nodded repeatedly, gratefully grasping Yi Ning's hand and saying excitedly, "Rest assured, Master Yi, I will fulfill my promises to you." Shi Yueling, who had initially planned to extort a profit, furrowed her brow deeply. Her gaze flickering uncertainly as an ordinary person. She found it challenging to accept the bizarre scene before her, yet she felt hesitant to voice her questions in front of Ren Chuming. Yi Ning nodded slightly and replied, "Very well, I shall not linger. Please have someone come to handle matters here." "Master Yi," Ren Chuming called out with a forced smile, glancing back at the ominous coffin and asking nervously, "Master Yi, is everything truly all right? With that coffin standing there, I worry that no one will dare to resume work. It's quite an ill omen. Could you perhaps keep an eye on it to reassure the workers, at the very least?" "Help us remove the coffin." "No need," Yi Ning replied directly. "That is an empty coffin. You may have someone take it away and level the pit." "Thank you. Thank you, Master Yi." Ren Chuming hurriedly bowed in gratitude. Only then did Yi Ning nod, bidding farewell to Zhou Xinran before departing. Zhou Xinran deeply bowed to Yi Ning's retreating figure, her eyes reddened. He had acted for her sake, and had it not been for her, Yi Ning would not have risked himself. Though they were unable to discern the precise events that had just transpired amidst the swirling sands, it was evident that Yi Ning, standing alone at the heart of the tempest, and now visibly bearing the marks of severe injury, had encountered dangers far graver than what they had witnessed. Upon entering the Land Rover, Yi Ning exhaled deeply, allowing herself a moment's respite before starting the vehicle, choosing to return not to the Huichun Hall, but to the Wulong Villa. She made a phone call to Wang Hu, informing him that she would be unable to attend her duties at Huichun Hall for the next few days and needed to recuperate at home. "Xiaoning, what happened to you? How did you end up like this?" As Yi Ning stepped inside, Zheng Huilan, upon seeing her pale complexion, rose in alarm, her face etched with concern. She began, only to halt abruptly. Recalling the refreshing rush of energy that had surged in her body the last time Yi Ning had rescued her at that moment, she had refrained from using too much of that energy. Fearing it might harm Yi Ning, "Mom, I'm fine, I just need to rest at home for a few days." Yi Ning replied with a wry smile, attempting to reassure her. All right, rest. Just make sure to rest well," Zheng Huilan chanted, and Yi Ning, not wishing to elaborate, retreated directly to her room, sitting cross-legged on the bed to silently absorb the natural energy of the heavens and earth to replenish herself. That evening, Zheng Huilan went to the market and purchased 2 soft-shelled turtles to make soup, insisting on nourishing Yi Ning back to health. Yi Ning could only chuckle at the absurdity of it all. Ever since inheriting the legacy of the medical immortal, she could absorb natural energies to heal herself, rendering such mundane remedies rather ineffective. Nevertheless, recognizing Zheng Huilan's kind intentions, Yi Ning ate the soup with appreciation. Although she had initially intended to enter seclusion for her recovery, the thought of alarming her mother deterred her. Thus, over the next few days, despite locking herself in her room for most of the time, she still made it a point to emerge for meals. "Xiaoning, you have some free time these past few days. Staying cooped up at home isn't a solution. You should go out for a stroll. It might lift your spirits," Zheng Huilan suggested one day during dinner. Yi Ning paused, Realizing that after 3 days of recuperation, she felt nearly well enough to venture outside, that a stroll would indeed be beneficial. Especially since she needed to purchase a carving knife. The jade stone had been sitting untouched for several days. After some contemplation, Yining nodded slightly and replied with a smile. "All right, Mom, I shall take a walk." "That's the spirit. You can't just confine yourself to your room while recuperating." Zheng Huilan beamed, her eyes lighting up as she pulled out a photograph and set it before Yining. "Xiao Ning, while you're out, why not meet the daughter of your Aunt Wu? She's in her early 20s, and look at her. Isn't she quite lovely?" Yining was taken aback, realizing her mother had ulterior motives. "You mustn't be foolish. I've already made an agreement with Aunt Wu that if you don't go, you can forget about coming back. I will disown you as my son," Zheng Huilan warned, her voice rising in urgency upon seeing Yining's expression. With no choice, Yining could only offer a sheepish "nod." It seemed he could not escape this predicament today. Casually slipping the photograph into his pocket, he asked, "All right, Mom, what time and where?" "At 11 o'clock, at the Malin Garden restaurant. The other party will be wearing a red dress, and you should wear a black suit. Hurry, go change," Zheng Huilan urged, her face alight with excitement. "The secret signal is a red rose. Make sure to buy one." Yining rolled his eyes, realizing that his mother's matchmaking was indeed relentless. The thought of a black suit and a red rose made him flush with embarrassment. He returned to his room and rummaged through his wardrobe. Although he had gained wealth, he rarely shopped, opting instead for online purchases, which meant he had very few suits. However, he eventually unearthed a suit he had bought during his senior year for job interviews. A suit he had worn only a few times, and it cost him over 300 yuan, a price that had made him wince for weeks. This black suit seemed to suggest that his mother had been planning this for quite some time. Resigning himself to the situation, he donned the suit and casually bought a red rose on his way. The Malin Garden restaurant was situated in the northern area of Yunqing, nestled among the trees, and named for its close proximity to nature. It was a favored dining spot for those enjoying picnics or visiting the Dongfeng Forest Park. Upon entering, Yining's gaze began to scan the surroundings, remembering that his mother had indicated that the other party would be wearing a red dress and carrying a book titled Conquest. After a brief glance, he quickly identified his target and approached her, sitting down across from the young woman. "Hello, I'm Yining. Zheng Huilan is my mother, and you must be Wang Ju," he began. But the girl had already set down the book, and their eyes met in a moment of astonishment, both exclaiming, "It's you?" To his surprise, the girl was none other than the streamer Zhu Weizi, whom he had encountered at the Huichun Hall. "That I never expected it would be you," Wang Ju exclaimed, shaking her head in disbelief. "That my mom told me that my potential match was a wealthy businessman earning a hefty salary. And I thought it would be some greasy middle-aged man. That I had no idea it would be you." As she spoke, she appraised Yining from head to toe, and he could not help but notice that he had made a rather refreshing impression. Yining, who possessed a quiet charm, had undergone significant changes in his demeanor since inheriting the medical immortal's legacy, which had enhanced his aura. Though the suit was somewhat inexpensive, he still carried the air of a domineering CEO. Indeed, what a coincidence. Yining chuckled awkwardly, feeling slightly uneasy under her scrutinizing gaze. Wang Ju was undeniably beautiful, exuding a lively elegance in her red dress. However, Yining had not come for a blind date. The very thought of marriage made him uneasy, especially since he felt no particular attraction towards Wang Ju. Seeing Yining's nervous demeanor, Wang Ju's smile turned playful as she adopted a confident posture. "So, Yining, let's be frank, that I find you rather appealing, especially since the remedy you prescribed at Huichun Hall was quite effective. Ever since using it, I haven't had a single nightmare, and my sleep has improved remarkably. Huichun Hall is known for its integrity among medical establishments, which speaks well of your character. That if you also find me to your liking, why don't we formalize a relationship today?" Yining stood frozen, taken aback by Wang Ju's directness. "Pardon me, Miss Wang, I need to use the restroom," he stammered, forcing a smile as he nodded apologetically. "Go ahead. I'll be waiting," Wang Ju replied with an amused grin. Relieved, Yi Ning hurriedly left the table and made his way to the restroom. Once inside, he swiftly pulled out his phone and opened WeChat, scanning through his contacts until his gaze inexplicably landed on Wang and I's profile. "Hello, is this Xiao and I? It's me, Ningguo. How is your recovery going? Both Xiaolan and I are quite worried about you." Wang and I answered as the call connected. "Let us skip the pleasantries. I need your help with something urgent." Yi Ning implored that my mother is forcing me into a blind date, and to make matters worse, it seems the other party is interested in me. You need to help me find a way to gracefully extricate myself from this situation. "What? Zheng Andy? How could she?" Wang and I exclaimed, clearly disapproving. "Xiao and I, this is a critical moment. You must think of a way for me to escape quickly. Our friendship is being tested here. You always have clever ideas. So please don't let me down this time." Yi Ning urged. I certainly have a plan, but you still owe me for that promise you made last time. All right, just help me get out of this predicament." "And I'll agree to your condition," Yi Ning replied decisively, without a moment's hesitation. Wang and I nodded in satisfaction, a mischievous smile spreading across her face. At Huichun Hall, Wang and I and Xiaolan were in fits of laughter, unable to compose themselves. "What are you two laughing about?" Wang Hu inquired, looking at them with suspicion. "Just now, Ningguo was forced into a blind date by Zheng Annie, and I'm trying to help him out." Wang and I explained, still chuckling. "What ridiculous scheme did you come up with this time?" Wang Hu asked, intrigued that I suggested that he preface any conversation with the phrase "my mom says," and that should make the girl back off. Wang and I laughed until tears streamed down her face, relishing the mischief. "Really? That could work?" Wang Hu replied, astonished. Half an hour later, Yi Ning's first date with Wang Ju concluded rather abruptly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He chuckled awkwardly and suggested, "Ahem, how about I give you a ride home?" Wang Ju, arms crossed, gave him a disdainful look, but, realizing the distance from Mail-In Garden Restaurant to the city center made it inconvenient to hail a cab, reluctantly agreed. Look who remembers to offer a ride home. All right. My mother always says that escorting a girl home is a fundamental courtesy." Thus, Yi Ning's brief yet enjoyable first blind date concluded satisfactorily. Yi Ning then made his way to the market, purchasing a carving knife along with some cinnabar and talismans. Just as he was preparing to head home, his phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Li Haizi. Taken aback, Yi Ning realized that Li Haizi would never disturb him without good reason, so he promptly answered the call. "Hello, what is the matter?" Yi Ning inquired directly to Mr. Zheng. "The situation is as follows," Li Haizi began, addressing him as Ardijin. Yi Ning furrowed his brow slightly. It seemed the leaders of the Black Dragon Society were gathered together. "All right, I'll be there immediately," Yi Ning replied in a deep voice. His anger surging after hearing Li Haizi's words that he tossed the carving knife and talismans into his Land Rover and pressed the accelerator, racing towards Yun City Hospital. Inside the emergency room, a flurry of medical personnel bustled about like ants on a hot stove. Li Haizi paced anxiously at the door, his expression fraught with worry. It turned out that shortly after parting ways with Yi Ning, Hong Yi had been involved in another car accident. Her BMW had been mangled beyond recognition. The driver had died on the spot, and Hong Yi herself had fallen into a coma, her fate uncertain. Following this incident, Li Haizi conducted an extensive investigation and discovered that the culprits were. Astonishingly, people from the Zhang family. Infuriated by this revelation, Li Haizi had stormed over to demand an explanation, only for his companion, Mad Dog, to be severely beaten in the process while trying to protect him. Now, Mad Dog lay in the emergency room, clinging to life. Where is everyone? What is the situation? Yi Ning arrived and immediately inquired. The doctor says we can only do our best and leave the rest to fate. Upon seeing Yi Ning, Li Haizi's voice choked with emotion as he fervently stated, "Dr. Yi, just now, Dan Kaijun and Hua Chongdang have left to gather reinforcements. Today, the Zhang family must pay with blood for their misdeeds." Li Haizi's eyes were bloodshot, and he slowly bowed his head, the once mighty figure of the Black Dragon Society. A man who had roamed the underworld for decades was now visibly shaken, It is all my incompetence that has led to today's predicament. It is all the fault of my subordinates. I will handle the remaining matters, Yi Ning said quietly, his expression grim, before striding into the emergency room. Who are you? Is the emergency room open to just anyone? A young nurse exclaimed as she saw Yi Ning silently making his way into the emergency room, rushing forward to block him, but was swiftly restrained by a nearby middle-aged doctor. Others may not have the qualifications. But he does. He is Yi Ning, the esteemed doctor from Huichun Hall. Even Su Huchuan, the national champion of long country, has praised his miraculous medical skills. The middle-aged doctor urgently informed her, and the young nurse, taken aback, nodded in understanding. Her curiosity piqued as she moved closer to witness how Yi Ning would proceed to save lives. Inside the emergency room, Mad Dog was a mangled wreck, his body bearing multiple fractures. Yet he clung to life. It was evident that the attackers had not intended to kill him outright, but rather to render him a complete invalid for the remainder of his days. Witnessing this scene only fueled Yi Ning's rage, the murderous intent in his gaze unmistakable. Unbeknownst to him, the golden lock upon his chest, which had remained tranquil until now, began to stir, dark energy swirling around it. Yi Ning swiftly approached Mad Dog, placing his hand over several acupoints on his body. Mad Dog slowly regained consciousness, the intense pain subsiding, yet his body felt as if it had lost all sensation. Upon seeing Yi Ning, Mad Dog's eyes welled with tears, and he hoarsely uttered, "I'm sorry, Dr. Yi, that I have let you down. You are indeed lacking, but I shall grant you an opportunity for transcendence," Yi Ning said solemnly, fixing his gaze on Mad Dog. "However, you must endure pain beyond what an ordinary person can bear, and you may even lose your autonomy, becoming nothing more than a puppet. Are you willing?" Mad Dog's expression shifted, a fleeting look of ecstasy crossing his face. Yet he hesitated. If it meant gaining formidable power, what was the burning pain of fire and sword? Yet, the thought of becoming a puppet, losing himself. Yi Ning perceived Mad Dog's hesitation and clarified, "Whether you can fully awaken and retain your consciousness depends on the strength of your will. If your self-awareness is robust enough, there may still be a glimmer of hope. Of course, if you cannot summon the resolve, I can still heal you, allowing you to live like an ordinary person, but all your skills will have to be relearned from scratch." Upon hearing Yi Ning's words, Mad Dog's expression gradually solidified, determination flooding his features. "Dr. Yi, I am willing. I will spare no effort to grow stronger." To Mad Dog, the distinction between being an ordinary person and merely surviving was negligible. He refused to accept such a fate. Yi Ning nodded slightly, then turned his attention to a doctor standing nearby. "You all should step outside and wait. We do not require your services here at present." Dr. Yi, even though they held unwavering trust in Yi Ning's medical skills, the doctors hesitated to vacate the emergency room, relinquishing control to him. Observing their reluctance, Yi Ning wasted no time, pulling out his phone to call Zhao Kongjian. Upon hearing Yi Ning's request, Zhao Kongjian did not hesitate and immediately ordered all medical staff to vacate the emergency room. Within 3 minutes, only Yi Ning and Mad Dog remained in the emergency room. Yi Ning retrieved the golden lock from his chest and pressed it against Mad Dog's heart. The reason the lock had been so subdued in recent days was due to Yi Ning's possession of the medical sage's inheritance. The balanced and harmonious energy within him had kept it in check. However, once the lock touched Mad Dog, it became restless. Dark energy surged forth like chains from the golden lock, enveloping Mad Dog's body and gradually permeating him. For centuries, this malevolent spirit had languished within a decaying body. Now it saw a pristine vessel before it, and naturally, it was tempted to seize the opportunity for rebirth. Just a moment before, Mad Dog had been devoid of sensation. But in the next instant, it felt as though a switch had been flipped in his mind, and he regained awareness of his body, aside from the excruciating pain from his broken bones. He felt as if he had been thrown into an ice cellar, a chilling cold sweeping through him. The agony was enough to make his eyes bloodshot. A suffocating sensation suddenly overwhelmed him, as if someone had grasped his throat, making it difficult to breathe. His previously pale face now flushed crimson. Yi Ning frowned slightly and let out a cold snort. This was merely the malevolent spirit's trickery. An illusion. Awakening Mad Dog's senses to make him acutely aware of the pain and cold was but a tactic to weaken his resolve. The current feeling of suffocation was nothing more than a figment of the malevolent spirit's design. Should Mad Dog succumb to this illusion and relinquish his will to live, the spirit would seize control of his body, rendering him its puppet. Noticing the situation, Yi Ning gently placed his hand on Mad Dog's chest, allowing his internal energy to flow forth and protect Mad Dog's heart, keeping his consciousness clear. The malevolent spirit, sensing Yi Ning's intervention, instinctively withdrew into Mad Dog's body. Mad Dog was astonished to discover that his injuries were rapidly healing. His once overburdened body was now filled with an overwhelming power, as if he could move mountains and part seas with a mere gesture. "Thank you, divine physician Yi, for coming to my rescue," Mad Dog exclaimed. Excitement evident as he clasped his fists in gratitude, the Yi Ning nodded calmly, casually forming a hand seal and pressing it against Mad Dog's chest. A pained scream erupted from within Mad Dog, the sound emanating from the malevolent spirit that had just been intimidated by Yi Ning. Only Yi Ning and Mad Dog could hear it, concerned that the spirit might rear its head again. Attempting to possess Mad Dog, Yi Ning placed a seal within him to suppress a portion of the spirit's power. "Do not thank me," Yi Ning stated, looking at Mad Dog. "You assist me with my tasks. When you are bullied, I shall naturally lend a hand. What you have lost, you must reclaim yourself." Upon hearing Yi Ning's words, a spark of determination flickered in Mad Dog's eyes, and he nodded earnestly. As they exited the emergency room, Zhao Kongjian and several doctors from Yun City Hospital were waiting at the door. Upon witnessing Mad Dog, who had previously been a broken, unconscious figure, now emerged fully healed and intact, they were momentarily dumbfounded. The prowess of divine physician Yi is truly remarkable. Zhao Kongjian hurriedly approached to greet him, and Yi Ning merely nodded, saying, "Thank you for your cooperation, Director Zhao." The Yi Ning's words were sincere. After all, this was Yun City Hospital, and he was grateful for Zhao Kongjian's assistance in treating Mad Dog without interference. Zhao Kongjian, taken aback by the praise, nodded repeatedly, smiling as he said, "It is our hospital's honor to have divine physician Yi offer his services. May I ask if you have time later today?" "Apologies, Director Zhao, but I have other matters to attend to and cannot stay long. Perhaps another time." Yi Ning interrupted Zhao Kongjian, his gaze shifting to Li Haizi, who finally registered the situation and approached with a look of surprise. "Mad Dog, have you fully recovered?" Li Haizi's eyes brimmed with disbelief as he scrutinized Mad Dog, yet he hesitated to approach. The current Mad Dog radiated an aura of coldness and unease, as if some transformation had taken place within him. "Hey, it's me." The Mad Dog flashed a grin at Li Haizi, who finally let out a sigh of relief. "I have employed a secret technique on the Mad Dog, restoring not only his health, but also significantly enhancing his strength. However, this technique comes with certain limitations. I shall explain it to you later. For now, let us check on Hong Ye's condition," Yi Ning said calmly. Upon hearing this, Li Haizi immediately led Yi Ning to Hong Ye's hospital room. Dead on the bed, Hong Ye remained in a deep slumber, yet to awaken. After examining her pulse, Yi Ning gently infused his inner energy into her body. Gradually, Hong Ye's pallid complexion began to regain its rosy hue. "Summon someone to ensure her safety. We must make a trip to the Zhang family." Thanks to the protective array set by Yi Ning, Hong Ye had narrowly escaped disaster, suffering only from excessive fright and blood loss without any threat to her life. Soon, she would awaken after the infusion of energy. Li Haizi and the Mad Dog exchanged a serious glance and nodded earnestly before setting off. Instead of taking the Land Rover, Yi Ning opted for the two men's Mercedes. Once inside the vehicle, he directly transformed his appearance to resemble Zheng Ning's in front of them, It seems that during my absence, many have grown restless. After the transformation, Yi Ning's features became more chiseled, his eyes gleaming with a sharp light as he narrowed them and spoke in a low voice. However, Li Haizi wore a worried expression and could not help but remind him, Mr. Zheng, the Zhang family is not to be trifled with. Their audacity stems from having a master-level powerhouse within their ranks. Had it not been for the mad dog's desperate rescue, At this point, Li Haizi halted, his expression grave that in truth, he harbored some concerns. Although Zheng Ning was indeed a master-level powerhouse, the strength and foundation of the Zhang family were no laughing matter. They were nominally Zheng Ning's subordinates, but would Zheng Ning truly sever ties with the Zhang family for their sake? Was it worth it? This was precisely why, when faced with problems, Li Haizi had not sought Zheng Ning's intervention immediately, but had instead attempted to resolve matters on his own. If they were all inept, why should Zheng Ning confront the Zhang family on their behalf? Since you were assisting me, their attack on you is tantamount to slapping my face. Rest assured, I will not stand idly by in this matter. Yi Ning replied indifferently, fully aware of Li Haizi's thoughts, his heart as calm as a still pond. The mad dog, seated in the passenger seat, remained silent, a cold smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. He would undoubtedly seek vengeance for the injury inflicted upon him by that master. Now, even if Yi Ning did not intervene, he would still seek to reclaim his honor. His current strength was no longer comparable to the past. In Yunqing at the Zhang family villa, a host of black-clad bodyguards descended like a dark cloud, with Dan Kaijun and Hua Chongtang leading the charge as they burst through the door. Who dares to intrude upon the Zhang family villa? Do you wish to court death? Inside, an elderly man in a white robe stood at the center of the courtyard, a cold smile gracing his lips, as if he had been awaiting their arrival. The courtyard was otherwise empty, devoid of any other presence. Chapter 183. Betrayal. So, you are the so-called master powerhouse of the Zhang family. Dan Kaijun narrowed his eyes slightly, fixing his gaze on the old man as he spoke in a deep voice. You were the one who injured the mad dog and attempted to harm Hongya. You are not worthy of my attention. The old man closed his eyes slightly and spoke with arrogance. Had you not sought your own demise, I would not have acted against you. Now I offer you a chance at survival. Kneel, submit, and surrender all your assets to the Zhang family. Serve us from this day forth, and I may spare your lives. I beg your pardon. I, Dan Kaijun, would rather have my head severed and my blood spilled than bow my back. If you wish for me to grovel, you might as well ask the gun in my hand for its opinion. Dan Kaijun sneered, refusing to back down. Since you have acknowledged this, then blood must be repaid with blood. Before his words had fully left his mouth, Dan Kaijun swiftly drew his gun, his subordinates following suit, as dozens of dark barrels were aimed at the white-robed elder. However, just as Dan Kaijun was about to pull the trigger, he felt a sudden chill at his temple. Hua Choneng had, unbeknownst to him, drawn his own pistol and aimed it at his head. Hua Choneng, what are you doing? Dan Kaijun exclaimed in shock, his voice low. Hua Chongdang chuckled coldly and replied, My apologies, Dan Kaijun, but your worthless life is of no concern to me. I have already pledged allegiance to young Master Zhang. A wise bird chooses its tree to perch upon. I sincerely hope you recognize the situation. Do not think that even if Zheng Ning were here, he would be a match for old Chun. Surrender now. At the same time, several of Dan Kaijun's loyal men, who had just raised their guns, found themselves encircled by Hua Chongtang's reinforcements. Dan Kaijun looked on in shock at the unfolding scene, his gaze gradually becoming one of despair that if he insisted on his course of action, the brothers who had followed him thus far would face certain death today. However, these men remained resolute, their guns still aimed unwaveringly at old Chun, their determination evident as they awaited Dan Kaijun's command. Old Chun raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement playing at the corners of his mouth. Dan Kaijun's lips twitched, and with a deep sigh, he finally lowered his gun. Brother? His loyal subordinates cried out in shock. Even if we die, we must take this old scoundrel with us. In an instant, Emotions ran high among the group. Yet, Hua Chongtong's numbers were overwhelming, and their current predicament rendered them mere prey. A firefight would undoubtedly lead to their demise. Dan Kaijun shook his head slightly. A bitter smile gracing his face, he turned back to Old Shun and spoke slowly. I can surrender, but you must promise me one thing. Release my men. Hee. Whatever happened to your earlier bravado? Old Shun replied with a bemused smile, his eyes gleaming with mockery as he shook his head slightly. Have you changed your mind now? If so, be prepared to kneel before me. Jungo, do not kneel. Dan Kaijun's subordinates roared in anger, their agitation palpable. Yet under Old Shin's playful gaze, Dan Kaijun gritted his teeth and, with great reluctance, knelt before him. Bang, bang, bang. At the moment Dan Kaijun knelt, several of his brothers, unable to contain themselves, began firing at Old Shun. Bullets rained down like a storm towards him. No, Dan Kaijun's eyes turned red as he shouted in horror. However, the bullets slowed before Old Shun, as if halted by an invisible barrier. Old Shun remained calm, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of superiority, as if a vacuum shield surrounded him. All the bullets were pressed back by the air, coming to a standstill before him. With a casual wave of his hand, the bullets clattered to the ground, rendered utterly useless. Ha ha! Hua Chongdang laughed heartily, looking at Dan Kaijun with disdain, proclaiming, Dan Kaijun, I have warned you before. Old Shun is a master powerhouse, a being akin to a deity. Not even blades or bullets can harm him. You might as well prepare for death. Dan Kaijun's expression shifted from shock to despair. This elder was beyond his means to confront. Enough with the theatrics. A mere black dragon society, if they do not submit, shall be eradicated. Old Shun, I would appreciate your assistance. Just then, on the villa's rooftop, Zhang Tisong slowly sat up and addressed Old Shun below. I have no interest in watching these insignificant pests squabble. Understood. Upon hearing this, Old Shun slightly bowed to Zhang Taesong on the rooftop, then turned his gaze back to Hua Chongtang, coldly saying, eliminate them, and in return, you shall serve the Zhang family faithfully. The Black Dragon Society will be yours to command. Yes. Hua Chongtang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he hurriedly nodded in agreement, his heart soaring with delight. However, when he turned to look at Dan Kaijun, he was horrified to find that the latter had somehow appeared before him. Go to hell! Hua Chongtang cried out in alarm, instinctively raising his gun. Yet at such close range, Dan Kaijun seized his wrist and, like a chicken, pulled Hua Chongtang before him, pressing the gun against his head, that do not move. Anyone who dares to move will be shot. Dan Kaijun roared at Hua Chongtang's subordinates, who immediately froze, unwilling to act. Amidst the chaos, Old Shun furrowed his brow and snorted coldly. Useless. In an instant, he floated towards Dan Kaijun, raising his palm to strike at his back. Dan Kaijun, a seasoned mercenary, reacted swiftly and, noticing Old Shun's movement, turned to expose Hua Chongtang to him. However, Old Shun's hand showed no hesitation as it landed squarely on Hua Chongtang's chest. Puff! Hua Chongtang spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flying backward alongside Dan Kaijun. With a crash, they collided with a nearby rockery, Hua Chongtang's eyes glazing over, his chest caved in, breathing shallowly until he ultimately perished. Today, the last person standing here shall be given an opportunity by the Zhang family, a chance to serve faithfully and seize control of the entire Black Dragon Society. Make your move. After sending the two flying, Old Shun snorted and addressed the crowd before him. Fear flickered in their eyes, and the atmosphere became tense, with everyone feeling the weight of impending doom. At that moment, the screeching sound of tires echoed at the entrance, as Li Haizi's black Mercedes came to an abrupt halt in front of the Zhang family's villa. The car doors swung open, and out stepped the trio, the Mad Dog, Li Haizi, and Yi Ning, making their way directly towards the villa. Master Zheng? Is it truly Master Zheng who has arrived? Master Zheng, save me! In an instant, the chaotic crowd turned their desperate gazes towards Yi Ning. A young man, seemingly around 16 or 17, with a head of dyed red hair, dashed towards Yi Ning. Chapter 184. The Mad Dog unleashed as soon as Shan Kaiju knelt. It was this red-haired youth who fired the first shot. Master Zheng, you have finally come out of seclusion. That old coot Hua Chongdang has betrayed us. Right now, Brother Jun is in critical danger. He was struck by that old dog into the rockery, and his life hangs in the balance. The red-haired boy, with tears in his eyes, exclaimed to Yi Ning in rapid succession. Master Zheng, you must stand up for us. Annihilate them. Li Haizi, upon hearing this, was also taken aback. He squinted and surveyed the surroundings, spotting the lifeless body of Hua Chongtang in a corner, unable to suppress a curse. Old Hua truly cannot be relied upon. With that, Li Haizi dashed towards the rockery. Yi Ning narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression darkening as he nodded, saying, Understood. Today, the Zhang family must provide an explanation to the Black Dragon Society. What grandiose words! Not far off, Elder Chen squinted, sizing up Yi Ning and chuckling ominously. Young man, you must be the young master who recently emerged in Yun City, that I have heard it was you who dispatched Xiao Huayu. Indeed, Yi Ning replied, his gaze steady as he met Elder Chen's eyes. Nodding with composure, do you not presume that slaying a single Xiao Huayu renders you invincible? A cold smirk curled at the corner of Elder Chen's mouth as he gravely stated, the Zhang family's foundation is not something a mere fledgling like you can aspire to reach. I advise you to surrender. Perhaps you may still gain favor with the Zhang family. Ha! Yi Ning roared with laughter, shaking his head repeatedly. What is the Zhang family truly? They sent assassins to ambush my subordinates and brazenly injured them. Yet now they stand so high and mighty. I have come today. Do you honestly believe you will see the sun rise tomorrow? Good. Good. Elder Chen, in a fit of rage, laughed coldly, nodding repeatedly. Old man will grant you this opportunity for mercy due to your arduous training. Yet you fail to cherish it. Since it has come to this, I shall experience your abilities firsthand. As Elder Chen readied himself for combat, Yi Ning merely scoffed lightly, turning his gaze to the Mad Dog and asking, Was it he who attacked you earlier? Yes. The Mad Dog's eyes were fixed firmly on Elder Chen, squeezing out a word through clenched teeth, his fists cracking ominously. Let us finish this swiftly. Yi Ning nodded slightly, calmly responding. Before his words had fully settled, the Mad Dog surged forward, kicking up dust and stones as he transformed into a fleeting shadow, charging towards Elder Chen. Elder Chen furrowed his brow slightly, snorting disdainfully. All beneath me are mere ants. Boy, these worthless scum present do not warrant my effort. Do you think sending a defeated subordinate to test my strength is wise? Before he could finish, the Mad Dog had already reached him. Elder Chen maintained his haughty demeanor, not regarding the Mad Dog at all, with his hands clasped behind his back, a transparent barrier of energy forming before him. Bang, bang, bang. The Mad Dog's fists and kicks pounded against the barrier. Yet for a moment, he could not inflict a single scratch upon Elder Chen. Trivial skills. Elder Chen scoffed, lunging forward, his hand aimed directly at the Mad Dog's crown. The Mad Dog merely sidestepped slightly, allowing Elder Chen's palm to strike his shoulder, while his own fist slammed heavily into Elder Chen's chest. This punch carried an ominous aura, causing Elder Chen to stagger back several steps. A mouthful of blood spewing forth, his complexion turning as pale as paper. You wretch! What wicked sorcery have you employed? How can it be this vicious? Elder Chen felt a chilling current flow into his body from his chest, throwing his internal energy into disarray, his blood reversing, leaving him severely injured. In contrast, the Mad Dog, struck by Elder Chen's palm, felt his shoulder slump, but with a simple adjustment, the dislocated shoulder miraculously returned to its place. Elder Chen, too astonished to react, saw the Mad Dog's figure rush towards him once more. Protective energy. In a moment of desperation, Elder Chen activated his protective barrier in an attempt to shield himself from the Mad Dog's assault. The Mad Dog's fist collided with the energy shield, and observing Elder Chen's stubborn resistance, a sinister smile crept across the Mad Dog's lips, sending a shiver down Elder Chen's spine. The Mad Dog's smile resembled that of a hellish demon, cruel and murderous, devoid of warmth. Suddenly, the Mad Dog raised both hands and struck the barrier, extending his fingers as if grasping an invisible glass door, forcefully tearing the shield apart bit by bit. "No, you cannot kill me." Despair flickered in Elder Chen's eyes as he frantically cried for mercy, yet the Mad Dog had already shredded the energy barrier. Pressing his bloodied palm against Elder Chen's face, bang! With a muted thud, Elder Chen's head was driven into the marble tiles below. Blood splattered across the shattered stone, the scene shockingly brutal. The Mad Dog's cruel smile only intensified as he absorbed Elder Chen's dissipating energy, as if gaining nourishment, his own strength surging higher. "No, you actually killed him. You actually killed Elder Chen. You madman, do you wish to die?" On the top floor of the villa, Zhang Cuisong could not help but erupt in rage at the sight of Elder Chen's pitiful defeat. Elder Chen was one of the two masters of the Zhang family, and now he had fallen to a madman in Yun City. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, Zhang Cuisong instantly regretted them. The Mad Dog had risen, lifting his gaze towards Zhang Cuisong, his lips curling into a chilling smile. "No, no, no, you cannot kill me. I am a young master of the Zhang family. Whatever amount of money you desire, the Zhang family can provide if you kill me. The Zhang family will never let you go." Zhang Cuisong babbled incoherently. Yet in the next moment, the Mad Dog leapt effortlessly onto the villa's rooftop, delivering a resounding slap across Zhang Cuisong's face. His head spun several times before his body went limp, collapsing to the ground. All present were struck with fear, even Li Haizi trembling in trepidation. Was this truly his brother, the Mad Dog? This was nothing short of a humanoid monstrosity. After swiftly dispatching Zhang Cuisong, the Mad Dog's gaze slowly shifted downward, where a number of Hua Chongshan's subordinates had already scrambled to flee, some collapsing to their knees in supplication. The Mad Dog's lips remained curled in a sinister grin as he leapt down with a heavy thud, charging towards those who had betrayed him. Yi Ning furrowed his brows, speaking in a firm tone. "Enough!" As Yi Ning's voice echoed, the Mad Dog's body froze instantly, the madness in his eyes receding like a tide, his clarity returning, though the bloodstains covering him remained glaring under the sunlight. "Mr. Zheng." The Mad Dog approached Yi Ning, bowing respectfully, his voice trembling slightly. Chapter 185. The presence of a master. Yi Ning nodded calmly, while Li Haizi had already rushed to aid the injured Shan Kaijun, who had sustained only minor injuries thanks to Hua Chongtang's interference. The remnants of Hua Chongtang's former subordinates hung their heads in defeat, and as the first person fled, the others quickly followed suit. Thus, only Yi Ning, the Mad Dog, Shan Kaijun, and a few of his subordinates remained. Shan Kaijun led his men in clearing the scene, while Yi Ning, the Mad Dog, and Li Haizi returned to their vehicle. Li Haizi instinctively shifted uneasily, casting a worried glance at Yi Ning. "Mr. Zheng." Just now the Mad Dog also turned to Yi Ning, his expression filled with concern. "After killing that Elder Chen, you lost your composure. Did you not?" Yi Ning stated calmly. The Mad Dog nodded immediately, his heart pounding with apprehension. "Yes, Mr. Yi. What was that about if not for your timely intervention? I fear I would have him." "That is your limitation," Yi Ning replied placidly. "You should understand that what I implanted in your body is an evil spirit, now referred to as a malevolent entity, due to the decay of your flesh." Upon hearing Yi Ning's words, both Li Haizi and the Mad Dog turned pale, especially Li Haizi, who was filled with unease, urgently inquiring, "Mr. Yi, is there truly no other way?" Yi Ning remained silent, directing his gaze towards the Mad Dog. He had clearly presented two choices to the Mad Dog. This was his own decision. The Mad Dog, resolute, nodded firmly, addressing Li Haizi beside him. "Brother He, there is no need for you to speak. This was my choice all along." Mr.Ye indeed has a method to heal my body, yet he cannot restore decades of cultivation. To become an ordinary person is worse than death for me. Mr. Yi, you just mentioned that this is my limitation. What exactly does that limitation entail? The mad dog looked earnestly at Yi Ning, his expression unwavering as he posed the question. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yi Ning spoke. The reason the malevolent spirit has not completely overtaken your consciousness is that I have placed a seal upon you. However, even I am currently unable to fully bind this evil entity, that my present strength is insufficient for a complete sealing, which is why it has been able to exploit the gaps in your defenses. The key is to avoid taking a life. Once the intent to kill arises and blood is shed, the malevolent spirit within you will break free from its constraints. Thank you, Divine Dr. Yi. Rest assured, I will be cautious from now on. Upon hearing Yi Ning's words, both the mad dog and Li Haizi visibly relaxed. Although they were men of the martial world, taking a life was not a trivial matter. Mad Dog had hardly ever killed anyone throughout his life, let alone taken a life with his own hands. Today marked his first time. Thus, this restriction held little weight for him. Yi Ning sighed and shook his head. Mad Dog's strength had long since surpassed that of a mere master. Once one reached such a level, they were no longer bound by the constraints of worldly law, but rather came under the direct control of Kunlun. In the past, it was said that Xiao Huiyu had blood on his hands yet remained at large. When he hid in the deep mountains, he even encountered the leader of the Kunlun Yanlong, who had sought to recruit him. Beyond the mundane realm, the world was still one of survival of the fittest. From today onwards, you shall reside in Villa Number 1, that let Xin Shui impart the Qingxin Ju and Tai Jiquan to you. It may aid in tempering your disposition that I in the future. If your strength can subdue the malevolent spirit, then my so-called seal will be rendered unnecessary. Yi Ning concluded calmly. Thank you, Divine Dr. Yi. Mad Dog's eyes sparkled with determination. And he nodded eagerly. Yi Ning slowly nodded in return, closing his eyes to gather his thoughts. Just moments ago, he had attempted to glimpse in a Mad Dog's fate, only to find himself shrouded by an aura of dark energy that obscured his vision. The benefits Mad Dog had derived from the malevolent spirit were undoubtedly more than mere restoration of his physical form. The manner in which he had absorbed the true energy from Chen Lao upon his death mirrored the actions of the evil cultivator who had previously drained his essence. Whether the malevolent spirit was at fault or if Mad Dog had acquired such abilities, or perhaps even a legacy, remained unclear to Yi Ning. Nevertheless, since Mad Dog chose not to speak of it, Yi Ning had no intention of pressing the matter. As the luxury vehicle arrived at Yin City Hospital, Yi Ning prepared to disembark after altering his appearance. Suddenly, Mad Dog spoke up. Divine Dr. Yi. Yi Ning turned, his expression calm as he regarded Mad Dog. After a few moments of silence, Mad Dog still did not speak, prompting Yi Ning to smile. Is there something you wish to discuss? I apologize, but there are matters I fear I cannot elaborate on. Mad Dog replied awkwardly, his gaze fixed on Yi Ning. Such a trifling malevolent spirit is but a minor concern. You need not worry. Should it attempt to cause trouble, I will deal with it myself. Yi Ning replied with a faint smile before turning to leave. Mad Dog sat in the car, awestruck, gazing at Yi Ning's retreating figure with admiration and gratitude. Mad Dog, what is it? What were you about to say? Li Haizi inquired with concern. Brother He, it's nothing, Mad Dog replied, forcing a sheepish smile. That I was just worried that Divine Dr. Yi might be underestimating the strength of that malevolent spirit. But it seems I was merely being overly cautious. Now that is the demeanor of a true master. Mad Dog marveled genuinely, for in the instant of taking a life, he had not only discovered that the malevolent spirit's restrictions had been lifted, but that he could also communicate with it through his divine sense. The method of absorbing true energy had indeed been imparted to him by the malevolent spirit. He had assumed Yi Ning was unaware of this, only to realize that Yi Ning was unperturbed by it. Furthermore, Yi Ning had offered him reassurances, a display of such composure that left Mad Dog in a Li Haizi. However, could only manage a dry chuckle that as Yi Ning departed. He and Mad Dog remained in the car, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease that Yi Ning returned to his Land Rover, preparing to drive home. His journey to Wulong Mountain had already been delayed for far too long, and he intended to seize this opportunity to extract the ferocious beast from its lair and obtain the treasures of that celestial paradise. Whether it was Qin Shui, Mad Dog, or himself, it had become increasingly challenging to make progress in their cultivation within the mundane world. To break through further, they needed to find a celestial paradise. And the ferocious beast was undeniably a treasure trove that, if he could harness its benefits, he might just possess the power to suppress the malevolent spirit. With this thought, Yi Ning started the Land Rover and made his way back to the Wulong Villa. "Son, don't take today's matter to heart. If that girl looks down on you, it's her daughter's misfortune. Just wait. Mom will introduce you to someone in a couple of days." Upon arriving home, Yi Ning was greeted by Zheng Huilan's indignant remarks. "Mom, please spare me. I'm only 24 this year. Is it really necessary to rush?" Yi Ning responded in disbelief, his face a picture of horror. "The 24. Lu Ai's son is also 24 and still has no car or house. Now even sons can fetch soy sauce." Zheng Huilan retorted indignantly. Chapter 186. Encountering Xuelan again, Yi Ning opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words at Zheng Huilan's dissatisfaction. "Son, don't lose heart. Just because one blind date didn't go well doesn't mean it's the end. I'll arrange another for you." Zheng Huilan quickly reassured him, her brow furrowed with concern for Yi Ning. Feeling awkward, Yi Ning opened his mouth, never expecting his mother to receive such quick feedback, that he was clueless as to what the other party had told her to cause such distress. Nevertheless, he could only offer a wry smile and say, "Mom, this isn't something that can be resolved through blind dates. There's no need to rush. When destiny arrives, it will come naturally. Destiny, destiny." Zheng Huilan frowned. "Son, speaking of which, you seem to have quite a good fortune with women. Why is it that—" "All right, enough, Mom. I'm focused on work right now and have no thoughts in that regard. Please don't overthink it. When the time comes, it will happen." With that, Yi Ning quickly retreated to his bedroom, leaving Zheng Huilan to sigh helplessly and shake her head repeatedly. Once back in his room, Yi Ning pushed aside the trivial matters and opened the wooden box, revealing the imperial green jade stone before him. For the entire afternoon, he locked himself in his room, working on the jade, and by noon, a 9-inch-tall, fierce-looking Qilin statue had taken shape. Once the finishing touches were applied, the Qilin jade carving seemed to come alive, exuding a commanding presence. The dragon has 9 sons, each unique. The Qilin is revered as a beast of good omen, the king of all beasts. With this statue as his ally, Yi Ning felt entirely confident about his expedition to Wulong Mountain. That evening, he informed his mother that he would be away for a few days to attend to some matters before leaving home to gather with Li Haizi and others at the Wulong Villa. Li Haizi, Shan Kaijun, and Hong Ye arrived punctually. Yi Ning had already disguised himself as Zheng Ning and directly informed the group of their impending expedition to Wulong Mountain. The following morning, they set out, heading deep into the heart of Wulong Mountain. Drawing from their previous experience, Yi Ning took the lead, guiding them toward the celestial paradise they had discovered last time. However, midway through their journey, Yi Ning furrowed his brow and halted his steps. "Mr. Zheng, what is wrong?" Li Haizi approached, wiping the sweat from his brow. "That is our destination. Look there." Yi Ning pointed ahead to a cluster of towering boulders that Li Haizi immediately turned to look, initially failing to notice anything unusual. But in the next moment, he froze, for beneath the massive stones lay a series of tents. Clad in tactical gear, well-trained soldiers were setting up camp in the mountains, having clearly been there for some time. With keen eyes, Yi Ning quickly recognized 2 familiar figures among the crowd. One was a young woman, none other than Xuelan, who had returned after her previous defeat, and the other was the old herbalist. His face lined with wrinkles that Yi Ning had previously sensed the old man's hidden depths. But he was pleasantly surprised to find that the old man not only possessed knowledge of the blood ant's potent poison, but was also well acquainted with the true treasures hidden at the base of Falling Phoenix Slope. Not far away, on a small hill, the old man was animatedly explaining something to Xuelon. This time around, Xuelon had undergone a transformation, donning athletic attire and wielding binoculars to scrutinize the colossal rocks within the valley. Her willow-like brows were deeply furrowed, her expression grave. "Old man, your words seem a bit alarmist. Even if there are some strange creatures inside, do you think I'm afraid with all these people and equipment?" Xuelon replied, frowning and speaking in a low voice. He. The old man wore a mysterious smile, suddenly turning to face Yi Ning's direction. Yi Ning raised an eyebrow. Sure enough, Xuelon turned to look as well. "Someone?" A surge of alarm coursed through Xuelon's heart as she raised her binoculars, finally recognizing Yi Ning and his group. Sneaky and underhanded. It's clear they're not up to any good. Xuelon huffed, and after relaying instructions over her walkie-talkie, a group of soldiers in tactical gear swiftly moved to encircle Yi Ning and his companions. "Since our friend has arrived, why the cowardice?" Xuelon stepped forward, narrowing her eyes as she fixed her gaze on Yi Ning, her tone menacing to this encounter. Yi Ning had disguised himself as the young Master Zhengling, so Xuelon did not recognize him. Li Haizi let out a cold laugh, stepping forward a couple of paces and fixing a hostile gaze on Xuelon as he spoke. "Who says we are friends? We've only just arrived here. If you know what's good for you, you'd better scram and clear the way for us. Here we stand, the first to arrive and the first to discover this place. Your tone is rather presumptuous. What makes you think you have the authority to command us to leave?" A look of disdain flickered in Xuelon's eyes as she regarded Li Haizi and his group with palpable contempt. In the shadows, a concealed ambush lay in wait, guns aimed squarely at Li Haizi's party, ready to spring into action at any moment. Enough of this. Yi Ning waved his hand slightly, casting his gaze over Xuelon and her companions. He noted the dark aura swirling above their heads. They were clearly marked for impending bloodshed. Particularly striking was the old herbalist. During his previous encounters with the elder, Yi Ning had yet to reach his innate realm. Now, with his elevated status, he was horrified to discover that the old man exuded no trace of life. A sinister energy surrounded him, indicating that this elder was far from benign. "Miss, fate has brought us together. So allow me to offer you a word of caution." After a moment of contemplation, Yi Ning spoke up. "Heavenly treasures are not claimed by mere arrival. They belong to those with the capability to seize them. Attempting to forcibly intervene without the requisite skills may well invite disaster." "What audacity! And who might you be?" Xuelon's brow furrowed deeply, clearly displeased by Yi Ning's words. "Miss Xue," the old herbalist interjected with a chuckle. "This is none other than the renowned young Master Zheng Ning of Yun City. Master Zheng. Master Zheng is unparalleled in skill throughout Yin City. That IT was only due to his intervention that the once reclusive Qiao Huayu was eliminated, thus rendering this place unclaimed." The herbalist continued with a grin. "So it is Master Zheng. My apologies for the oversight. Since you are personally involved, shall we join forces? Tomorrow, we plan to enter this wondrous realm and perhaps face some dangers. Traveling together could provide mutual support." Upon learning of Yi Ning's identity, Xuelon's demeanor shifted slightly, extending an invitation to join their expedition. Li Haizi and his companions exchanged knowing glances, waiting for Yi Ning's decision. After a brief moment of reflection, Yi Ning nodded slightly. "Very well. Let us proceed together." Chapter 187. The eerie old man, given the current circumstances, if they chose not to ally, it would likely lead to conflict before they even entered the mystical realm. An outcome Yi Ning wished to avoid. Thus, he felt compelled to acquiesce. "Excellent. Since Master Zheng has graciously accepted, I would kindly ask you and your companions to stay here for the night. Tomorrow morning, we shall embark together to enter the realm, if that suits you," Xuelon suggested with a smile. "Agreed. We shall set off together tomorrow morning. That as for tonight's accommodations, we shall not impose." I believe this spot suffices, and we can camp here for the night. Yi Ning replied calmly, maintaining a demeanor of quiet confidence. Ultimately, Xuelon could only smile and nod before turning to leave. The old herbalist suddenly turned back, flashing a knowing grin at Yi Ning as he rolled a cigarette and offered it to him. Master Zheng, care for a smoke? Observing the old man's playful expression, Yi Ning raised an eyebrow. Realizing that the elder had likely discerned his true identity, I'll give it a try. The mad dog scoffed disdainfully as he took the cigarette from the old man, lighting it and taking a puff without revealing any change in expression. He grinned, "Old man, this smoke lacks potency." The old man's expression shifted at the mad dog's gaze, and he chuckled awkwardly before hastily following Xuelan's group to Mr. Zheng. "This place feels rather sinister," the mad dog murmured, exhaling a plume of smoke as he leaned closer to Yi Ning. Li Haizi, Hongjie, and the others wore expressions of concern, their gazes fixed on Yi Ning, that he calmly nodded, a smile gracing his lips. "There's no need for excessive worry. Tomorrow, we will split into 2 teams. Dan Kai and his men will accompany you, and the mad dog will join me in the mountains. Chen Shui, you will remain behind to protect Li Haizi and Hongjie. Once we resolve matters in the mountains, we shall regroup." The following morning, the camp bustled with activity. Xuelon rose early, making her way directly to Yi Ning. "Miss, we have been preparing for so long, and the old master's life hangs by a thread, waiting for the Xian snake's gallbladder to save him. This mission is critical, and I fail to understand why you are being so courteous to those locals." A tall, imposing middle-aged man frowned, addressing Xuelon, that if it were up to me, I would have eliminated them to prevent future troubles. Without having seen the Xian snake yet, to engage in conflict with them would merely weaken our forces. Xuelon replied coolly, narrowing her eyes. "The opposing party is a young master of remarkable skill. Such power can be strategically employed. Once the Xian snake is dealt with, we can act at our convenience. Now, go prepare." "Understood." The middle-aged man nodded in compliance. Ultimately, Yi Ning rejoined Xuelon as they ventured toward the rugged gorge ahead. Beyond the stone formations lay the gorge's entrance, leading to the high cliffs where only a sliver of sky was visible. Entering the gorge would lead them within half an hour to a natural lake, the realm where Qiao Huayu once resided. Along the way, Yi Ning noted that Xuelan's group was exceptionally well prepared, equipped with ample explosives and weaponry, as well as 2 large barrels containing some liquid. Upon inhaling, Yi Ning discerned that the liquid was indeed realgar wine, and a thoughtful expression crossed his face, though he chose to remain silent. Upon entering the realm of wonders, the group was awestruck by the scenery. It was a veritable paradise, alive with the songs of birds and fragrant flowers. At the center lay a crystalline lake, opposite which were several thatched cottages, exuding tranquility and freedom, as if they had stumbled upon a hidden utopia. Everyone was left speechless by the breathtaking beauty before them. How could there be any danger in such a paradise? Xuelan's brow furrowed slightly as she glanced at the old herbalist beside her, who wore a peculiar smile, gesturing toward the placid lake's surface. Xuelon nodded, then turned to Yi Ning, saying, "Master Zheng, I have heard rumors that the Xian snake lurks within this lake, to be frank. My purpose here is to acquire the Xian snake's gallbladder. I wonder if you might lend your assistance." "Oh, there's a Xian snake dwelling in this deep pool?" Yi Ning raised an eyebrow, smiling. "Miss Shui, to be candid, after I eliminated Qiao Huayu, I came here to investigate. This pool lies beneath the falling phoenix slope, a place of exquisite beauty devoid of any signs of bloodshed, truly a hidden gem. Even I could only ascertain that a fierce beast must be lurking within, yet I know not its true form." "Who informed you that the beast below is a Xian snake?" At Yi Ning's words, Xuelon instinctively turned her gaze toward the old herbalist beside her. The information about the Xian snake had indeed come from him, as he had reached out to her just when her grandfather's life was in jeopardy, needing the Xian snake's gallbladder for salvation. When she received this information, Xuelon felt a profound unease. Recently, Tang Xiaodian had been lured to Wulong Mountain by the blood gourd and blood ant venom, ultimately betraying the Xue family. Now, with her grandfather's life hanging by a thread, the same herbalist had informed her that the Xian snake's gallbladder was appearing in Wulong Mountain. It felt as though Wulong Mountain had become her recurring nightmare. However, for the sake of her grandfather's life, she could not forego this opportunity, even if her heart was heavy with apprehension. Yet upon hearing Yi Ning's words, it was as though something had stirred within her, leaving her momentarily stunned, gazing incredulously at the old man beside her, instinctively taking a step back. The old man now wore a strange smile as he regarded Yi Ning, saying, "Master Zheng, you discovered this realm long ago, yet chose to depart, and I had thought you possessed the wisdom to refrain from returning for at least 3 years. Yet here you are, back so soon. Had I known you would return to court death so quickly, I need not have gone through all these motions." As the old man spoke, the armed soldiers around them became alert, and the middle-aged man standing behind Xuelon immediately raised his gun, firing several shots at the old man's limbs. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire rang out, and the old man was instantly hit. Had he been an ordinary person, he would have been rendered incapacitated. Yet the old man remained unfazed, standing as though he felt no pain whatsoever. Not even a drop of blood oozed from the bullet wounds. A cold smile crept across the mad dog's face, curving his lips into a chilling arc. Indeed, the old man had been possessed by a malevolent spirit and resurrected. This was the very reason he had discerned the elder's true nature the previous day. Chapter 188. A Path to Self-Destruction, ha ha ha. The old man cackled, sending a wave of unease through the crowd. Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire erupted incessantly, and soon the old man's body was riddled with bullets. Yet he continued to howl at the sky, seemingly unaffected. Just as panic gripped everyone, the old man sprang into the lake with a single leap. Xuelon and her companions were left in a state of panic, their breaths coming in frantic gasps. Upon witnessing this scene, Yi Ning's expression shifted dramatically, and he suddenly called out in a deep voice, "This is bad. Master Zheng, I implore you to assist me in obtaining the Xian snake's heart. If you can help my family, the Xue family, to compel me to act as acceptable." In a moment of desperation, Yi Ning interrupted Xuelon, his voice grave. "Immediately instruct your men to leave. Get out of here." Xuelan's countenance changed at his words, momentarily stunned, while a middle-aged man beside her snorted coldly and sneered. "Miss Xue, do not heed his reckless words. If we withdraw now, all the benefits from this Xian snake will be his alone. With our numbers and equipment, why should we retreat?" The middle-aged man's expression turned icy as he stated firmly, "Mr. Zheng, you and your men must either act or perish," as the middle-aged man's words echoed. Xuelan's subordinates unexpectedly pushed Yi Ning and his companions to the forefront of the crowd, sneering, "I refuse to believe that with our ranks, we fear a mere Xian snake." Dan Kaijun and the others were unceremoniously shoved to the edge of the water pool. Yi Ning felt a surge of anger at this scene. The events unfolded with lightning speed, as Xuelan's subordinates coldly laughed while pushing Yi Ning's group forward. Xuelan appeared momentarily dazed, ultimately refraining from speaking and retreating into the protective embrace of the crowd alongside the middle-aged and Yi Ning squinted at the group behind him, shaking his head with a cold smile. If they sought death, why should he intervene? Look. What is that? One person in the crowd pointed at the lake's surface in astonishment, as a massive, bottomless vortex appeared. Tension gripped everyone, and Yi Ning observed the swirling abyss with a cool demeanor. Turning to Dan Kaijun and saying, "Bring me the wooden box," Dan Kaijun, his expression grave, swiftly placed the wooden box that Yi Ning had prepared beside him. That a low growl erupted, and a colossal white serpent, 3 meters in diameter, emerged from the pool, its cold eyes scanning the crowd as it let out a deep hiss. Yi Ning raised his hand and struck the wooden box, and a radiant green Shilin materialized before them. The massive white serpent's pupils constricted in an instant, and it trembled uncontrollably. Yi Ning's suspicions were confirmed. The malevolent spirit that had possessed the old man must have been released by this Xian snake, intending to lure the living. This white serpent was on the brink of becoming a demon. If it could consume a few more lives, it might just break through. Once it transformed, it would gain the ability to shapeshift. A deep sense of unwillingness flickered in the white serpent's eyes. Such a sumptuous feast was within reach, and by devouring several people, it could ascend to demonhood. Yet it was obstructed by a divine beast. The white serpent swiftly shifted its focus to Xuelan and her companion standing behind Yi Ning. With a roar, the white serpent lunged toward Xuelan and her group. "Beast, die!" The middle-aged man bellowed, opening fire first. Instantly, flames erupted from the ranks behind Xuelan, shooting towards the white serpent. Gatling guns, grenades, and even those wielding C4 recklessly charged at the beast. Boom! Boom! The barrage of artillery struck the white serpent. Yet it failed to breach its alabaster armor, as those armed with C4 were instantly frozen into ice and devoured by the serpent's maw. The powerful explosives fizzled out. "Beast!" The middle-aged man gritted his teeth and growled. "Use Realgar wine. Quickly, spray it with Realgar wine." At the command of the middle-aged man, someone wielding a high-pressure water gun sprayed Realgar wine directly at the colossal Xian snake. Yi Ning merely chuckled coldly and shook his head. While Realgar wine might have some efficacy against ordinary venomous snakes, it was utterly ineffective against a serpent that was nearly demonized. The Xian snake charged into the crowd, its massive body sweeping through and annihilating numerous warriors. Its gaping maw devouring 3 individuals in a single bite. "Miss, run, go, over there!" To those people, in a moment of life and death, the middle-aged man's gaze snapped to Yi Ning's group, where the Qilin jade statue, under Yi Ning's enchantment, formed a small green protective barrier around them, keeping the rampaging Xian snake at bay. It was assuredly safe within. However, before the middle-aged man's exclamation could finish, he was swallowed whole by the rampaging serpent. In the face of imminent peril, Xuelan unleashed a strength beyond ordinary limits, managing to force her way to the front of Yi Ning's group. With a thud, her body collided with the green barrier. Yet she was halted by the protective shield. Accompanying Yi Ning into the paradise were merely Crazy Dog, Dan Kaijun, and 2 loyal guards, totaling 5 individuals, all of whom stood unscathed within the barrier. In mere seconds, the Xian snake had swept away everyone outside, its forked tongue flicking toward Yi Ning's group. Xuelan nearly collapsed in fear, desperately pounding on the green barrier. "Mr. Zheng, I beg you, please let me in." Tears streamed down her face as she pleaded. Yi Ning and his companions, however, regarded the unfolding drama with indifference. Those who kill others are invariably killed themselves. Yi Ning had already promised to hand over the Xian snake's heart to the others. Yet they still heartlessly pushed his group out as fodder, rendering them unworthy of sympathy. The massive Xian snake's tongue was nearly brushing against Xuelan's feet, and with a sigh, Yi Ning ultimately released the barrier, allowing Xuelan to slip inside. The immense Xian snake narrowed its eyes at this sight, its enormous gaze fixed on Yi Ning, tinged with a hint of fury. After circling a few times before them, it turned to retreat back to the water pool, but at that moment, Yi Ning coldly scoffed, saying, "You think you can come and go as you please? Since you've come, you shall remain," as his words fell. Yi Ning stepped out of the green barrier, much to the shock of the onlookers. The Xian snake's pupils constricted. Yi Ning's actions were undoubtedly a provocation. Its massive white form transformed into a blur, hurtling towards Yi Ning. Chapter 189. The Xian snake bows in submission. Yi Ning stood defiantly, unflinching in the face of danger, raising his hand to cast a spell into the sky. In an instant, it appeared as though a hole had been pierced in the heavens, and a beam of divine light descended, illuminating the Xian snake. The serpent let out a wail, as the part of its body struck by the divine light emitted a scent of charred flesh, as if it were being seared in excruciating pain. In agony, the Xian snake shrieked, finally realizing it was no match for the human before it, and made a beeline for the water pool, hoping to evade the divine light. Yi Ning scoffed, kicking the Qilin statue into the pool. Upon witnessing Yi Ning's actions, the Xian snake was struck with panic and dared not enter the water. With no escape route, it dove towards Yi Ning and his companions. Great Spirit, embody! Yi Ning bellowed, and a towering, ethereal figure manifested around him, raising its hands to firmly resist the Xian snake's gaping maw. Go! Yi Ning almost spat out the word, and Dan Kaijun and the others instantly understood. The jade statue Yi Ning had brought was not for self-preservation, but to cut off the Xian snake's escape. Only in this way could they have a chance to fight it to the death. The remaining individuals could only fend for themselves. In an instant, the four scattered in all directions, seeking cover, while Xuelan remained paralyzed in place, staring in awe at Yi Ning, who had suddenly become majestic, standing before the colossal Xian snake, resisting it with sheer physical strength, momentarily lost in thought. Run! Eventually, Crazy Dog shouted. Worried that Xuelan's presence would distract Yi Ning, that he grabbed her and pulled her aside. Once the two were out of the way, Yi Ning unleashed his full power, leaping and delivering a heavy palm strike to the Xian snake's head. Thud! With a tremendous sound, the Xian snake's massive head crashed into the ground, and Yi Ning leaped onto its head, like Mount Tai pressing down. Yi Ning calmly uttered 4 words, forming a seal, and his entire being seemed to embody the weight of Mount Tai, pressing the serpent beneath his feet. In a moment of desperation, the Xian snake's forked tongue, unable to retract in time, was firmly suppressed by Yi Ning. Woe is me! The enormous Xian snake, pinned beneath Yi Ning's foot, emitted a sound of supplication. For 100 years, I have diligently cultivated here, on the verge of achieving my goal. Yet at the last moment, I took a wrong turn, attempting to forcibly break through using human lives. Do you not know that this encounter will ruin my century-long cultivation? Yi Ning spoke solemnly. The Xian snake, upon hearing these words, turned pale, its eyes flashing with regret. Not merely 100 years. I have cultivated here for nearly 1,000 years. Decades ago, several humans came here, seeking to seize this paradise for cultivation, and offered living sacrifices to me. In my haste for success, I chose the wrong path. I beg the immortal to forgive me. Yi Ning heard the Xian snake's voice in his mind, surprisingly sounding like that of a silver-bellied girl. Sigh. Ultimately, Yi Ning sighed and spoke softly. I will grant you 100 more years to guard this paradise. I can help you cleanse your essence, restore your innate abilities, and assist you in becoming a demon. Thank you, immortal, for your grace. I am willing to guard this place for 100 years, serving as your protector. The Xian snake immediately pledged that I end the eyes of the onlookers. Yi Ning stood proudly alone atop the serpent's head, yet he had already forged a pact with the Xian snake through his spiritual awareness. With a slight nod, Yi Ning leaped down. When the Xian snake gazed upon him again, there was no trace of malice in its eyes, replaced instead by a profound respect. The serpent raised its majestic head and abruptly bit down on a portion of its own flesh, tearing away a piece of bloody meat and spitting it out before Yi Ning. Much to the astonishment of the crowd, the Yi Ning nodded slightly and extracted a lustrous white scale from the offering. This was the Xian snake's reverse scale, a token of servitude from its kind, signifying a contract of subservience. Whoever possessed this scale would command the obedience of the Xian snake. Holding the scale in his hand, Yi Ning nodded and said, My friend requires a Xian snake gallbladder. Be swift in retrieving it. The enormous head of the Xian snake performed a surprisingly human-like nod, and soon after, a gallbladder the size of a fist emerged from its body, dropping directly into Yi Ning's hands. Only then did Yi Ning nod in satisfaction, waving his hand as the Qilin, a divine beast, leapt forth from the water. The Xian snake then plunged back into the depths of the pool. Approaching Xuelan, Yi Ning handed her the gallbladder and stated coolly, This gallbladder is what I promised you earlier. Take it and leave at once. Do not mention today's events to anyone, lest I be compelled to take action against you." He cast a stern look at the trembling Xuelon, whose body had gone limp with fear. "Yes, yes, thank you. Thank you, Master Zheng." Outside the cave, Li Haizi and his companions confronted the remnants left by Xuelon. To be precise, they had already been subdued by the group. Chun Shui wore a displeased expression. Had she been alone, she would have undoubtedly taken action to teach these men a lesson. However, with Hong Yi, Li Haizi, and other ordinary individuals by her side, any confrontation would place them in jeopardy, so she could only protect her companions and maintain a standoff. Xuelon emerged from the cave, holding the Xian snake gallbladder. Looking dazed and disheartened, "Miss, are you all right?" The others rushed forward to inquire, and having learned from past experiences, the current group, although not renowned masters, consisted of loyal warriors devoted to the Shui family. Upon seeing Xuelan's disheveled state, their expressions shifted, and several rushed forward to rescue her from the clutches of San Kaijun and his men. San Kaijun, however, merely smiled coldly, pressing a dagger firmly against Xuelan's pristine neck, sneering, "What's the rush? Release them first." Xuelan's smile turned bitter. She had long underestimated Yi Ning, but given his prowess, even the Shui family seemed inconsequential before him. With a mere wave, he could obliterate them. Even the colossal creature, the Xian snake, had succumbed to his might, let alone the Shui family. "Release them. We're going home. I have obtained the Xian snake gallbladder." Finally, Xuelan's calm voice rang out, prompting her subordinates to release Li Haizi and his companions. As they departed from Wulong Mountain, Xuelon couldn't help but glance back toward the depths of the mountain where Yi Ning was, hoping they might meet again someday. "Mr. Zheng, what transpired inside just now? It caused quite a commotion, and I was worried sick for you outside." Upon entering the cave, Li Haizi was taken aback by the chaotic scene strewn with bodies. Fortunately, Sen Kaijun and the others emerged unscathed. "Oh, it's nothing." Yi Ning smiled and shook his head, declaring, "From now on, this will be our training ground, that I summoned you all here to cultivate several medicinal gardens that it's high time the Black Dragon Society underwent a transformation. Remaining in the shadows is unsustainable." Chapter 190. The anomaly. "I brought you three here today to announce an important matter that I end the cave." Yi Ning stood at the forefront and addressed Hong Yi and the others. "From this day forth, I shall officially establish a sect here, named after the Xian snake dwelling beneath this deep pool. We shall call it the White Dragon Sect. To the outside world, you will still be the leaders of the Black Dragon Society. But within, you will become the first disciples of the White Dragon Sect. Henceforth, Wulong Mountain will serve as the foundation of our sect, abundant in medicinal herbs and treasures of heaven and earth. You may command your subordinates to ascend the mountain to gather herbs and engage in legitimate business. It's time for the Black Dragon Society to cleanse its reputation." Upon hearing this, Li Haizi, Hong Yi, and San Kaijun clenched their fists in excitement. For years, the major medicinal families in Yun City had thrived, primarily due to their access to Wulong Villa, which was situated on Wulong Mountain. Beyond their own cultivated herbs, many came to Wulong Mountain to gather and plant medicinal ingredients. The land on the front slopes had nearly been entirely claimed by these families, cultivating herbs on Wulong Mountain. Even cultivated varieties could be sold as wild, yielding immeasurable profits. However, this was merely Yi Ning's first step for Li Haizi and his companions, who had only ever lived in the shadows, subsisting on scraps from various factions. The introduction of a medicinal trade was akin to a leap from a bird to a cannon. Yet, Yi Ning had grander visions. If he were to act, it would be with a resounding impact. Unlike other herbal merchants in Yun City, who merely collected and processed raw herbs for sale, he sought not herbs, but rather the finished medicinal products. He aimed to formulate remedies based on the prescriptions from the legacy of the medicine immortal and sell the finished products directly to the market. Thus, the vast profit chain would rest entirely within his grasp. This was a grand ambition, Once set in motion, the White Dragon sect would undoubtedly become a preeminent force in Longwa, not to mention the financial gains. Observing the excitement radiating from Li Haizi and the others, a subtle smile graced Yi Ning's lips, for he had not revealed his true intentions that moment. The trio felt that following Yi Ning was a stroke of fortune beyond their wildest dreams, a sentiment that would only intensify in the days to come. Consequently, Yi Ning composed a list of herbs for Li Haizi and the others to procure for the cave, to be planted around the medicinal gardens by the water's edge. While the existing herbs in the gardens were naturally claimed by Yi Ning, the cave already had several straw huts, presumably left behind by Qiao Huayu, Qiao Su, and his two subordinates. Yi Ning made no qualms about occupying the main house, while the other 3 rooms were claimed by Feng Go and Chen Shui respectively, with one reserved for Li Haizi and his group to rest temporarily. As night fell, after a day filled with labor. The modest medicinal fields were brimming with newly planted herbs. Yi Ning handed Li Haizi a potent tonic and sent the group on their way, with the formula in hand and the raw materials abundant on Wulong Mountain. The tonic had to be positioned as a premium product. The efficacy and pricing would only be determined after Li Haizi's assessment. As the group prepared to depart, however, Hong Ye's gaze lingered on Yi Ning. "Is there something else?" Yi Ning raised an eyebrow and inquired. "No, nothing." Hong Yi hesitated, then took out her phone and opened WeChat to call Yi Ning. Sure enough, Yi Ning's phone rang. Hong Yi stared at him in astonishment. Her mouth agape. Yi Ning sighed and facepalmed. It was a miscalculation. Why had he given Hong Yi his WeChat? Women were indeed reincarnated detectives. Even though he had disguised himself, he had brought back the Emperor Green from the gemstone market and now produced a formula for a tonic. How could she not suspect him? Hong Yi smirked, slightly bowing her head, and with a double entendre, said, "Thank you, Mr. Zheng, for saving my life." With that, she turned and left, leaving Yi Ning standing there feeling somewhat exasperated. As they exited the cave, Sen Kaijun turned to Hong Yi, narrowing his eyes and asking, "Hong Yi, when did you add Mr. Zheng on WeChat? Can you share it with me? I haven't done so yet." Li Haizi on the side silently grumbled, "Neither have I. I always have to make a call." He had already begun to suspect that Hong Yi might have realized that Yi Ning and Zheng Ning were, in fact, the same person. "I can't share Mr. Zheng's WeChat with you. If you want it, go ask him yourself." Hong Yi replied with a playful smile. Li Haizi and San Kaijun exchanged speechless glances, at a loss for words. That night, under the bright moon, Chen Shui and Feng Go practiced their techniques in their respective villas. The spiritual energy within the cave was far denser than in the outside world, making their cultivation exceedingly fruitful. Yi Ning, too, was not idle. He walked upon the water, standing directly in the center of the pool. Chen Shui and San Kaijun were astonished by this spectacle. Was such a feat even possible? Yi Ning sat cross-legged in the center of the pool, his feet suspended in midair, with a brilliant moon overhead, gradually commencing his cultivation. The surrounding spiritual energy was fervently drawn into his body. Furthermore, the moonlight cascaded down upon him, bathing him in its luminous glow, which danced upon the shimmering lake's surface. From beneath the surface, the Xian snake slowly emerged, greedily absorbing the moonlight that spilled onto the lake, joining Yi Ning in his cultivation. Beneath the water's surface, traces of blood seeped forth, and the ferocious bloodthirst emanating from the Xian snake was gradually cleansed, much to its delight, in just one night. The bloodthirsty aura enveloping the Xian snake was entirely washed away, while Yi Ning successfully underwent a thorough transformation, emerging from his night of cultivation feeling rejuvenated. The following morning, as dawn broke in the west, Yi Ning plunged into the pond, cleansing himself of the grime that clung to his body. Within the water, a silvery serpent, its entire form as lustrous as silk, danced gracefully alongside Yi Ning, both filled with unrestrained joy. After a night of cultivation, the mystical serpent not only shed its previous aura of bloodshed, but, having absorbed the moonlight, became even more refined. Its once massive girth of 3 meters had significantly diminished. As Yi Ning washed himself, the silver serpent entwined itself around his body, joyfully swirling. With the sun's ascent, Yi Ning's figure slowly emerged from the water, exuding vitality and even a sense of sanctity. The silver serpent coiled around his waist, flicking its tongue playfully at his face, abandoning the dignity befitting a mystical creature, resembling a charming village dog instead. Chapter 191. The commencement of the alumni celebration. Mr. Zheng, what is this? The mad dog stared, dumbfounded, at the lively little white serpent wrapped around Yi Ning, his eyes wide with astonishment. Indeed, this was the mystical serpent, that Yi Ning offered a faint smile, gently stroking the serpent's small head, causing it to writhe with excitement in response to his touch. The mad dog could scarcely believe his eyes, while Chen Shui, who had been vigilantly guarding Li Haizi and Hong Yao outside, had never witnessed the serpent's former fierce and intimidating demeanor. Seeing the pristine creature entwined around Yi Ning, she gazed in envy, stepping closer in curiosity. "Master, is it not venomous?" Chen Shui inquired, reaching out to touch the serpent. Instantly, the serpent revealed its fangs, eyeing her warily, its demeanor a stark contrast to its earlier charming display. Chen Shui was startled and quickly withdrew her hand. The Yi Ning chuckled, reassuringly patting the serpent's head. Now, do not be mischievous. It shall henceforth serve as our by long sex guardian beast. So do not be disrespectful." Upon hearing this, the white serpent, displaying an almost human-like pride, lifted its head high, gazing down at the mad dog, and Chen Shui with an air of superiority that Yi Ning couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. The serpent was but a step away from becoming a true spirit, and once it did, it could transform into a human form. Thus, its intelligence was already quite developed, though its prolonged seclusion in the mountains had left it somewhat innocent and unaware of the world. For the next 3 days, Yi Ning remained in the enchanted realm, sitting cross-legged upon the tranquil lake's surface in meditation, while the now diminutive white serpent coiled around him. Their bond deepened with each passing moment. However, whenever Yi Ning entered a meditative state, the serpent would obediently nestle beside him. Cultivating together. 3 days later, Yi Ning resolved to bid farewell to the enchanted realm. He had expected Chen Shui and the mad dog to remain for a while longer. Yet to his surprise, both had prepared to leave with him. Yi Ning paused, glancing at them, and inquired, "This enchanted realm is a rare sanctuary for cultivation. Do you not wish to remain here a while longer?" "Master, I have been in seclusion for quite some time, to achieve further breakthroughs. It is no longer merely a matter of spiritual energy and techniques. I require experience. Thus, I plan to return home for a while, perhaps to attain some advancement," Chen Shui replied earnestly, nodding slightly. The mad dog grinned broadly and added, "Mr. Zheng, what I need now is not cultivation but combat, and Black Brother needs me." Yi Ning could only nod in understanding, realizing that their stay in the enchanted realm had been solely for his benefit, to guard him. Although Chen Shui's time in seclusion had not been extensive, she was on the verge of breaking through her bottleneck, while the mad dog's training did not require Yi Ning's guidance. Therefore, the three departed the enchanted realm together. Chen Shui and Yi Ning parted ways with the mad dog, heading directly toward Shudi, while Yi Ning and the mad dog returned to Yun City. The following day, upon re-entering the Huichen Hall, Yi Ning found Wang Ying already capable of managing things independently. She was busy attending to patients, and both Wang Yan'ai and Xiaolan had been diligently operating the hall, ensuring a steady flow of visitors despite Yi Ning's absence over the past few days. "Ningge, where have you been all these days? Everyone has missed you dearly," Wang Yan'ai exclaimed as she rushed towards Yi Ning, only to be playfully held back by him, her arms flailing in the air as she struggled to embrace him, much to the amusement of those around. "Bad Ningge, I only wanted a hug, after such a long time apart. You can't deny me that." Wang Yan'ai pouted in frustration, declaring, "All right, Ningge, you still owe me 2 favors. I am going to ask for one now. I want a loving hug." Yi Ning stood awkwardly, ultimately succumbing to Wang Ni's request, enveloping her in an embrace that as he felt her noticeably developed figure. He became flustered, his face turning crimson, that he was, after all, a young man brimming with vitality. Why did Wang and I treat him as if he were not a man? No, even her friendship with Xiaolan had never reached such intimate levels. Ahem, is that enough? I've returned primarily to inform you that in a couple of days, it will be the alumni reunion at the medical university, so you all should prepare in advance. This time, Wang Ying will accompany me, and the Huichun Hall will be closed for half a day. Umph. Ninggu, are you going to another meeting? Why don't you plan to bring along this clever little star? Wang and I asked, clearly displeased. You two take good care of the hall. It will be in your hands for half a day. When Wang Ying and I return, I'll treat you to a grand feast. Yi Ning replied with a smile. Only then did Wang and I and Xiao Lan's spirits lighten considerably. Wang Ying, meanwhile, exhibited an expression of anticipation and longing. After all, it was the Yun City Medical University, Yi Ning's alma mater. She was filled with admiration and expectations for the institution. Yi Ning did not disappoint her. On the day of the alumni celebration, upon entering the campus, he was greeted by numerous banners proclaiming welcomes to distinguished alumni. Among them, he even spotted one welcoming himself. These individuals were graduates from Yun City Medical University, some of whom had made notable academic contributions, published papers, or engaged in research, while others had ventured into business, becoming influential figures who supported their alma mater. In short, the 60th anniversary celebration of Yun City Medical University was quite impressive. Driving his Land Rover, Yi Ning brought Wang Ying to the university's entrance early in the morning. They navigated the familiar living area near the small cafeteria, where Yi Ning promptly ordered 3 baskets of dumplings and 2 bowls of century egg and lean meat porridge. Wang Ying was taken aback and quickly waved her hands. Ninggu, that's far too much. We can't eat all that. Yi Ning, however, merely smiled at her without a word. At that moment, a middle-aged woman in a white apron approached. She had noticed Yi Ning and Wang Ying, casting a peculiar glance at the flustered Wang Ying before turning to Yi Ning. Young man, is this your girlfriend? You've done well for yourself, finding such a beautiful partner. Don't worry, little lady. This kid has a record of consuming 5 baskets of dumplings for breakfast. The woman chuckled. 3 baskets is just his usual amount. Wang Ying stared at Yi Ning in shock, unable to find her voice, astonished by his illustrious history. Yi Ning laughed and nodded. Eat up, if it's not enough. We can always order more. Weren't you curious about how university students spend their days? Today, I'll let you experience it firsthand. The first lesson is breakfast. Okay. Wang Ying responded with delight, her eyes sparkling with joy. Yi Ning casually picked up a dumpling and popped it into his mouth, relishing the familiar taste that brought him a sense of nostalgia. Wang Ying, grinning, imitated him and stuffed a whole dumpling into her mouth. At breakfast, Wang Ying astonishingly devoured an entire basket of dumplings by herself. Yi Ning, too, was in high spirits, later ordering 2 more baskets until they were both satiated. Before arriving at the university, Wang Ying had expressed her desire to experience student life, and Yi Ning had promised to show her the true essence of university life. As such, he had declined invitations from Su Ning and Lin Yongle to embark on this solo journey, both to revisit his own university days and to fulfill Wang Ying's small wish. Since Yi Ning had imparted medical knowledge to Wang Ying, this thoughtful little disciple had never once asked him for anything. However, upon mentioning the reunion at Yun City Medical University, an expression of eagerness and longing had immediately graced her features. Ninggu, are all the students at Yun City Medical University exceptionally talented? What is student life like for you? Wang Ying queried with a look of admiration, Yi Ning paused at her question before chuckling. What else could it be? University is primarily about studying, eating, and having fun. Just learning a bit is sufficient. Just learning a bit will lead to medical skills like yours? I refuse to believe that. Wang Ying pouted skeptically. Yi Ning replied, all right, tomorrow I'll take you to experience university life, so you can see how I spent my days in a methodical manner. Great. I'm looking forward to it. Wang Ying exclaimed excitedly. Thus, Yining early in the morning accompanied Wang Ying back to the medical university. Acting independently, Wang Ying, patting her slightly protruding belly, chuckled. Ninggu, this is the first time I've had such a hearty breakfast. Breakfast is indeed crucial. The plans for the day are determined in the morning, and a good meal can significantly enhance one's efficiency throughout the morning. Yining smiled and stood up to settle the bill. Wang Ying nodded earnestly and under the peculiar gaze of the proprietress. She retrieved a small notebook from her backpack and diligently recorded Yining's words. Witnessing this scene, Yining was both amused and helpless. Upon exiting the bun shop, Yining pondered for a moment and then led Wang Ying directly toward the library of Yuncheng Medical University. Yuncheng is merely a small county, yet the medical university stands as a prestigious institution. With its new undergraduate campus situated right in the heart of Yuncheng, the IT represents a refreshing stream in the county. When one mentions the esteemed Yuncheng Medical University, it undoubtedly takes the lead. This university houses the most advanced medical laboratory and library in all of Yuncheng. Yining intended to show Wang Ying the library of the medical university. The library of Yuncheng Medical University is positioned beside Mirror Lake. Passing through a grand archway, one enters a long wooden corridor, with glass archways, spiral staircases, wooden floors, and glass railings. The area is adorned with some greenery and benches for rest. This place is a paradise for couples, with many pairs waiting to go to the library together, and groups of junior female students sitting together, some enjoying breakfast on the benches. Wang Ying's eyes widened as she gazed at the scene before her. Unable to contain her excitement as she whispered to Yining, "It's so beautiful. Is this really a school?" Yining chuckled awkwardly, yet a pang of bittersweet nostalgia stirred within him. When he and Wang Hu first entered university, Wang Hu had boasted about his technical school, claiming it was as large as 3 high schools, complete with its own soccer field, a basketball court, and even a volleyball court on the back playground. At that time, Yining merely smiled and said nothing. Their high school, occupying less than 4 acres, could easily be overshadowed by any undergraduate institution. Moreover, the new campus of Yuncheng Medical University had only been established a few years prior, with the residential area alone rivaling several high school campuses. Not to mention the numerous dormitory buildings, teaching buildings, experimental buildings, and the library, among others. Back then, he had merely smiled, but now, as he brought Wang Ying to the medical university, hearing her words filled him with a sense of sorrow. Such a diligent student as she, with talent and consistently outstanding grades, could only study in a vocational school. "All right, wait for me. I'll go help you get a card," Yining said to Wang Ying. Wang Ying blinked her large eyes, clearly puzzled at a card. What kind of card? The library on campus requires a student ID card for entry, and Yining had one during his time. After graduation, his student card had been replaced with an alumni card, granting him unrestricted access. But Wang Ying did not yet possess one. "Hello, fellow student. We are here to study in the library, and my friend forgot her ID card. May we borrow yours?" Yining approached a girl descending the spiral staircase. The girl wore a pink t-shirt, and her jeans accentuated her long, graceful legs. In terms of both figure and beauty, she was among the top tier, easily deserving of the title of campus belle during Yining's time. However, Yining was not approaching her merely for her looks. He noticed that the nearby students were evidently heading to the library. And while he needed his ID card, the girl was clearly about to leave. Upon hearing Yining's request, the girl raised an eyebrow and smiled playfully, her eyes reflecting a discerning gaze. "Sure, but how will you return it? Do you want to add me on WeChat?" Yining was momentarily taken aback, surprised by the girl's self-assuredness that he could only gesture towards Wang Ying behind him and smile. "To be honest, it's my friend who needs the student card. I mainly brought her to experience our medical university's library." As he spoke, he took out his alumni card. "Oh, so you're a senior?" The girl pouted, scrutinizing Wang Ying behind Yining, and said, "All right, since it's your friend who needs my student card, just have her add me on WeChat, and she can return it herself later." "Wang Ying, come here, don't forget to thank her." Yining quickly turned to Wang Ying, who immediately nodded and hurriedly pulled out her phone to add the girl on WeChat. Afterward, she received the girl's student card, but Yi Ning felt a bit embarrassed and slapped his forehead. He never expected the current junior students to be so vigilant that if he genuinely liked someone, he would have simply stated it directly without all this roundabout conversation. Chapter 193. What a coincidence, fortunately. They had obtained the student card, and Yi Ning and Wang Ying successfully entered the library. As they stepped inside, the girl who had descended the spiral staircase made her way to a girl sitting on a bench, who was just about to eat a bun. The girl's name was Tong Li, now in her second year, and the one waiting on the bench was her roommate, Chioya. Once Yi Ning and Wang Ying walked away, Chioya approached Tong Li, grabbing her wrist with a look of regret. Li Li, is it really okay for you to be so aloof? That was a handsome guy just now. All show, yet he needed so many excuses to ask for my WeChat. Tong Li scoffed, taking a cup of soy milk from Chioya, that if he had been more straightforward, perhaps I would have considered it. My dear Li, you truly don't understand the plight of the starving man. Chioya lamented, shaking her head repeatedly. You could have introduced him to us. He's so handsome, and a senior too. After all these years since graduation, he came back just for the school anniversary. What a missed opportunity. Oh no. All right. Tong Li laughed, pulling Chioya back. He still needs to return the card. If he comes back to return it, there might still be a chance. I'll seize it then. Why don't you come with me? Sure, but I'm going to keep a close watch on you, and just to clarify, that handsome guy is not your type. Chioya quickly shifted from disappointment to excitement, grabbing Tong Li's arm with a grin. Tong Li rolled her eyes in exasperation. Enough already. We have serious matters to attend to. I had planned to review some coursework, with midterms approaching and school activities going on. Such a hassle. As Tong Li pouted and pulled away the still dreamy Chioya, Yi Ning, a frequent visitor to the library, diligently set his phone to silent and randomly selected a literary book to peruse. This atmosphere suited Wang Ying well. The young girl focused on her reading even more intently than Yi Ning. They remained seated for the entirety of the morning, noon. Feeling slightly hungry, Yi Ning recalled his prior commitments, that he picked up his phone to find 3 missed calls and quickly nudged the engrossed Wang Ying before rising to leave the library. Once outside, he returned Su Ning's call. Hey, old classmate, your attitude is quite something. The school anniversary is already halfway through. When are you coming? Su Ning's voice conveyed some annoyance. My apologies. Actually arrived a while ago. But I got caught up in showing someone around the library and lost track of time. Where is the ceremony being held? I'm on my way. Yi Ning hurriedly explained that you're in the library? It's in the multimedia auditorium on the basement level. Hurry up, Su Ning urged. Without delay, Yi Ning made his way with Wang Ying to the basement's multifunctional auditorium. At the entrance, he spotted Tong Li again. Now dressed in a qipao, adorned with a sash, standing among the welcoming ceremony staff. What a coincidence. Wang Ying returned the student card to her. Yi Ning remarked to Wang Ying as they approached Tong Li. Wang Ying nodded obediently and handed the student card to Tong Li with both hands. Tong Li quickly accepted the card, unable to refrain from rolling her eyes as she said, Indeed, what a coincidence. Yi Ning chuckled awkwardly, intending to enter the auditorium, only to be stopped by Tong Li. I'm sorry, senior, but the school anniversary is nearing its end. You cannot enter now. Wait, what is going on? Yi Ning was taken aback. Just then, a young man in a white shirt, appearing to be in his early 20s, emerged with a frown. Oh, I senti this, Yi Ning. You're here for the anniversary too? Sorry, but it's almost over. You should head back. The young man, named Chun Bin, was a classmate from Yi Ning's time. However, Chun Bin was not very sociable and often carried an air of arrogance. Well known in their class that it was said that his family had a long-standing legacy at Yun Chung Medical University, with his grandfather even delivering a speech at the freshman ceremony. Due to my inability to fit in, I lost contact with him after graduation. Today, I saw him exiting the school anniversary celebration with an ID badge. It was only then that Yi Ning realized Chun Bin had remained at the school as a counselor. I was invited to attend the anniversary celebration. I feel quite embarrassed for being late. Yi Ning awkwardly began to speak, but was abruptly interrupted by Chun Bin. Invited? Chun Bin's voice rose sharply, a cold smirk on his face as he looked at Yining, shaking his head slightly and saying, Yining, Yining, indeed, one should treat a fellow with fresh eyes after 3 days. Whose invitation did you receive? Do you have any idea that the only individuals worthy of invitation to this year's anniversary are those renowned doctors who have made extraordinary contributions to the field of medicine? Or those wealthy benefactors who have invested significantly in the school? Just based on you? Invited? You must be joking. Teacher Chun, Tang Li standing by, forced a laugh, her expression awkward as she explained to Chun Bin. I am terribly sorry. He just came to return my campus card. Tang Li thought Yining had come to create an opportunity for a chance encounter with her and wanted to appear impressive in front of her by entering the auditorium. But she never expected such a scene to unfold. Thus, she attempted to help Yining out of the predicament. However, Yining frowned, waved his hand to indicate he did not wish to converse further with Chun Bin, and simply stated, wait a moment, I need to make a call. Upon seeing this, Chun Bin couldn't help but scoff, shaking his head repeatedly. Yining, Yining, if I were you, I would turn around and leave immediately. After months apart, you Haven T improved a bit, yet your ego seems to have inflated. Fine, I will wait right here today to see what sort of spectacle you can create. Invited. Truly laughable. While Chun Bin mocked him. Yining had already dialed Su Ning's number. Hello? I've arrived. I'm right at the entrance, but I've been stopped by someone. Can you come out to get me? Yining stated directly. What nonsense. Just wait for me. Within the venue, upon receiving Yining's call, Su Ning frowned immediately, his voice low and serious as he rose to leave. Xiao Su, what is going on? Lin Xingong, the former principal, asked as he noticed Su Ning's grim expression. Su Ning quickly bowed his head slightly and whispered to Lin Xingong, Principal Lin, it's Yining, he is at the entrance. Chapter 194, A Moment of Impulse, oh. Xiao Yi is here. Quick, let us go welcome him. Lin Xingong's eyes lit up, and he smiled broadly to Yining. I'm truly curious about who you could be calling. Invited to the anniversary celebration. You think you're worthy? You'd best not waste my time here, just leave. At the entrance of the auditorium, upon seeing Yining hang up, Chun Bin couldn't help but sneer, saying, just as I thought, but just as his words fell. A commanding voice rang out from behind. He called me. Do you intend to stop him? Who gave you the right to block anyone here? Lin Xingong stepped out of the auditorium, his brow furrowed in anger as he glared at Chun Bin. Having found his earlier remarks particularly irksome, Principal Lin, the anniversary celebration is nearing its end. I didn't expect any alumni to arrive at this time. Chun Bin's expression grew grim as he attempted to explain, only to be cut off by Lin Xingong. Didn't he expect? If I recall correctly, you and Yining should be from the same graduating class, right? What is this? ISNT an alumnus. The anniversary celebration is a festivity for all of us from Yunqing Medical University. Lin Xingong said coldly. Even if today Xiao Yi isn't an outstanding alumnus, but merely an ordinary one wishing to attend the celebration, do you have the right to stop him? Principal Lin, Xiao Bin may have acted a bit rashly, but without rules, there could be no ordered. It is indeed a bit late to arrive now that the anniversary celebration is almost at its end. I think it's reasonable to stop him. Don't you agree? At that moment, a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses stepped out of the auditorium, glancing at Yining with a smile as he attempted to defend Chun Bin. This man was none other than Chun Bin's father, Chun Zhenghua. The Chun family had been in the medical field for 3 generations, and with Chun Zhenhua's generation, they transitioned into business, leveraging the connections he had built over years in the hospital to start trading medicinal materials. After accumulating his first capital, he invested in film and real estate, but both ventures ended in failure. Consequently, he focused solely on the medicinal trade, purchasing materials at low prices from suppliers and selling them at a premium to hospitals and pharmacies for profit. In recent years, he had also funded Yunqing Medical University. Although Chen Jianbin had missed out on the newly constructed dormitories during the university's expansion in Yunqing, he had invested in the 2 dormitory buildings that were built the year before. Thus, this year, Chen Zhenghua had also been recognized as an outstanding alumnus and invited to the university's anniversary, Yi Ning frowned slightly, having not anticipated that Chen Zhenghua would step in to defend his son after seeing him humiliated. He had also not expected the situation would escalate to this extent. Meanwhile, Tang Li and Xiao Yu were already dumbfounded, having initially thought Yi Ning was merely a frivolous individual looking to strike up a conversation. Unaware that he was indeed an invited alumnus of Yinqing Medical University, they were even more astonished that Principal Lin Qinggong had become furious over a few taunts directed at Yi Ning by Qin Bin, and that the matter had escalated to such a dramatic confrontation. Hearing Chen Jinghua's words, Lin Qinggong narrowed his eyes slightly, pursing his lips as he turned to stare at Chen Jinghua. The expression on Lin Qinggong's face startled those present. Anyone familiar with him knew that this was a sign he was on the verge of losing his temper. Yet Yi Ning smiled and said, "Principal Lin, there is no need for that. I came to attend the anniversary celebration. I am one among the tens of thousands of graduates from Yinqing Medical University. That my tardiness today is indeed my fault. But let us proceed inside and not delay the celebration." "Ha ha!" Chen Bin laughed coldly upon seeing Yi Ning yield first, exuding disdain. Chen Jinghua also chuckled icily, saying, "Xiao Yi is right. Principal Lin, let us not delay the main event. Xiao Yi, since you recognize your mistake, stand outside today and reflect on it. We'll discuss it after the celebration concludes." Chen Jinghua concluded, not forgetting to dismiss Yi Ning with a wave of his hand. Originally, upon hearing Yi Ning's words, Lin Qinggong had already suppressed his anger, but upon hearing Chen Jinghua's final remark, he halted in his tracks and sneered. "You are Qin Bin, correct?" Lin Qinggong suddenly turned to face Qin Bin, asking with a smile, "Have you graduated?" "Principal, not yet. I am still pursuing my bachelor's degree." Qin Bin replied, "Good. You are expelled from this moment on. You are no longer a student of Yinqing Medical University." Lin Qinggong interrupted Chen Bin decisively. Instantly, both Qin Bin and Chen Jinghua's expressions changed dramatically. "Principal, what do you mean by this? Are you expelling my son over such a trivial matter?" Chen Jinghua questioned, his face darkening. "Who do you think you are? How dare you call me out by name in front of me? You think you're worthy?" Lin Qinggong's attitude was unyielding, showing no hesitation in ordering them to leave. The commotion had long attracted the attention of several school leaders. Upon seeing Lin Qinggong leave his seat, they could no longer remain seated. When they witnessed the dispute at the entrance, many of the school leaders followed suit at this moment, hearing Lin Qinggong's words. The expressions of the gathered leaders changed, and they attempted to intervene, only to be silenced by Lin Qinggong's glare. "Ha ha! Principal Lin, I advise you to think carefully before you speak. The 2 new dormitory buildings our Chen family is constructing for the university, one to be completed for several months." Chen Zhenghua squinted and sneered, "The way you are speaking to me now. Tomorrow, you will tear down those dormitories." Lin Qinggong declared firmly that "I don't care. Where there is a father, there is a son. Take your son and get out," Lin Qinggong asserted, his tone unyielding. "Principal Lin, isn't it a bit excessive to escalate such a minor issue?" "Yes, Principal Lin, please reconsider your rashness." Silence. Lin Qinggong angrily interrupted several leaders who attempted to mediate, stating with righteous indignation, "Rash? Do you think I am being rash? What are we building dormitories and laboratories for if not to improve the learning conditions for students? It is for the purpose of nurturing talent." Lin Qinggong proclaimed loudly, "In contrast to such narrow-minded, profit-driven merchants, I prefer outstanding students like Yi Ning. What? Without these new buildings, students cannot succeed. Yi Ning is a prime example. He is the role model for all students of Yinqing Medical University. Not a disgrace like you. Get out. Get out immediately." Lin Qinggong's words left the gathered school leaders speechless, while Chen Jinghua and his son wore expressions of extreme discomfort, their mouths agape, but unable to utter a word. Ultimately having no choice but to leave in shame, that Yi Ning felt warmth in his heart. Although he had only met Principal Lin a few times during his studies, he didn't know him well. Chapter 195. Forcing the issue, however, seeing him today inspired a profound respect within him. "All right, today is supposed to be a joyous occasion. I shouldn't lose my temper. Come, shall ye come inside? You haven't given your speech yet. This segment cannot be overlooked. After Chen Zhenghua and his son departed, Lin Xingong immediately revealed a smile, warmly taking Yi Ning's arm and saying amiably, with a faint smile, Yi Ning gracefully acquiesced, embodying a sense of acceptance. The school leaders surrounding him also displayed expressions of delight, escorting him into the studio. Inside, the spotlight illuminated the space, casting a brilliant glow upon a gathering of medical students and alumni who curiously observed Yi Ning and his companions as they entered. Just moments ago, it was this young man who had incited a furious outburst from Principal Lin Xingong, even leading to the dismissal of the distinguished alumnus Chen Zhenghua. Everyone was eager to uncover Yi Ning's true significance. Even the several etiquette students stationed at the entrance widened their eyes in intrigue, particularly Tong Li, who had just been lamenting Yi Ning's audacity to show off before her, only to be swiftly proven wrong. Wang Ying quietly trailed behind Yi Ning, her small eyes gleaming with anticipation, ready to jot down notes at a moment's notice. Principal Lin Xingong, exhibiting keen insight, promptly removed Chen Jinghua's name tag and tossed it into a nearby trash bin, cheerfully inviting Wang Ying, "Please take a seat. There are exactly 2 spots available." Yi Ning merely smiled, neither accepting nor declining the offer. The celebration had progressed to its conclusion, with various experts and notable figures having delivered their speeches. Leaving only the principal's summary, the host, clad in a white gown, descended from the podium and slightly bowed to Lin Xingong, inquiring, "Principal Lin, next." Lin Xingong nodded slightly, taking the microphone from the host's hand as he rose and walked slowly to the stage. "Students, I would like to introduce to you an exceptional alumnus of Yun City Medical University, a graduate who is of similar age to you all and just graduated from our institution last year." Upon hearing Lin Xingong's words, a collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Could it be that a mere undergraduate, fresh from graduation, was now poised to address them as a representative alumnus? All eyes instinctively turned to Yi Ning. Seated in the front row, as speculation swirled about whether he was indeed the distinguished alum in question. "Lily, wow, that handsome guy is incredible. I think I've fallen for him. Compared to him, Bingu is utterly lackluster." Qiu Ye's wide eyes sparkled with admiration as they fixated on Yi Ning. "With that infatuated look of yours, keep your distance. I don't want your drool on me," Tong Li remarked disdainfully, her gaze involuntarily drifting toward Yi Ning. Curiosity glimmering in her eyes, that a recent graduate. Just how remarkable could he be to have caused Principal Lin to confront Chen Zhenghua so directly? Amidst the attention of the crowd, Lin Xingong rarely allowed a grin to escape his lips, building suspense as he proclaimed, "Dear students, do not rush. I shall now introduce this outstanding graduate, Yi Ning." He continued, "He possesses profound knowledge in traditional Chinese medicine, having participated in the recent Yun City Medical Exchange Conference, where he delivered a speech to many esteemed physicians. Even the national master Su Hechuan praised him as a modern-day Huato with divine medical skills." With Lin Xingong's declaration, many in the audience shifted their perceptions of Yi Ning. Initially, some alumni had exhibited an air of arrogance, indifferent to him, but now they turned to Yi Ning with smiles and nods of acknowledgement. Feeling a bit awkward, Yi Ning rubbed his nose, contemplating whether the praise from Lin Xingong might have been a touch excessive. Finally, Lin Xingong set the microphone down, casting a friendly glance at Yi Ning before addressing the curious students and the alumni whose attitudes had undergone a complete transformation, publicly inviting Yi Ning to the stage. "Now, let us welcome Yi Ning to share a few words with us." As Lin Xingong's words concluded, applause erupted from the audience. Yi Ning quickly rose, and Lin Xingong cheerfully handed him the microphone. Yi Ning politely nodded, his smile slightly stiff as he quietly remarked to Lin Xingong, "Principal, isn't this a bit too ostentatious? What? Are you looking down on our medical students or these distinguished alumni?" Lin Xingong retorted boldly, not shying away from the challenge. "You shone brilliantly at the medical conference. When you return to our medical university, you ought not to be a shrinking violet. Today, you must showcase your true capabilities." Although our institution may not excel in traditional Chinese medicine, we are not devoid of dedicated scholars. If you dare to be perfunctory, I shall be the first to hold you accountable." Laughter erupted from the audience. An alumni turned their gazes toward Yi Ning. Yi Ning stood frozen, realizing that his exit had been cut off. He had merely intended to attend as a guest, primarily to accompany Wang Ying and broaden his horizons. Yet he found himself embroiled in this situation. Of course, while Yi Ning was indeed a distinguished graduate invited to the alumni gathering, the speaking engagement had been entirely spontaneous, and he had made no preparations. Thus, he hoped everyone would not be too harsh in their judgment. Lin Xiangong, resembling a playful elder, winked at Yi Ning before attempting to ease the situation. With a forced smile, Yi Ning nodded and accepted the microphone. Stepping onto the stage, why was it so challenging to remain low-key? As he stood before the captivated audience, Yi Ning maintained his composure. Clearing his throat, he began, "Since the esteemed principal has spoken, allow me to share some substantial insights with you." The moment he uttered those words, the audience's attention sharpened, and Wang Ying nodded earnestly, fully prepared to take notes. Without a prepared script, Yi Ning spoke freely. "Everyone, the compliment from Elder Su regarding my exceptional medical skills is indeed an exaggeration. Divinity is an abstract concept, and matters such as metaphysics or geomancy may seem unfamiliar to many of you. However, I was fortunate enough to attend an academic lecture by academician Zhao Xiuan, who stated that a thorough understanding of geology ultimately leads to geomancy. The safety factor of a construction site is intrinsically linked to underground voids, geological structures, and the flow of groundwater. Generally, geomancers prefer locations with higher safety risks, as they are places meant for the deceased, ensuring blessings for future generations." Laughter resonated in response to Yi Ning's remarks, and he smiled calmly before delving into the core of his message. "Today, I wish to discuss the concept of divine medical skills, which essentially revolve around the principles of yin and yang, that a profound understanding of these principles can seamlessly transition into the realm of metaphysics. They are intricately interconnected." As he spoke, a wave of astonishment swept through the audience. Many believed Yi Ning was jesting. However, bolstered by the groundwork laid by Lin Xiangong and his own prior remarks, Yi Ning had transformed in their eyes from a mere recent graduate into a scholarly figure. Consequently, even amidst their surprise, the audience refrained from overtly expressing their disbelief, with several individuals displaying genuine intrigue. Yi Ning gestured for silence, allowing the audience to settle before continuing. "I understand your reactions. After all, words alone lack proof. Therefore, let us conduct a live demonstration." As he surveyed the audience, his gaze landed on a balding individual with a Mediterranean appearance, whose shiny complexion suggested he was an oily middle-aged businessman. Stripped of the scholarly air he once possessed, Yi Ning glanced at the nameplate before the portly gentleman and smiled. "Esteemed alumnus Lin Hai, you are also my senior. May I ask you to assist me?" "Of course. What would you like me to do?" Lin Hai replied, momentarily taken aback but quickly obliging. "Please step forward. Come stand beside me." Yi Ning instructed, and Lin Hai complied. Moving to the stage, Yi Ning turned to the curious audience and remarked, "Now, I will use this esteemed senior as an example to elucidate the concept of divine medical skills I just mentioned. First, let me demonstrate from a metaphysical perspective," Yi Ning declared, his gaze returning to Lin Hai. The students below stared in astonishment. Was Yi Ning not only an expert in traditional Chinese medicine, but also knowledgeable in metaphysics? However, before they could fully process this revelation, Yi Ning began, "This gentleman, your hall of impression is dim. You may face significant calamities in the near future." Laughter erupted once more, not only from Lin Hai, but also from Yi Ning, who was somewhat taken aback that he had intended to maintain a serious demeanor, yet the situation had veered into unexpected territory. Nonetheless, Lin Hai's dim impression indeed suggested an impending misfortune, since this was merely a demonstration. Yi Ning omitted the elaborate rituals typical of fortune-telling, opting instead for a direct approach, which admittedly came off as somewhat abrupt. Dr. Yi, if you're merely demonstrating, why cast such a curse upon me? Lin Hai questioned, furrowing his brow in mild annoyance. That Wai Ning chuckled awkwardly, waving his hand dismissively to Mr. Lin. If you remain skeptical, allow me to present a perspective from traditional Chinese medicine. Among the extraordinary acupoints, the Hall of Impression is a vital point in the human body. Changes in your heart, liver, spleen, stomach, kidneys, qi, blood, and even emotions will manifest significant signs at this location. Any seasoned practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine would instantly recognize that your health is in jeopardy upon observing the dullness in your Hall of Impression. Following this, a thorough examination involving observation and inquiry would reveal your condition. However, a master of traditional Chinese medicine can directly ascertain your health status merely by observing the state of your Hall of Impression. As soon as these words were spoken, the venue fell into an immediate silence, and a look of surprise appeared on Lin Hai's face. The renowned physician, Su Hechuan, had personally praised him, and having Yi Ning offer to examine him for free was an extraordinary opportunity. Yi Ning did not pause, continuing, "From my observation of your forehead and pulse, I can discern that you are suffering from kidney deficiency and your heart and lungs are not in good condition. If you do not undergo timely treatment, you will undoubtedly require hospitalization or even surgery within 6 months. This, I believe, is what I referred to earlier as a calamity of bloodshed." As he spoke, Yi Ning casually wrote out a prescription and handed it to Lin Hai, who promptly accepted it with great care. The Yi Ning smiled and added, "When you have the time, make a trip to the Rejuvenation Hall on Old West Street to fill your prescription. I assure you, the medicine will cure your ailments." Thank you, Dr. Yi." Lin Hai nodded eagerly, that he was well aware of his own condition, having undergone regular checkups each year, but the hospital had only advised conservative treatment and medication for relief. However, in recent months, he increasingly felt overwhelmed, and his health had evidently deteriorated that he was quite anxious, and Yi Ning's timely intervention was akin to a timely delivery of coal in snowy weather. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the transcendent nature of medicine that I in truth. My discourse today has been entirely impromptu, aimed solely at conveying to you that the realm of medicine is boundless, and learning is infinite. Let us encourage one another. Upon concluding his speech, Yi Ning nodded at the audience and descended from the stage, which was immediately met with a wave of applause. The majority of the speeches during the school anniversary were filled with pompous congratulatory remarks or vacuous platitudes. But only Yi Ning's words were of true benefit and admiration. The old principal, Lin Xiangong, looked at Yi Ning on stage, his face breaking into a gratified smile as he nodded repeatedly. "So impressive. I feel as though my heart is melting." Qiuya gazed dreamily at Yi Ning on stage and shook her head, saying, "Lily, we had an agreement. This man is mine, and you must not steal him from me. What is so great about him? All mystical and profound." Tong Li pouted, though she felt a twinge of discomfort within. After Yi Ning left the stage, Lin Qiangong prepared for his final closing remarks. Anticipating a possible alumni gathering afterward, Yi Ning, who did not particularly enjoy such social gatherings, exchanged a discreet glance with Wang Ying and prepared to make his escape. "Handsome, can we exchange WeChat? I've been feeling a bit unwell lately. Could you take a look at me?" As Yi Ning slipped out of the auditorium, Qiuya approached him with a bright smile, though Yi Ning was taken aback. It must be said that Qiuya's figure was somewhat unsuited to a Chong Sam. Too voluptuous and not tall enough to pull off the look. Yet she was still striking. "Seek a doctor for an ailment. Just visit the Rejuvenation Hall on another day for your checkup." Yi Ning replied directly, showing no inclination to exchange WeChat. "Handsome, look at you. She merely wants your WeChat. Just give it to her. We're somewhat familiar with each other now. Sorry, I have matters to attend to. I must be off." Seeing Qiuya attempt to grab his arm, Yi Ning hurriedly waved her off and quickly left with Wang Ying, worried that Su Ning or Lin Qiangong might pursue him and he would have no way to escape. This left Qiuya staring dreamily at Yi Ning's retreating figure, shaking her head in a forlorn manner. Is it truly so difficult to pursue a handsome man? I never anticipated that I, Qiu Xiaoya, would one day fall into the throes of lovesickness. This is the rhythm of becoming a love-struck fool. Pathetic. Tong Li's teasing voice came from beside her, and for reasons unknown, she felt a hint of joy that Yi Ning had not added Qiuya on WeChat. Rather than being angry, Qiuya chuckled. Glancing at Tong Li standing next to her, "What's the matter? Is little Lily feeling jealous?" "Jealous? Not a chance." Tong Li's cheeks flushed slightly as she pouted at Yi Ning, and Wang Ying departed from the medical university, with Wang Ying lingeringly gazing at the beautiful campus. The mirror lake, the sports field, the library, the teaching buildings, the dining hall, the food court in the residential area. All the sights she had seen throughout the day played back in her mind like a film. Chapter 197. The mysterious mother. These impressions had even exceeded Wang Ying's imagination. She had never envisioned that a school could be constructed like a garden. The sunlight, the lawns, a small river meandering through the campus, and 3 landmark bridges. Wang Ying looked back at the increasingly distant medical university, lost in thought for a long while. What are you staring at? If you wish to attend medical university, you can apply for graduate studies. Just enroll in the graduate program. Hear that I graduated from this institution, and I can introduce you to my advisor. It should not be a difficult task for you, Yi Ning remarked, glancing at the entranced Wang Ying with a smile. Is that really possible? Wang Ying's eyes suddenly sparkled with hope as she looked at Yi Ning and asked eagerly, "That of course." Yi Ning replied matter-of-factly. Perhaps for a nursing school student, the prospect of pursuing graduate studies seemed a distant dream. Wang Ying bit her lip, ultimately shaking her head slightly, her expression tinged with disappointment as she said, "No, I'm not going to pursue graduate studies. I want to follow Ninggu. Ninggu is far superior to those professors and lecturers." "Ha!" Yi Ning smiled and shook his head. Were such words to come from Wang Yan'ai or Xiaolan, he would undoubtedly suspect that the 2 girls were causing trouble or harboring ill intentions. However, coming from Wang Ying made him feel somewhat buoyant. "What is this?" "Focus on studying medicine. A brighter future awaits you," Yi Ning said lightly as he drove to him. Wang Ying nodded earnestly, casting a glance at Yi Ning, her small face radiating a cheerful smile reminiscent of Cinderella. "Did I end the afternoon?" Su Ning called, bemusedly questioning why Yi Ning was late and had to leave early. Yi Ning could only chuckle, explaining that a patient had arrived at the rejuvenation hall with an urgent condition, and the matter was settled. In truth. After dropping Wang Ying back at the rejuvenation hall, Yi Ning returned home. Having missed his mother after several days, Yi Ning took out his keys and opened the door, only to find the house devoid of Zheng Huilan's busy presence. "Mom, I'm back," he called out, but received no response. A sense of foreboding crept into Yi Ning's heart as he pulled out his phone and called his mother. To his surprise, the ringtone was coming from his own bedroom. Upon entering the room, he found Zheng Huilan seated at his computer, wearing reading glasses and headphones, engrossed in typing with a single finger. Oblivious to the ringing phone and Yi Ning's entrance, Yi Ning shook his head with a smile. It seemed he ought to equip his mother with a computer. Curious about what Zheng Huilan was doing, he quietly approached. Upon seeing the screen, Yi Ning was rendered speechless, stunned in place, his expression one of shock. The screen displayed the homepage of a matchmaking website, and Zheng Huilan was in the process of entering his personal information. "Oh my goodness!" Yi Ning couldn't suppress an exclamation and hurriedly interrupted the focused Zheng Huilan. "Mom, what are you doing?" Zheng Huilan jumped in surprise, her face breaking into a smile upon seeing Yi Ning behind her. "What else could I be doing? This is all your fault. Ever since you went on that blind date with Aunt Wu's daughter, those old friends of mine haven't been treating me well. Especially when it comes to the topic of matchmaking. They all avoid me. What exactly did you do to that girl? What could I have possibly done? I even treated her to dinner, spending several hundred. In the end, I still followed your instructions and personally saw her home." Yi Ning replied with utmost seriousness. "Humph." Zheng Huilan snorted dismissively, saying, "But thankfully, with information so advanced now, one can even arrange blind dates online. Wait a moment, I'm going to register you right now. I just inquired about it. Son, with your qualifications, You're practically a diamond bachelor. The website told me that once I complete the information, they will arrange a blind date for you immediately. Mom. Yining quickly interrupted Zheng Huilan, feeling guilty. Those websites are all scams. They might just be trying to collect my personal information, or even worse. They could be for marriage fraud or extorting bride prices. You actually believe this? What is the matter? Do you think your old mom is getting senile? Do you think I would joke about your lifelong happiness without thoroughly investigating? Zheng Huilan said, her expression displeased. Your Aunt Zhang's daughter found her husband through that Baifao website, and it turned out quite reliable. Yi Ning was utterly defeated by Zheng Huilan's insistence, his gaze falling on the power button, contemplating a stealthy attack. But Zheng Huilan smirked. What's the matter? Do you want to turn off the computer? Just like your father. Perfect timing for you to return. You can input the information yourself. Don't try to be clever. You must fill out this information today. My son, a man must marry, and a woman must wed. You're usually so easygoing and excellent. Why are you so clueless about this matter, with no other choice? Yi Ning steeled himself and sat down at the computer, while Zheng Huilan continued her heartfelt lecture from behind him. Mother is not interfering with your relationships. You can choose whoever you like. And as long as you select someone pleasing, she has no objections. However, you cannot remain single forever. Just think about it. Your mother is already of a considerable age. If one day, you are still alone. As she spoke, Zheng Huilan's eyes unexpectedly filled with tears. Mom, what are you saying? You will surely live to be 100. Yi Ning hurriedly interrupted Zheng Huilan, sighing inwardly as he obediently filled out his personal information. If I can live to 100, you should find a companion too. Zheng Huilan reiterated her stance with a stern expression and adjusted her reading glasses to examine the personal information Yi Ning had filled out on the computer screen. Yi Ning was utterly astonished. Zheng Huilan could even recite his identification number without a single mistake. That it seemed he was bound to concede this time. After confirming everything was correct, Zheng Huilan picked up the mouse and personally submitted the information. That evening, Yi Ning and Zheng Huilan dined together at home. After returning, Yi Ning showcased his culinary skills, preparing an extravagant feast. Although his mother's pressure regarding marriage was somewhat overwhelming, he hadn't seen her for a few days and wanted to treat Zheng Huilan well. He instructed her to watch television in the living room while he busied himself in the kitchen. When dinner was served, the table was laden with delectable dishes. Oh, my son, why did we make so much food just for the two of us? If only there were another person in the house. Here, Mom, try the sweet and sour crushing carp I made and see if I have inherited your culinary skills. Delicious, my son is truly remarkable. Any girl fortunate enough to marry you will have hit the jackpot. Chapter 198. The predecessor of the warm family gathering had transformed into a relentless marriage pressure conference. Zheng Huilan's determination was formidable, akin to an entire battalion, and ultimately, Yi Ning fell silent, that no matter what he said, Zheng Huilan would steer the conversation back to the topic at hand. Fortunately, Zheng Huilan was all smiles, even though Yi Ning currently had no serious girlfriend. Her happiness from his company was palpable, which comforted him. The next morning, Yi Ning's meditative state was abruptly interrupted by the urgent ringing of his phone. Frowning, he answered, and indeed it was Wang Hu calling. It seemed something had transpired at the Rejuvenation Hall, and only Wang Hu would dare to call him so abruptly at this hour. Wang Hu, what's going on? Is there an issue at the Rejuvenation Hall? Yi Ning asked, his brow furrowed. Yi Ning, it's nothing serious. Another big boss has come looking for you. Wang Hu replied hesitantly that I initially told him to wait until the afternoon, but he insisted he had an appointment with you and mentioned he had a prescription in your handwriting. So I thought I should confirm with you. Upon hearing this, Yi Ning smacked his forehead. The big boss Wang Hu referred to as most likely Lin Hai. It was indeed a prearranged meeting. Wait for me. I'll be right over. Yi Ning concluded the call that he had already finished consulting Lin Hai yesterday and had personally written a prescription that could address Lin Hai's health concerns. However, Lin Hai's misfortunes were not something that could be resolved merely by treating his physical ailments. That was precisely why Yi Ning had asked Lin Hai to go to the Rejuvenation Hall for medication. Given Yi Ning's current reputation, Lin Hai could easily ascertain that Yi Ning was the owner of the Rejuvenation Hall, making it more convenient to discuss certain matters in the clinic. Lin Hai, having navigated the business world for many years, was undoubtedly astute enough to recognize Yi Ning's intentions, prompting him to visit the Rejuvenation Hall in person. That as Yi Ning stepped out, he unexpectedly bumped into Zheng Huilan returning from grocery shopping. Momentarily taken aback, "Mom, where did you go to buy groceries?" Yi Ning inquired, surprised. "Where else would I go? To the market, of course." Zheng Huilan replied matter-of-factly. Yi Ning nodded. The Wulong Villa is situated at the foot of Wulong Mountain, and the nearest market is 3 kilometers away. Suddenly, he remarked, "Mom, didn't you once tell me that your ideal retirement life would be to find a picturesque place, cultivate a vegetable garden, and be self-sufficient?" "Yes." Zheng Huilan looked at Yi Ning, puzzled, unsure of what his intentions were. Yi Ning nodded and smiled. "One day, I will take you to a paradise, and we can live there in the future. You should know, Mom, that your son is no ordinary person now." That sounds wonderful. But you must inform me in advance so I can say goodbye to a few old friends. "All right," Yi Ning replied, turning to leave. His plan to take Zheng Huilan to a hidden retreat was not a spur-of-the-moment decision, but rather a conclusion reached after careful consideration the previous night. The abundant spiritual energy in that place could significantly enhance Zheng Huilan's health. More importantly, Yi Ning wanted to reveal some of his secrets to her, ensuring she understood that her son was no longer an ordinary individual. While claiming to live for centuries might be an exaggeration, living for a couple of 100 years should not pose a problem. She must cease her urgent marriage urgings. Old West Street was tranquil and serene when Yi Ning arrived at its entrance around 10 in the morning. It was a time when the street was relatively empty. The peak pedestrian flow would occur later in the afternoon, just before dinner, coinciding with the time the Rejuvenation Hall's attending physician would be present. Therefore, at this hour, the Rejuvenation Hall was also quiet. Upon entering, Yi Ning discovered Wang Hu dozing at the front desk. Wang Ying was deeply engrossed in reviewing her notes from the previous day. Accompanied by a cheerful, middle-aged man with a bald head, Lin Hai, who was attentively keeping her company. Wang Ying had accompanied Yi Ning to the school anniversary celebration, which suggested their relationship was more akin to that of mentor and student rather than romantic partners. "Senior Lin Hai," Yi Ning greeted upon entering. Lin Hai's round face broke into a friendly smile. "Haha, Yi Ning, please don't call me senior. It feels too formal, as if we are from different generations. You can call me old brotherer if you find that inappropriate. Lin Hai will suffice. Senior, please have a seat." Yi Ning smiled and nodded, noticing Lin Hai already had several neatly wrapped herbal packages in his hands. Wang Ying must have prepared the medicine according to the prescription. Yi Ning led Lin Hai to a nearby resting area. After they were seated, Yi Ning did not rush to speak. Lin Hai, however, appeared troubled and directly stated, "Yi Ning, I have indeed encountered some unusual matters lately that if you hadn't revealed a bit during the school celebration, I wouldn't have come to seek your help. Even as someone who doesn't believe in the supernatural, I can't help but reconsider my views on this world." Yi Ning remained calm, lifting his right hand and rotating his thumb along his fingers in a methodical manner. This technique, known from historical records as Ma Qianku, was credited to Zhuge Liang, but it was originally taught to Zhuge by the successor of the medical immortal. Zhuge could only deduce a few truths. Yet Yi Ning could foresee the outcome with great accuracy. "Senior Lin, what you are experiencing is indeed the result of supernatural interference." Yi Ning nodded slightly, calmly stating, "Moreover, the person afflicted is not you, but rather a descendant in your family." Upon hearing this, Lin Hai was overjoyed that Yi Ning had articulated his thoughts as if he had foreseen them. The more reliable Yi Ning became, the more Lin Hai felt at ease that it must be your daughter, who should be around 18 years old. "Yes, yes, yes." Lin Hai repeatedly nodded, thoroughly impressed that if Yi Ning could discern that the one afflicted was not him but a descendant, and could even specify it was his daughter along with her age, that was irrefutable proof. After all, He had previously had no connection with Yi Ning. Yi Ning, do you have a way to cure my daughter's affliction? Lin Hai inquired urgently. Helping others to the end. As Buddha would say, since you have come all this way, I shall not let your journey be in vain. Yi Ning replied with a smile. Excellent. Excellent. Let us go, Yi Ning. I will take you to see my daughter right away. If you can cure her, just name your price. Lin Hai will not flinch, Lin Hai exclaimed, overjoyed. Chapter 199. The Celestial Master Yi Ning nodded slightly, smiling as he said, Senior Lin Hai, if this endeavor is successful, I will not charge you a single penny. I only have one small request. Speak freely, my junior. Lin Hai encouraged that I hope Senior Lin can lend support to our alma mater. That is all. That Yi Ning smiled. Lin Hai was taken aback momentarily, then recalled how Principal Lin Qinggong had offended Chen Zhenghua and his son on Yi Ning's behalf during the anniversary celebration. Realizing the implication, he smiled knowingly and said, Rest assured, Yi Ning, that Chen Zhenghua lacks the power to tarnish our medical university. The medical university is not only your alma mater, but mine as well, regardless of whether your daughter's condition improves or not. I will sponsor the construction of a new laboratory building next year, that if he dares to meddle with the unfinished dormitory, I will not stand idly by. Thank you very much, Senior Lin. Yi Ning expressed his gratitude. Yi Ning nodded, recognizing that Lin Hai had been overwhelmed with worry regarding his daughter during this period. Thus, he wasted no time and promptly led Yi Ning out the door. While Lin Hai was not a native of Yun City, he had spent 6 years studying at Yun City Medical University, making it his second home, where he even owned property. Therefore, it came as no surprise to Yi Ning that he was accompanied by Lin Hai on this journey. The two made their way to the Jinxiu apartment in front of the medical university, a place Lin Hai had purchased for accommodation during his student years. Even as Yi Ning followed behind Lin Hai, he couldn't help but be astonished. Lin Hai appeared to be at least 20 years his senior. In that era, being able to attend university was indicative of exceptional talent, especially at the prestigious Yun Medical University. Not only was Lin Hai a prodigy himself, but his family background was surely not ordinary either. The apartment, modest in size at under 20 square meters, was merely a single living unit, yet it was equipped with all the essentials. Air conditioning, a refrigerator, a bathroom, a kitchen, and a small balcony. Upon entering, they saw a girl of similar age to Yi Ning sitting in a chair, enjoying the air conditioning while watching television. The girl's name was Xiaoling, a servant employed by Lin Hai's family. Xiaoling, where are my wife and daughter? Lin Hai asked, frowning. Didn't I instruct you to wait for me? Boss, madam took the young lady for a medical appointment. Xiaoling promptly stood up, visibly flustered, and explained, I was told to wait for you and let you know. Absurd. Taking such liberties. Lin Hai snorted in anger, then turned to Yi Ning with an apologetic smile, saying, I'm truly sorry. Yi Ning, that I'll take you to find them right away. Yi Ning's earlier astuteness had left a profound impression on Lin Hai, and now Lin Hai held an unwavering trust in him. Senior Lin, wouldn't it be inappropriate for me to go see them at a medical appointment? Yi Ning hesitated to ask, What nonsense? Lin Hai replied bluntly, They aren't going for a medical appointment. I received a tip that there's a small gathering in Yun City today, rumored to be hosted by a celestial master from the Magic City, that my wife must have gone to this banquet. I had a bad feeling about this, and didn't want her to attend. But what can I do? This woman. Lin Hai could only shake his head in resignation. Yi Ning raised an eyebrow in surprise, not expecting such an event to be taking place in Yun City today. This was indeed unusual. Though he had never encountered this celestial master, anyone referred to as such was undoubtedly a transcendent being. The arrival of such a person in Yun City was of paramount importance, and only the city's elite would qualify to attend the gathering. However, Yi Ning had heard nothing about in the past. He would have thought little of it, but now he bore another identity, the young master of the sect, the overlord of Yun City. With this in mind, as they approached the car, Yi Ning deliberately slowed his pace and stood in front to call Li Haizi. However, he found that Li Haizi had received no news either. Silently putting away his phone, he finally got into the car. The Yushui Rinjia clubhouse, unremarkable in appearance, seemed merely a typical small clubhouse. Lin Hai parked the car and led Yi Ning inside. On the top floor, in a conference room, sat several individuals. The head of the table was a young man with a face like jade, wearing a modest smile. Today's guest of honor, the celestial master from the Magic City, Lu Fufeng. Beside him sat a solemn, elderly man, Master Zhong, who had recently traveled to the Magic City to invite the celestial master. At the lower end of the table sat 5 individuals. Few in number but formidable figures in Yun City, among them Zhou Guoming. Recently, when Master Zhong brought Lu Fufeng to address issues at Renchuming's construction site, they discovered that the coffins had mysteriously vanished, leaving no trace of malevolent energy, indicating someone had intervened beforehand. Lu Fufeng was displeased by this, and Master Zhong was furious with Renchuming, who could only lower his head in apology, not daring to utter a word. Afterward, upon hearing of the young Master Zheng Ning's exploits, Lu Fufeng concluded that Zheng Ning must be behind this incident. They had incited Renchuming to set up today's gathering, inviting numerous influential figures in Yun City while deliberately avoiding Zheng Ning. Consequently, the attendees were left puzzled, but most speculated that the celestial master from the Magic City intended to take action against Zheng Ning. Outside the private room, Lin Hai and Yi Ning had just arrived. Lin Hai hesitated for a moment before turning to Yi Ning and advising, "Yi Ning, when we go in, try to keep your comments to a minimum. This gathering." "Rest assured, Senior," Yi Ning replied with a cold smile and a slight nod. Lin Hai then felt reassured and gently knocked on the door. Came a robust voice from within. "Lin Hai." Lin Hai announced himself. Before long, a middle-aged woman clad in a Chanel dress with a touch of makeup opened the door, glaring at Lin Hai and sternly saying, "What do you want at this hour?" Though her words were harsh, she stepped aside to allow Lin Hai entry. This woman was Lin Hai's wife, Lu Yu, the eldest daughter of the Lu family, renowned for their expertise in medicine in Yun City. Lin Hai forced a smile and discreetly signaled to Yi Ning before entering with him. "Dr. Yi, why has Dr. Yi also come?" Upon entering, the others furrowed their brows, wearing expressions of wariness and disdain, though Yi Ning remained expressionless and did not intend to speak. Lin Hai was taken aback, realizing that Yi Ning was quite a notable figure in Yun City. As these elites appeared familiar with him, "That I sincerely apologize, everyone," Lin Hai quickly explained with a smile. "Dr. Yi is my junior. We are both graduates of Yun City Medical University. I invited him here to examine my daughter." "Lin Hai, are you out of your mind?" The middle-aged woman's face turned incredulous upon hearing Lin Hai's words. "We've consulted all sorts of renowned physicians and visited the finest hospitals. What good has it done? Moreover, given my daughter's peculiar condition, I have finally secured this opportunity for the celestial master from the Magic City to examine her. What are you thinking?" The others present wore amused expressions, their gazes toward Yi Ning tinged with contempt. Indeed, Yi Ning was a skilled physician, but a skilled physician was no match for a celestial being. Only Renchuming among them gave Yi Ning a slight nod, offering a bitter smile. When Lu Fufeng and Master Zhong had come to him, they had discovered the malevolent formation at the construction site had been resolved, and they had inquired about who had intervened. However, before he could respond, Lu Fufeng had already assumed it was the young Master Zheng Ning. Renchuming had refrained from explaining, as he did not wish to offend either Yi Ning or the celestial master, whose powers were beyond mortal comprehension in the eyes of the secular world. Fear of the supernatural could sometimes transcend life and death, at least in Renchuming's mind. He would rather see Zheng Ning take the blame than offend a master whose mere gesture could alter the very fabric of reality. "Lin Hai, get your so-called junior out of here immediately." Lu Yu's expression darkened as she pointed toward the door. "Just now, Master Lu has already agreed to help my daughter exorcise her demons. If you anger the celestial master, causing him to withdraw his assistance from my daughter, I will divorce you." In her final words, Lu Yu leaned closer to Lin Hai, her tone fierce. Lin Hai was about to explain when a calm voice interrupted. "What is the rush? The speaker was Lu Fufeng, who turned his gaze toward Yi Ning, appraising him with mild curiosity and a faint smile. Having been in Yin City for 2 days, the name I have heard most frequently, aside from the young Master Jing Ning, is that of the esteemed Dr. Yi. Since Dr. Yi is here, why not demonstrate your skills? I would like to witness your prowess. Lu Fufeng's words were indeed truthful. Yet his interest lay primarily with the young Master Jing Ning, showing little regard for Yi Ning. Titles such as Master, National Treasure, or Divine Physician held little weight in his eyes. Only true power warranted his attention. Master, I apologize. My husband has acted rashly. Please don't take offense. I will have this so-called divine physician removed immediately. Lu Yu hastily interjected, fearing Lu Fufeng's wrath would lead him to withdraw his assistance. Indeed, Master Lu, please do not take it to heart. Someone, escort Dr. Yi out. Lu Xianzhu, the medicine enthusiast, quickly added, anxious that offending Lu Fufeng would spell disaster for the Lu family. Lin Hai's expression grew grim. Realizing he was bound to offend Lu Fufeng today, that he had initially believed this gathering to be a social event, thinking it would be filled with guests, and bringing Yi Ning along would not draw undue attention. He had only intended to call his daughter out for Yi Ning to examine. To his dismay, this so-called banquet was actually a small, somewhat clandestine gathering. Do you two not understand human speech? Lu Fufeng frowned, casting a dispassionate glance at Lu Xianzhu and Lu Yu, silencing them instantly. Upon finishing his words, Lu Fufeng once again directed his gaze towards Yi Ning, a playful smile adorning his face as he remarked, Dr. Yi, please proceed. The patient awaits in the adjacent lounge. It would indeed be a stroke of fortune to witness your skills in action that I, Lu Fufeng, consider myself most fortunate, while his words dripped with politeness. Lu Fufeng's expression was laced with mockery that he had swiftly deduced upon seeing Lin Hai's daughter, Lin Yu, that she was possessed, and that conventional medical practices would prove futile. Today, he was eager to witness the so-called miraculous doctor, who had garnered much talk over the past few days, make a fool of himself. It promised to be quite entertaining. Yi Ning slightly furrowed his brow, meeting Lu Fufeng's gaze with seriousness for a few moments before nodding subtly and replying, Very well. With that, under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, Yi Ning boldly opened the door to the lounge. Lu Fufeng was the first to rise, leisurely following him into the room, with the others trailing behind, all eager to observe Yi Ning's misfortune. Only Lu Yu and Lu Xianzhu lingered at the back, furiously chastising Lin Hai. Lu Yu, little Yu is your daughter, but she is also my daughter. You may seek a divorce. But our daughter must remain with me. It was evident that Lu Fufeng and his companions harbored ill intentions. Yet, despite his gratitude towards Yi Ning, Lin Hai could not suppress his rising anger. The Lin family from Longnan, while merely a second-tier family, was still a match for the Lu family in Yun City. Listening to Lu Xianzhu and Lu Yu's condescending remarks, Lin Hai decided to lay everything bare. Lu Yu was momentarily taken aback, and Lu Xianzhu's face darkened as he coldly interjected, Let us all speak less. Is divorce a matter to be taken so lightly? Do you treat marriage as a mere jest? With that, he entered the room without further ado. The Lu family still relied on the Lin family for their medicinal supply channels in Longnan. Thus, he refrained from openly confronting Lin Hai. Lu Yu opened her mouth, but ultimately fell silent. Following suit, the gathering congregated in the lounge. Their gazes towards Yi Ning were rife with malice. Yi Ning, however, remained unfazed. Having promised Lin Hai, he was determined to see it through. Moreover, as the heavens favor the benevolent, he could not simply stand by and watch a blossoming young woman perish before him, that if they wished to witness his abilities, he would gladly oblige. With a cold smile inwardly, Yi Ning's gaze fell upon the girl lying on the bed. She was curled up under the covers, trembling, her face haggard and dark circles under her eyes, suggesting several nights of sleeplessness. Her lips murmuring softly, Yi Ning observed her calmly and declared with an air of detachment, I care not who you are or what your intentions may be. It would be best for you to depart immediately. Should I take action, you shall find no escape. At his words, a flicker of mockery danced in the girl's eyes. Yet she continued her murmuring, paying Yi Ning no heed. The onlookers broke into cold smiles at this spectacle, incredulous that a doctor would now masquerade as a sorcerer. Lu Fufeng, however, raised an eyebrow, his interest piqued. Could it be that Yi Ning possessed not only medical prowess but also mastery of the arcane? Seeing this, Yi Ning smirked and nodded, softly stating, "I would prefer not to resort to such drastic measures. However, if you refuse to heed my warnings, I can hold you accountable." With that, he raised his hand, swiftly forming a seal with movements so rapid that the bystanders could scarcely follow Dai in the blink of an eye. He completed the gesture. A palm imprint materialized, and he bellowed, "Heavenly talisman to exorcise evil." To everyone's astonishment, the palm imprint radiated a sudden golden light, hurtling towards the girl's forehead. "Ah!" Lin Yu's voice erupted in a shrill scream, echoing like an old woman's desperate wail. Before she collapsed, utterly spent, a wave of dark energy surged forth from Lin Yu's forehead, racing towards the gathered crowd. In a flash, Yi Ning let out a cold laugh, commanding "Seize!" In an instant, the dark energy seemed to be ensnared by an unseen force, voluntarily converging towards Yi Ning's palm imprint. "Master, spare me!" A voice of despair cried out from within the dark mist. But Yi Ning showed no signs of relenting that he had offered a chance. Since the other party chose obstinacy, they were not worth his pity. The moment the dark energy made contact with Yi Ning's heavenly talisman, it transformed into white smoke, dissipating rapidly. "Da-da! Master, spare me! Spare me!" The anguished cries sent chills down the spines of those present. Yet the golden radiance in Yi Ning's hand only intensified, the dark energy gradually vanishing until it was completely gone from sight. In that moment, everyone stood in stunned silence, the small lounge enveloped in an eerie quiet while Yi Ning casually flicked his wrist, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Indeed, I never anticipated that the renowned Dr. Yi of Yun City was truly deserving of his reputation. Not only skilled in medicine, but also versed in the arcane. Lu Fufeng remarked with a raised eyebrow, a smile gracing his lips. The ease with which Yi Ning executed the heavenly talisman suggested that even his companion, Master Zhong, might find himself humbled by Yi Ning's expertise in the mystical arts. Yet, Yi Ning did not spare Lu Fufeng a glance. After checking Lin Yu's pulse, he turned to Lin Hai and stated, "Return to Huichun Hall for some medicine." While the exorcism was successful, she remains quite weak. "Thank you, Dr. Yi, truly. Thank you." Lin Hai's eyes reddened with emotion as he expressed his heartfelt gratitude. "Da, no need for thanks, Lin Shuzheng. We are merely alumni." Yi Ning replied with a smile. "Moreover, we had agreed upon a form of recompense prior to the consultation. Expressing gratitude now would be rather excessive." Lin Hai nodded vigorously in agreement. With matters settled, Yi Ning prepared to take his leave. He had not come to partake in any gathering, merely to assist Lin Hai's daughter. And now that her health was restored, he intended to depart. However, Lu Fufeng, who had been ignored by Yi Ning earlier, now wore a sullen expression. As a revered master, Lu Fufeng was accustomed to being greeted with smiles and deference wherever he went. Yet here was Yi Ning, audaciously disregarding him. Still, recalling the purpose of his visit, Lu Fufeng suppressed his ire and coolly remarked, "Dr. Yi, might you stay a moment longer?" "What is it?" Yi Ning frowned, gazing at Lu Fufeng with an air of impatience. To others, Lu Fufeng was a towering figure, a master of the arcane. But to Yi Ning, he was merely an inconsequential character, hardly worthy of his attention. What do you mean by that, Dr. Yi?" Lu Fufeng, despite his inner rage, maintained a facade of politeness. "Since my arrival in Yun City, I have heard of your esteemed reputation that I had intended to invite you to this gathering, but due to unforeseen circumstances, I was unable to send an invitation. However, it seems that fate has brought us together. Oh, so you wish to extend an invitation for me to join this gathering?" Yi Ning raised an eyebrow. "Intrigued, indeed," Lu Fufeng affirmed, his smile unwavering. As you might have noticed, the attendees of this gathering are all notable figures from Yun City, convening to discuss a significant matter, should you choose to join us. We would truly be bolstered. Very well, Yi Ning replied with a faint smile. Nodding slightly, I am curious to see what momentous subject you all intend to deliberate upon. Upon hearing this, Lu Xinzu, Zhou Guangming, and the others exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. It was unexpected for Lu Fufeng to extend such a courteous invitation to Yi Ning. Clearly, Yi Ning's earlier display of skill had been impressive. Otherwise, Lu Fufeng would not have offered him an olive branch. However, Yi Ning's inclusion would undoubtedly alter the seating arrangements. As they resumed their places at the round table, the attendees initially presumed that Yi Ning would sit in the second seat beneath Lu Fufeng. Instead, he chose to sit beside Lin Hai. This unexpected display of humility took everyone by surprise, yet they felt a sense of relief. It appeared that while Yi Ning was indeed formidable, he still paled in comparison to Lu Fufeng. The atmosphere around the round table grew tense, as Lu Fufeng refrained from speaking first, and none of the others seemed inclined to break the silence. All eyes fixed on Lu Fufeng, awaiting his words. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Fufeng smiled at Yi Ning and began, Dr. Yi, to be candid, my journey from Modu to Yun City was for a minor matter, which upon my arrival had already been resolved by another. Upon hearing this, Ren Chuming's demeanor turned awkward. The individual who had preemptively dealt with the matter sat directly opposite Lu Fufeng, and he was entirely unaware that why Yi Ning's expression shifted to one of intrigue as he regarded Lu Fufeng. Inquiring, a tyrant, you say? One who holds dominion over all factions in Yun City. If that were truly the case, how is it that these individuals remain so brazenly seated before you? Master Lu, is it? Yi Ning continued, I would like to inquire who imparted such information to you. In that moment, the expressions of those present changed dramatically. Accepting Lu Fufeng's invitation had been a gamble, regardless of the outcome between Lu Fufeng and Zheng Ning. They were merely spectators caught in a divine conflict. Today, they found themselves in attendance merely to avoid offending either side. What do you imply by your words, Dr. Yi? Lu Fufeng replied, a smile still present, though his irritation was palpable to this moment. Zhou Guoming, standing to the side, let out a cold laugh, casting a disdainful glance at Yi Ning, and said casually, Who says it matters? The primary purpose of our gathering today is to bring down that arrogant and tyrannical scoundrel. Zheng Ning, I firmly believe that once Master Lu makes his move, that so-called Zheng Ning will surely be terrified to the point of losing control. Upon hearing this, Lu Fufeng also exhibited a playful smile. Gazing at Yi Ning as he continued, Indeed, now that I have arrived, such acts of bullying the weak will not be tolerated. Moreover, since Zheng Ning has already reached the level of a master, he has transcended the mundane world as a master. It is a violation of heavenly principles to brazenly interfere in worldly matters. Chapter 202. The Burden of Wealth. Hearing Lu Fufeng's words, Yi Ning couldn't help but laugh. A violation of heavenly principles. Yi Ning scoffed, shaking his head repeatedly, and with a smile directed at Lu Fufeng, he remarked, I fear that Master Lu, upon witnessing the auspicious clouds enveloping Wulong Mountain, is envious of its rare treasures. Yes, ever since the Xianqi purified its blood essence and absorbed the moonlight, its body has been cleansed, and it even bears the potential for transcendence, transforming into a true auspicious beast. Thus, a halo of auspicious clouds has subtly begun to appear above Wulong Mountain. As the ancient saying goes, the tiger rides the wind, the clouds follow the dragon. The Xianqi, akin to a flood dragon, has evolved and now possesses a hint of dragon aura, naturally attracting the clouds. If one day it truly transforms into a dragon, then the entire Wulong Mountain will be shrouded in mist, becoming a genuine sacred mountain. Haha. Yi Ning's insight struck a chord with Lu Fufeng, who not only felt no embarrassment, but instead burst into hearty laughter, proclaiming, Indeed, Dr. Yi, you are truly a kindred spirit. Such trivial matters are beyond my scrutiny. You are correct. That is precisely my intention. Although merely a wisp of cloud, I can sense a trace of dragon aura within it, suggesting that there must be dragon blood within Wulong Mountain. Lu Fufeng continued, I initially intended to ascend the mountain and search myself. But I have heard that Zheng Ning has already sealed off the rear mountain, claiming Wulong Mountain as his own, that a mere master thinks he can possess it entirely. He is simply overestimating his capabilities. And what does Master Lu intend to do? Yi Ning inquired, a mocking expression adorning his face. Lu Fufeng responded with a cold laugh, stating, It's simple. I will personally eliminate Zheng Ning. Since you, Dr. Yi, are also a member of the Xianmen, would you be willing to lend me a hand? In the end, all that Zheng Ning controls will be shared between us. What do you say, upon hearing this? The expressions of those present shifted dramatically. When Zheng Ning was still around, they had merely offered gifts to curry favor. He had not encroached upon their own interests. They had come with the hope that if Lu Fufeng could deal with Zheng Ning, they would be able to share the spoils. However, with Lu Fufeng's statement, their hopes were dashed. Share everything of Zheng Ning's? Yi Ning's smile took on a playful quality as he raised an eyebrow and asked, What distinguishes you from Zheng Ning, then? Moreover, what can these individuals truly offer you? That will naturally depend on their performance. Lu Fufeng replied with a knowing smile. After all, you are all notable figures of Yun City. Once Zheng Ning is eliminated, should you wish to assist me in controlling Yun City, I shall certainly reward you. However, if you choose not to cooperate, at this point, Lu Fufeng's voice trailed off. Lu Xinzu and the others felt their expressions darken. They had come with the intention of profiting, only to find themselves reduced to mere tools. It was akin to a dog that had escaped its leash, believing it had regained its freedom, only to realize it had merely changed masters. Dr. Yi, what are your thoughts? Lu Fufeng asked, a smile gracing his features as he looked at Yi Ning. Yi Ning scoffed and shook his head, turning his gaze to the others present, and said, Rather than my own opinion, I am more curious about the perspectives of those seated here. What do you all think of Master Lu's proposal? We will naturally support Master Lu unconditionally. Zhou Guoming was the first to speak, asserting, once Master Lu makes his move, Zheng Ning will surely have no chance of survival. The future of Yun City will belong to Master Lu, and we are willing to follow him. Following Zhou Guoming's lead, Lu Xinzu and others nodded in agreement, expressing their support. Indeed, with Master Lu personally taking action to rescue us from that scoundrel Zheng Ning, we, the notable figures of Yun City, will be eternally grateful. We will surely do our utmost. Lu Xinzu hurriedly added, fearing to fall behind Zhou Guoming, hearing these so-called notable figures of Yun City conspiring against him. Yi Ning's expression turned peculiar. It seemed he had been too benevolent. Ever since the title of the so-called Lord of Yun City had been bestowed upon him, he had never taken any action against these figures, let alone divided their interests. As for their offerings, they had all come at their own behest. Now, however, their words twisted the narrative, suggesting that he was the one at fault. While contemplating this, Lu Fufeng's gaze fell upon Lin Hai, the only person present who had yet to voice his stance. Lin Hai, is it? What do you think? Lu Fufeng raised an eyebrow and inquired with a smile. Lin Hai chuckled awkwardly, glancing at Yi Ning beside him, and replied, I'm sorry, Master Lu, but my Lin family is not based in Yun City, and thus I see no reason to partake in your endeavor. I have already purchased a ticket to return to Longnan tomorrow. So, Lin Hai, you are now half a member of the Lu family, having married my daughter. Are you saying that the affairs of the Lu family do not concern you? Lu Xinzu's expression darkened as he spoke solemnly. Exactly. Moreover, when I brought my daughter over previously, Master Lu had already promised to take action. Lu Yu chimed in, her expression also reflecting displeasure. If it weren't for this ye fellow meddling, Master Lu would have already rescued my daughter. Do you not understand the gratitude owed for this kindness? Lin Hai, since you chose to attend our gathering, what more is there to discuss? Now you wish to back out at the last moment. Is that not showing disdain for Yun City? Zhou Guoming sneered coldly. Idea you think you can come and go as you please today. Lin Hai's expression soured, leaving him momentarily speechless that Wei Ning could not help but chuckle, saying, "So a promise to take action is considered a kindness. Today, Lin Hai can come when he pleases and leave when he wishes, that I declare that I am curious to see who dares to lay a hand on him." As Yi Ning's words fell, Zhou Guoming, Lu Xinzu, and the others turned their attention towards him, furrowing their brows in silence. After all, the protagonist of the day was Lu Fufeng. If Lu Fufeng desired Yi Ning dead, they would not hesitate to strike. However, if Lu Fufeng's attitude shifted, they would have to spare Yi Ning. Lu Fufeng slightly narrowed his eyes, casting a cold glance at Lin Hai. He then shifted his gaze back to Yi Ning and directly asked, "Dr. Yi, now that they have all expressed their positions, it is time for you to do the same. Once you give your approval, we will seize Villa Number 1 in the Wulong Villa District first thing tomorrow morning and then ascend the mountain together. I believe that the so-called Master Zheng should currently be within Wulong Mountain. I'm afraid my stance is the same as Lin Hai's. This matter does not concern me," Yi Ning replied, shaking his head and gazing at Lu Fufeng with a calm demeanor. "Furthermore, I must advise you, though Yun City may be small, it is a land of exceptional talent and spirit. Not just anyone can meddle here, though you hold the esteemed title of master. You are ultimately a person from Modu. Now that you have arrived in Yun City, do you think you can monopolize everything? Such thoughts are nothing but folly." Upon hearing this, Lu Fufeng's expression darkened, and he narrowed his eyes slightly, sneering, "Is Dr. Yi unwilling to assist me?" Chapter 203, The Thunder Seal, and if I am... Yi Ning met Lu Fufeng's gaze without a shred of fear. "Good. Today Lu Fufeng, wish to see precisely how exceptional the talents of Yun City truly are," Lu Fufeng declared, and with that he suddenly thrust his palm towards Yi Ning. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Yi Ning's gaze sharpened. This Lu Fufeng was not only a master, but also a martial artist. Moreover, his cultivation was at the master level. As a martial artist of the same realm, Lu Fufeng still bore the title of master. Had it not been for the current scarcity of earthly spiritual energy, breaking through to the innate realm would be a simple task for him. Yi Ning, however, was not one to hesitate. He deftly retreated. The rushing force of Lu Fufeng's palm halted a mere inch from him. With a swift motion, Yi Ning evaded the strike. Bang! With a muffled sound, a distinct five-fingered imprint appeared on the wall behind Yi Ning. Gasps echoed through the room as everyone instinctively moved aside to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Lu Fufeng let out a cold laugh, flipping his hand to upend the massive wooden conference table before him, then kicking it towards Yi Ning. The enormous table hurtled toward Yi Ning, while Lu Fufeng himself lunged forward with a grim expression. Yi Ning's mind raced, contemplating his next move. Ultimately deciding against revealing his true capabilities, he sidestepped the wooden table, but Lu Fufeng was already upon him. Yi Ning unleashed a palm strike, aimed directly at Lu Fufeng. Impossible! Upon seeing the palm strike, Lu Fufeng's expression changed drastically, his heart racing. The Thunder Seal? It was indeed the Thunder Seal. In this era, the heritage of sorcerers had become fragmented, leaving only some rudimentary teachings that lacked combat potency. Thus, most sorcerers had to cultivate both martial and mystical arts. In the realm of martial arts, one seeks to enhance physical strength and combat prowess for self-preservation, subsequently utilizing the esoteric techniques passed down by sorcerers to transcend the shackles of their current state. Achieving the celestial master level in these techniques signifies that the martial artist has overcome all innate barriers. Yet, at its inception, the art of esotericism was also a martial sect, focusing solely on the cultivation of the mind rather than the body. And naturally, it encompasses numerous offensive methods. The Heavenly Thunder Seal that Yi Ning is currently demonstrating is one such technique, an ancient, long-lost offensive esoteric art. The revelation that Yi Ning possesses such formidable esoteric knowledge leaves everyone present, including the previously advancing Lu Fufeng, utterly bewildered. However, at this moment, Lu Fufeng is like an arrow released from the bow, unable to retract his attack. Those who oppose shall perish. Lu Fufeng growls coldly, thrusting his palm towards Yi Ning. His heart filled with disbelief that Yi Ning could truly wield the heavenly thunder seal. Yet, before Lu Fufeng's palm wind could reach its target, Yi Ning's seal had already been completed in an instant. The heavens darkened, and a deafening thunderbolt split the sky, crashing down directly. It struck the ceiling of the Yushui Renjia clubhouse. Although most of its force was mitigated, a bolt of purple lightning still pierced into the room, enveloping Lu Fufeng completely. Lu Fufeng screamed in agony, his body convulsing as he collapsed to the floor, his face ashen and bleeding from all orifices. Impossible. This cannot be. Lu Fufeng stared in shock at Yi Ning, his voice hoarse as he exclaimed, "Where did you learn this supreme esoteric art? It's utterly inconceivable." "I have long said," Yi Ning replied calmly, "that though my Yun city is small, it is a land of extraordinary talents. Not something a frog at the bottom of a well like you can covet. Although Master Zheng is merely at the master level, his strength is not beneath mine, that if you seek death, I shall not impede your choice. Consider your actions wisely." Lu Fufeng's expression shifted between shadows, his gaze locked onto Yi Ning, whose demeanor was filled with disdain. Feeling utterly humiliated, "Dr. Yi, wait." Lu Fufeng quickly raised his hand, urgently inquiring, "Are you related to Zheng Ning? And from whom did you learn such powerful esoteric knowledge? You wish for me to divulge my secrets?" Yi Ning raised an eyebrow, casting a dispassionate glance at the weakened Lu Fufeng, who was desperately trying to maintain his composure despite his obvious defeat. "You are unworthy." Lu Fufeng was taken aback. Yet, Yi Ning turned away, striding towards the exit. Lin Hai hurried in, personally lifting his daughter Lin Yu, and following Yi Ning out the door. After Yi Ning's departure, the atmosphere in the private room turned grim, as the attendees were left aghast. They could not believe that the renowned celestial master from the capital was so easily vanquished before Yi Ning, let alone Master Zheng, especially given the implications of today's events. If word reached Master Zheng, how could they ever maintain their standing in Yun City? In that moment, many prominent figures from Yun City contemplated fleeing. Sitting on the floor for several minutes, Lu Fufeng's pallor began to improve slightly. "Master Lu," behind him, Master Zhong cautiously called out, "Let's go back to the capital. I must report this matter to my sect personally." A mere Yun City harbors such an extraordinarily gifted young master, along with a celestial master who masters supreme esoteric arts. Truly, it is a land of exceptional talents. With a weary sigh, Master Zhong swiftly helped the still weak Lu Fufeng to his feet, staggering towards the exit. "Master Lu, we shall escort you." Zhou Guoming immediately chimed in with a smile. "No need. I have my own vehicle." Master Zhong coldly interrupted, dismissing the intentions of those who wished to accompany them. Supporting Lu Fufeng as they exited the private room, Zhou Guoming and the others exchanged glances, too apprehensive to speak. Lin Hai drove Yi Ning back to the Huichun Hall, also helping his daughter procure some medicine. "Junior, I truly appreciate your help today." At the entrance of Huichun Hall, Lin Hai grasped Yi Ning's hands with gratitude, speaking sincerely. Yi Ning smiled slightly, saying, "No need for such formality. Since we are alumni, just call me Junior." "All right, since you insist, I shall refrain from being overly polite. Should you come to Longnan in the future, be sure to call me, and I will host you well," Lin Hai said, his eyes reddening with emotion. "Deal until next time." Yi Ning nodded. Lin Hai then gratefully departed with his daughter. Yun City was a place rife with troubles. He wished to leave without delay. The following day, Li Haizi ostentatiously sent out invitations to prominent families in Yun City, including the Zhou, Liu, and Rin families. 3 days later, a banquet would be held at the Huangqiao KTV. The major families were filled with trepidation. Although Lu Fufeng's incident had remained under wraps, Yi Ning's interruption had made them restless. And now Li Haizi's sudden grand invitation added to their woes. Everyone felt a sense of foreboding. It seemed the good days were over, and the once silent lord of Yun City, the young master, was finally prepared to take action, beginning to carve up their family interests. While the major families lamented their fate, some so-called elites and smaller families were perplexed, but upon learning that it was the Black Dragon Society hosting a top-tier banquet, they scrambled to gain entry. Chapter 204. They have tried it. As for Yi Ning, the protagonist of these events, he was utterly uninterested. The sudden invitation from Li Haizi was, of course, his own design. Shortly after 8 o'clock in the evening, after sending Wang Yan'ai and Wang Ying home, he drove his Range Rover to the Jichangshan Entertainment Club. The entrance was adorned with a row of beautiful women in kipeos, tall and striking, who greeted Yi Ning with smiles and bows. Welcome. Ahead lay a massive neon archway. Amidst a dazzling display of revelry, Yi Ning offered a bashful nod to the rows of beauties. Jichangshan Entertainment Club was notorious in Yun City for its hedonistic atmosphere. Had it not been for Hong Ye's message on WeChat, informing him that the refined medicine he had concocted previously was ready for viewing, he would never have come. Upon entering the club, the sound of revelry echoed from the various private rooms, prompting Yi Ning to frown slightly. He found this atmosphere rather distasteful. Nevertheless, he made his way to the top floor, where Hong Ye's office was located. The office door was ajar, and Yi Ning pushed it open casually to his surprise. The decor of Hong Ye's office exuded an air of sophistication, reminiscent of a corporate executive's office. Complete with a large desk, computer, and bookshelves, all impeccably arranged. The room was dimly lit, illuminated only by the flickering neon lights and headlights from outside. Yi Ning paused momentarily. With his current vision, he could discern everything within the office. Hong Ye sat there, lost in thought, gazing out the floor-to-ceiling window, and the office was enveloped in an eerie silence. Ahem. Yi Ning cleared his throat lightly, jolting Hong Ye from her reverie. She quickly gasped in surprise, switched on the office lights, and smiled brightly at Yi Ning. Mr. Zheng, I prefer your current self much more. Yi Ning scratched his head awkwardly. Since Hong Ye could directly message him, it was evident she had seen through his disguise. So he chose not to conceal his identity any longer. Sister Hong, what were you thinking? You look like you lost your soul. Yi Ning asked cheerfully. Oh, nothing, Mr. Zheng. That I invited you today to discuss the medicinal formula you provided us last time. Hong Ye's smile faded as she placed an exquisite wooden box before Yi Ning. The box appeared ancient and elegant, adorned with a dragon and phoenix motif that exuded a sense of grandeur. Upon seeing the box, Yi Ning was momentarily stunned, his earlier confusion forgotten. Sister Hong, this is... Yi Ning asked, somewhat dumbfounded. This is the finished medicinal pill based on the formula you provided me. We still need to come up with a name for it. Hong Ye replied, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Yi Ning. Yi Ning was taken aback. Well, this decoration seems a bit excessive. The solid wood material, coupled with the gilded embellishments and intricate carvings, clearly indicated it was crafted by talented artisans. Undoubtedly hand-carved, the task of pill production fell to me, while the external design was handled by Li Haizi and his team. Hong Ye said with a charming smile, it does seem a bit extravagant, but it took quite a bit of persuasion for them to agree to use mechanical engraving for future carvings. However, they insisted on using solid wood and real gold for the materials. Yi Ning looked at Hong Ye, whose smile bore a hint of mischief, filled with questions. Sister Hong, I still believe simplicity is key. Lower prices lead to higher sales. After all, only when it benefits the community can it be deemed a good medicine. If we go overboard like this, won't the cost of the box be substantial? Consequently, wouldn't the pricing of the medicine skyrocket? Indeed, a box is priced at 18,888, which is enough for a week's supply. Hong Ye continued to smile, noticing the confusion in Yi Ning's eyes. She leaned closer and whispered into his ear. They designed it this way after testing it. The fragrant breeze enveloped him, and Yi Ning's face flushed with embarrassment at Hong Ye's sudden closeness, making him instinctively lean away. Of course, if Mr. Zheng finds the pricing problematic, feel free to voice your concerns. They wouldn't dare go against your wishes, Sister Hong. Please just call me Xiao Yi from now on. I am me, and he is he. Yi Ning nodded slightly, saying, as for the packaging and pricing, you all can decide. I happen to need to receive a batch of workers in a couple of days. So everything will be fine. All right, it's settled then. The Crimson Leaves smiled and nodded, signifying that the matter was settled. With a hint of playfulness, Hong Ye inquired, so, Xiao Ye, since you've made the effort to come, would you care to join me for some fun? I assure you, dear sister here, can offer you a delightful experience of beauty in all shapes and sizes. Let it be, Hongjie, I have other matters to attend to and cannot linger. Yi Ning hurriedly waved his hand. Hongye nodded slightly. Very well, Xiaoye. Allow me to escort you out. Yi Ning agreed with a nod and rose, with Hongye promptly following, as they exited the office together, though their interactions were limited. Yi Ning sensed a weight on Hongye's mind today, despite her outwardly charming demeanor. There was an underlying lack of enthusiasm, a spark that seemed to have dimmed. Hongjie, is something troubling you lately? As they made their way out of the office and into the elevator, Yi Ning hesitated before broaching the subject. Are you concerned for your sister, Xiaoye? I have indeed faced some difficulties these past few days. Would you like to lend a helping hand? A flicker of intrigue sparkled in Hongye's eyes as she suddenly turned to Yi Ning and smiled. Of course, if within my capacity, I would not decline, Yi Ning replied candidly. Your sister is in need of male companionship. Would you care to keep me company tonight? Hongye teased, playfully linking her arm with Yi Ning's. I must say, Xiaoye, it is rather unfair how young and handsome you are, coupled with such excellence. Upon seeing you, I hardly wish to glance at those other mundane beauties. In the elevator, with only Yi Ning and Hongye present, she leaned her entire body against him. Yi Ning felt his cheeks flush, overwhelmed by the warmth of her proximity, stirring a tumult of emotions within him, leading to an awkward response that I in the past. Hongye's flirtations had been overt, yet remained verbal. This boldness marked a first for him that a thought crossed his mind. Was it previously due to the presence of others? Now, with just the two of them in the elevator, could tonight be the night he crossed the threshold? Hongjie, this, Yi Ning stammered, his face burning as he remained frozen, fearing that any movement might lead to an uncontrollable situation. Xiaoye, with your remarkable qualities and surrounded by so many beauties, you can't possibly still be a novice in such matters, can you? If so, tonight, it seems your sister shall be the one to enlighten you. Rest assured, our relationship shall remain pure and innocent. I understand these things. So, shall we go to your place or mine tonight? Hongye said, tilting her head and snuggling closer against him like an obedient little wife, ready to be cherished. Chapter 205. Mediating matters. What normal man could resist such temptation? Yi Ning was no exception. Just as he thought he might lose his composure, an abrupt, jarring sound interrupted him. The elevator had reached the ground floor. This noise snapped Yi Ning back to reality. He swallowed hard, a dry chuckle escaping him, feeling a sense of loss wash over him. Perhaps stepping out of the elevator would mean losing the opportunity for seclusion, and Hongye would revert to her usual self. However, as the elevator doors opened and they exited, Yi Ning realized he had been mistaken. Hongye maintained her hold on his arm, her body still pressed against him, her head tilted against his shoulder. Embodying a picture of submission, the staff of Jichangshan nearby stood in stunned silence at this spectacle. When had their formidable boss, the infamous Hongye, ever been so flirtatious with a man? The once feared rose with thorns, now nestled against a young man. Who was he? All the female employees watched Yi Ning with wide eyes, curiosity etched on their faces, while the male employees silently applauded him. Yet, Yi Ning himself remained in an uncomfortable predicament. His embarrassment magnified in public, especially with Hongye making such unabashed inquiries that as they walked, a door to a private room swung open, revealing a disheveled girl stumbling out, her attire in disarray, a handprint visible on her face. Reeking of alcohol, her eyes brimming with tears. Upon witnessing this, Hongye's demeanor shifted, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes as she halted. Yi Ning followed suit, concerned. What transpired? Hongye's voice was low and commanding as she confronted the girl, who immediately lowered her head, trembling as she stammered, "I'm sorry, Hongye, it's my fault, I didn't tea." I ask again, "What happened to the mark on your face?" Hongye interrupted sharply. Just then, the door swung open once more, and a drunken middle-aged man, Chun Xingwang, stumbled out. "Another beauty. It seems today is my lucky day. Neither of you will escape." Chun Xingwang, slightly tipsy, beamed upon spotting Hongye, gesturing towards the subordinates. "Come, join me for a drink." Chun Xingwang was a minor figure in Yun City, merely a small-time businessman. Upon seeing his antics, Hongye understood everything and smiled knowingly. "Do we drink from cups? Are you not a man?" With that, Hongye confidently strode into the private room. "Quite the treat. I like it. Everything tonight is on you," Chun Xingwang exclaimed, thrilled, as he pulled out a wad of cash and slapped it onto the table, offering Hongye a half-full bottle of XO. "Hongye," Yi Ning frowned, intending to intervene, but Hongye raised a hand to silence him. "Huh." Hongye smiled faintly, accepting the bottle from Chun Xingwang, and then, with sudden force, she raised it high and brought it crashing down upon his head. The sound of shattering glass echoed through the room. Chun Xingwang screamed, his head now a bloody mess as he collapsed. "What the hell are you doing? You dare to serve drinks and still?" One of his subordinates began, but Hongye swiftly kicked him in the groin, eliciting another cry of anguish as he crumpled to the floor, clutching himself in agony. The remaining men, intending to charge at her, found themselves frozen in fear, none daring to step forward. "What are you doing? Do you have the audacity to strike? Do you know who we are?" The men cowered at the back of the room, their threats weak and ineffective. Before they could say more, a chorus of hurried footsteps echoed from outside. "Hongye, are you all right?" A burly man rushed in, followed by a throng of men and women who swiftly surrounded the room, effectively cornering Chun Xingwang and his cohorts. "Do I look like someone in trouble?" Hongye sneered, narrowing her eyes at the now intimidated men. "What is the matter? Lost your tongues. What are you all about? Speak up. Let us see if you can frighten me. Are you the Hongye of the Black Dragon Society, Hongye?" The men, finally sobering up, gazed at the formidable woman before them, their bravado evaporating. Indeed, Hongye confirmed, a chilling smile gracing her lips. "What is it you seek? Speak, perhaps you might surprise me. That if you wish to call for backup, be my guest. Just know I have little patience today. It's Hongye. It's all a misunderstanding, truly, just a family squabble." Chun Xingwang, bloodied and battered, finally managed to rise, his face a gruesome sight, yet his smile remained sycophantic as he bowed apologetically. "Family?" Hongye scoffed, pointing at a still-sealed bottle of liquor. "If you can perform a similar feat with that bottle on your head, I shall let today's incident slide." As her words hung in the air, everyone in the room gasped in shock. Chun Xingwang's smile froze, and even Yi Ning felt a chill run down his spine. If it were merely a beer bottle, perhaps 2 blows wouldn't be fatal. But this was a bottle of liquor. The previous strike had nearly cost him his life. Another might well leave him a vegetable. Hongye's seemingly casual remark was, in fact, a deadly threat. Yi Ning frowned, noting that today, Hongye's behavior was indeed uncharacteristic. "Wanggu, make your move. Hongye is not someone we can afford to provoke." One of the men began urging Chun Xingwang. Chun Xingwang's complexion had turned exceedingly grim, and a piercing pain throbbed in his head as blood flowed profusely. If another blow were to land. However, while he hesitated, those around him had already lost their courage to endure. Should Hongye suddenly change her mind and order each of them to take a hit, it would spell disaster. Chapter 206. A sincere meeting. As Chun Xingwang wavered, one of his subordinates abruptly lifted a wine bottle and, without warning, brought it crashing down onto the back of Chun Xingwang's head. With a resounding thud, wine splattered everywhere, and Chun Xingwang collapsed to the ground, unconscious. "Hongye, are you satisfied? If not, feel free to speak up. Today, we brothers are here to apologize." The assailant grinned obsequiously at Hongye, bowing deeply, his head nearly buried in the ground. Honya's smile was as cold as ice. She turned to pull over the disheveled young girl from earlier and asked, "So, what do you think? Are you satisfied?" "Why, yes, I'm satisfied, Hongya." The girl, upon seeing Qin Xingwang lying in a pool of blood, turned pale and hurriedly nodded, speaking in a hushed tone. Only then did Hongya nod in satisfaction and instructed the group before her. "Take this dead dog and scram immediately, that I never want to see you all again." With that, Hongya stood up and re-linked her arm with Yi Ning's, striding towards the exit. The burly men watched in disbelief, while Qin Xingwang and his companions were utterly terrified by the menace that was Hongya, no longer daring to concern themselves with trivial matters. After paying their dues, they fled in disgrace. Hongya remained nestled against Yi Ning, seemingly oblivious to the eyes upon them. The pair made their way to the parking lot and entered a Land Rover. "Xiao Yi, could you spend some time with your sister tonight?" Hongya said. Raising her hand to reach for Yi Ning's waist, Yi Ning furrowed his brow slightly, forcing his inner energy to calm himself, and then spoke in a deep voice. "Hongya, it would be wise for you to clarify certain matters with me. I prefer to be straightforward. What is it that you truly desire?" A woman like Hongya would never offer herself so cheaply to Yi Ning had observed her transformation closely, and a sense of wariness grew within him. Hongya was taken aback by Yi Ning's sudden aura, and the previously intimate atmosphere dissipated instantly. She instinctively shrank into a corner, fear etched across her face as she gazed at Yi Ning. Hesitant to approach, Yi Ning paused, realizing that his identity before Hongya had long surpassed that of a young healer. He was now the youthful master, Zheng Ning. Sighing softly, Yi Ning relaxed his demeanor and said, "I simply dislike being kept in the dark. Hongya, your change today has been drastic. Has something happened recently? If you assist me, you will be my subordinate, and I will certainly help you should anything arise." "You need not go to such lengths." Upon hearing Yi Ning's words, Hongya's eyes glistened with unshed tears, a look of gratitude washing over her. She shook her head with a bitter smile and finally spoke. "Xiao Yu has passed away." Yi Ning's brow arched in realization, recalling the girl who had always been by Hongya's side, protecting her. It must have been during the assassination attempt by the Zhang family. Though Hongya had survived thanks to the protective jade pendant, little Xiao Yu had not been so fortunate. "Do you wish for me to help you seek vengeance?" Yi Ning inquired, looking intently at Hongya. "I have considered it." Hongya replied candidly, though she shook her head slightly, "But I still feel that I want to handle this myself, that I wish to shut down Jizangshan and transition into legitimate business. As you witnessed today, this line of work is fraught with difficulties." Xiao Yu had often urged her to reconsider, but Hongya had always felt responsible not only for herself, but also for the interests of the Black Dragon Society, thus ignoring Xiao Yu's counsel. Now that she was gone, the desire to change had grown stronger. "That is a good thing, to be frank with me, and I will support you. Why must you conceal it?" Yi Ning commented, reflecting on the bond between Hongya and Xiao Yu, which he could sense was deeper than life itself. "Why must it be so?" Hongya murmured, repeating the phrase as tears brimmed in her eyes, cascading down her cheeks. "In truth, my intentions towards you are not driven by ulterior motives, that if there is one, it might be to ensure a smoother transition for my vengeance and transformation. However, now that it has been laid bare, I still wish to express. I know I am not worthy of love, but you are the one man in my life whom I do not resent and wish to lean upon." With tears streaming down her face, Hongya continued, "Sister does not seek much. I only hope that when you think of me, you might occasionally indulge me, and that alone would suffice. Sister knows she is not pure." Her words trailed off as she choked on her emotions that go on. Then, seeing Hongya weep like a flower in the rain, Yi Ning sighed heavily. The Land Rover arrived at Hongya's residence, an old-fashioned villa with a private courtyard. A two-story Western-style building, encompassing approximately 300 square meters. Nestled in the southwestern part of Yin City on Yangchun Road, it had originally been intended as a retirement villa for elderly cadres, boasting a tranquil environment rich in life. Just a street away lay a pedestrian street and a farmer's market. Hongye leaned against Yi Ning as they entered. Xiao Yi, wait for me. I need to take a shower. With the honesty exchanged earlier, Hongye now resembled a shy young girl, entirely shedding her previous boldness. Yi Ning nodded slightly. As Hongye stepped into the bathroom, the sound of the shower soon filled the air. Yi Ning settled himself on the sofa in the cozy living room, furnished with vintage wooden furniture and an old television, lending a sense of nostalgia to the space. Yi Ning was surprised to discover that Hongye lived in such a place. To his right was a large floor-to-ceiling window, revealing a thicket outside, while the dimly lit road beyond was nearly devoid of traffic. But he absent-mindedly picked up a pack of lady cigarettes from the coffee table, lit one, and coughed from the harshness of the smoke. The sensation of smoking for the first time was quite uncomfortable, yet as he reclined on the sofa, he felt an unexpected comfort, akin to being home. He hadn't felt this way in quite some time, ever since moving into the new Jinglong garden and later the Wulong villa. Before long, a flushed Hongye emerged, having removed her makeup and all pretense. Clad only in a small towel. Xiao Yi, she called softly, her hair still glistening with droplets of water, her vulnerability igniting a wave of warmth within Yi Ning. The following morning, Yi Ning slowly awoke on the old wooden bed. With the soft warmth of Hongye nestled against him, her brow furrowed as she murmured softly, entwining herself around him like an octopus. After a night of passion, Yi Ning savored the memories before turning over once more. It was only at dusk that Yi Ning finally dressed and descended from the bed. Hongye appeared radiant, albeit slightly limping as she walked, clearly having exerted herself too much. Chapter 207. The New Bride Xiao Yi. What would you like to eat? I can prepare it for you, Hongye said, resembling a blissful young bride as she smiled at Yi Ning. Yi Ning chuckled playfully and pulled Hongye into his embrace. No, stop, sister. I can't handle it anymore. If you continue, I won't be able to get out of bed, Hongye exclaimed in a fluster, gently pushing against Yi Ning's chest as she pleaded for mercy. Yi Ning laughed heartily, holding her close, and declared, Hongye, from now on, you are my woman. Yi Ning's that no need to cook. I'll order takeout. Upon hearing Yi Ning's words, Hongye felt a surge of sweetness in her heart, snuggling closer to him. Yi Ning picked up his phone to check and was taken aback to find 8 missed calls, 2 of which were from his mother, Zheng Huilan. Hongye, catching sight of this, straightened up and said, Xiao Yi, if there's something urgent, go handle it. Sister will manage to eat something on her own. I suppose I'll need to rest at home for a few days. All because of you. Yi Ning nodded slightly, allowing Hongye to rise but still keeping his arm around her shoulder to keep her close. That he then dialed his mother's number. Since Yi Ning had stayed out all night, Zheng Huilan was understandably concerned. After reassuring her, he hung up, leaving several unknown calls remaining. Though he initially wished to ignore them, concern prompted him to return the calls. To his surprise, all 3 missed calls were from Baiwan Network. The representative on the line verified Yi Ning's information before presenting several potential blind date candidates. All were local Yun City girls with undergraduate degrees, detailing their income and backgrounds. Hongye's expression gradually shifted to one of incredulity. Who would have thought that the esteemed healer, the master of Yun City, Zheng Ning, would need to rely on blind dates to find a wife? Feeling a bit embarrassed, Yi Ning cast a guilty glance at Hongye. With a teasing smile, Hongye remarked, Xiao Yi, it's all right. Sister won't hinder you. Settling down and starting a family is a good thing. That it's all because of my mom's pressure. Yi Ning sighed, then suddenly suggested, Hongye, now that our relationship is established, why not come home with me? You can stay at my place and deal with my mom. Ah. Hongye's eyes widened in shock, her expression one of disbelief. She never expected Yi Ning to actually take her home. What? Are you unwilling? Yi Ning feigned seriousness, yet his large hands had already begun to stir restlessly. Of course, I'm willing. Hongye hastily nodded, her voice diminishing to a whisper, her breath quickening, her entire body growing soft. The following morning, at the Yangchun Road breakfast shop, Hongye sat at a street-side stall, voraciously devouring youtiao while casting terrified glances at Yi Ning. For 2 days, Yining had neither eaten nor drunk, yet he brimmed with boundless energy, almost giving her psychological trauma. "Xiao Yi, aren't you hungry?" Seeing Yining leisurely sipping his soybean milk, without even touching a single youtiao, Hongye couldn't help but ask. He chuckled lightly, and upon noticing Hongye's strange gaze, he grinned mischievously. "Otherwise, later we stop right there. I went through the trouble of washing up and putting on makeup, and I still have to meet Ani later." Hongye hastily interrupted, panic evident in her voice. Today, Hongye appeared different from her usual self, adorned in a light blue printed dress with a round neckline, and her makeup was minimal, radiating an air of elegance and vitality. That it must be said that even Yining regarded Hongye's appearance today with fresh eyes. She had transformed from her usual mature allure to a lively and charming young lady, exuding the grace of a refined lady of high status. His mother, Zheng Huilan, would surely take a liking to her. After finishing breakfast, the two did not head directly back to Wulong Villa. Instead, Yining was once again pulled along by Hongye for a shopping spree, primarily to select a gift for Zheng Huilan. Once women embark on shopping, their fighting spirit is undeniably at its peak. From health supplement shops to luxury boutiques, florists, and pedestrian squares, Hongye strolled for hours without a hint of fatigue. Yining was thoroughly refreshed. Clad in an upscale suit, and even his athletic shoes had been replaced with a pair of limited edition PL collectibles worth around 100,000. However, Hongye was evidently nervous about this meeting. Fretting over what gift to present to Zheng Huilan at that moment, in Wulong Villa, Zheng Huilan was washing fruits in the kitchen. Feeling somewhat vexed, she picked up her phone to call Yining, but since he was busy shopping, he didn't hear it ring. "This little rascal promised me he'd come home for dinner last night. What does it mean that he's not answering the phone?" Zheng Huilan frowned, feeling displeased, and carried the cleaned fruits into the living room. The living room was already shrouded in smoke. Zheng Huilan, who usually didn't smoke, coughed a couple of times from the irritation that I in the center of the room. A mahjong table had been set up, where 4 middle-aged women were engrossed in their game. 2 girls sat nearby, bored, fiddling with their phones. "Huilan, your son is simply outrageous." One woman, with a cigarette dangling from her lips, glanced disdainfully at Zheng Huilan as she handed over the fruit platter. "My daughter has been waiting here for so long. Does your son even have any sincerity? Does he truly think that being a small boss of a clinic gives him the right to act so grand? One would think your son is worth billions." "Ha, Xiofan, that is how it is these days. The real big bosses are all low-key. The ones who put on airs are merely those who are slightly better off than others." A nearby woman, adorned in jewels, sneered, her eyes filled with contempt. "Ha, don't worry, enjoy the fruits first. My son will be here shortly, just you wait." Zheng Huilan busied herself soothing the women while she called Yining again. However, the phone remained off, and the 2 girls, who were sitting on the sofa playing on their phones, snickered derisively, rolling their eyes at Zheng Huilan, saying, "All right, Ani, you needn't fuss over this, if it's not happening. We might as well leave and reschedule for another day. My friend is waiting for me. You sit still." The previously sarcastic wealthy woman's face darkened upon hearing this. She shot a fierce glare at the girl and said in a low voice. This woman was none other than Mrs. Zhang Linen, who had previously joined forces with Shi Yueling and others to corner Rin Shuming. That it was said that she had latched onto a wealthy man in Yunqing during her youth, and after aging and divorcing, she had received 2 karaoke bars as compensation. Her life was relatively affluent, but her daughter, Zhang Xiaoxiao, was a rebellious girl who recently became pregnant without knowing who the father was. Chapter 208. The takeover guy. This matter had naturally piqued Zhang Linen's interest, as she wanted to find a golden turtle son-in-law for her daughter. This son-in-law could not be a prominent figure in Yunqing because, should the truth come to light, she could not bear the consequences of retaliation. Hence, Zhang Linen sought someone of equal social standing. Coincidentally, a friend of hers worked in a matchmaking agency. Zheng Huilan had previously registered there. And her son Yining, at 24, was a college graduate running a small clinic perfectly fitting her requirements that a small business owner serving as a takeover guy seemed just right to Zhang Linen. Zhang Xiaoxiao, having been scolded by her mother, pouted and returned to her phone. Zhang Linen then turned to Zheng Huilan with a smile, saying, "All right, Yulan, don't take it to heart. My daughter is just spoiled by me." Lastly, Zhang Linen inquired, "Do you have anything to drink? We have water and juice, eating fruits and drinking juice." Zhang Linen frowned, displeased. "Are you purposely trying to make us nauseous? You really don't know how to take care of people." This, Zheng Huilan rubbed her hands awkwardly, feeling somewhat at a loss. Zhang Linen snorted softly, suppressing her anger. "Fine, green tea or just bring me a cup of tea." Her demeanor suggested she was dismissing a servant. And the other women hurriedly laughed and flattered. "Mrs. Zhang Huilan used to be poor and doesn't understand these things. Please don't mind her. Ha, just this." At this point, Zhang Linen lowered her voice, whispering, "In the past, she wouldn't even qualify to be my servant." The others nodded in tacit understanding, sharing a knowing glance. While playing mahjong, Zhang Linen's eyes scanned the villa. The reason she restrained herself was that she had heard this villa belonged to Zheng Huilan's son, Yining. Evidently, this Yining had some money, being able to afford a villa in the Wulong district, that if today S endeavor succeeded, not to mention anything else, her daughter living in Wulong Villa would undoubtedly bring her pride. Perhaps after marriage, she too could move in, at which point she could either drive Zheng Huilan out or make her a servant, significantly elevating her own status. With such thoughts, Zhang Linen's mood improved. Hongzhong. Pong. At 5 o'clock in the evening, Yining finally returned to Wulong Villa, burdened with bags and packages. Although his current physical condition made carrying such items trivial, the sheer quantity looked quite exhausting. Hongye was equally diligent, choosing several large and lightweight bags to carry, putting on quite a show, did I say. "Hongye, do we really need to make such a grand display?" Yining looked at Hongye with a hint of exasperation. However, Hongye shot him a glance, speaking earnestly. "Do you know how important it is for a girl to meet her parents for the first time? It's better to be polite." Yining could only chuckle and nod. But today, Hongye seemed to have rejuvenated years, reverting to a youthful girl. Seeing this scene brought a smile to his heart. By the way, if your mother asks about my age, what should I say?" Before entering, Hongye asked worriedly at T36. She was a full decade older than Yining, and after Yining had mentioned bringing her to meet his parents, she had been swept away by excitement, only to now realize the gravity of the situation. "Just tell the truth, it's fine. My mom is very easygoing." Yining smiled faintly, not taking it to heart. Hongye shot Yining another glance, secretly lamenting his carefree nature before ringing the doorbell. "Son, you finally came back." Zheng Huilan opened the door to find Yining and Hongye, her expression shifting from surprise to astonishment. "Mom, let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend Hongye. You can just call her Xiaoong." Yining tossed the bags into the house, smiling at Zheng Huilan. "Now you can rest easy. I brought my girlfriend home." After a brief moment of astonishment, Zheng Huilan's face broke into a beaming smile as she took all the bags from Hongye's hands, grasping her hand warmly and said, "My son's taste is indeed commendable. Young lady, how old are you? What do you do for a living? Who else is in your family?" "Auntie, my name is Hongye, and I currently work at a pharmaceutical company. As for my family, there's only me." Zheng Huilan's eyes widened in surprise at Hongye's words, quickly pressing further. "What about your parents?" Upon hearing this, Zheng Huilan visibly paused, then immediately inquired. Hongye lowered her head in silence, a hint of sadness flickering in her eyes. All right, no need to discuss it. Let us go inside, come in." Zheng Huilan hastily pulled Hongye into the house. As soon as Yining stepped into the room, he was met with a dense cloud of smoke, causing him to frown slightly. "Mom, do we have guests?" Upon entering, the guests were greeted by the sight of several women engrossed in a game of cards in the living room, alongside two girls seated on the sofa, fiddling with their phones. One of the girls was Zhang Xiaoxiao, accompanied by her close friend. As Zhang Xiaoxiao raised her eyes, she was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Yining. With his inherently composed and handsome demeanor, complemented by a sharply tailored suit, he exuded a youthful and accomplished aura. Zhang Xiaoxiao was momentarily speechless, having anticipated that her blind date would be an unappealing middle-aged man, only to be surprised by Yi Ning's striking good looks and apparent similarity in age. "My apologies, ladies," Zheng Huilan hastily addressed Zhang Linen with a smile. "It seems we must call off today as blind date. My son has brought his girlfriend home." Zhang Linen, with a swift push of the mahjong tiles in her hand, immediately changed her expression upon hearing Zheng Huilan's words. Her voice rose an octave in intensity as she retorted, "What do you take us for? Just because you say we should leave, we must go." Zheng Huilan, acutely aware of her fault, found herself at a loss for words that Yi Ning, however, furrowed his brows as he surveyed the ground littered with cigarette butts and the pervasive smell of smoke filling the living room. He stated firmly, "Indeed, it is rather unreasonable to come and go as you please. I will give you half an hour to clean this place up and then vacate my home." "Huh, you want us to leave? Who do you think you are?" Zhang Linen replied with a scoff, narrowing her eyes. She then recognized Yi Ning as the esteemed Master Yi, the one who had been invited to the construction site by Ren Chuming for feng shui consultation. "Oh, so it's Master Yi. I was wondering who it could be. Tell me, if it weren't for us, would you have earned that 6 million from Bossren last time?" Zhang Linen sneered. "It seems I have fortuitously caught you today that we also played a part in that 6 million. So why don't you hand over 3 million to me, and I shall let today's matter slide."